This man went blind for 10 years just by looking at the moon, so he was treated like a psychopath, because he saw an angel on the moon. 10 years ago, he looked at the moon from the roof of his house. He suddenly saw an angel with 6 wings. It's covered in golden light. His eyes have not been able to open since, and every night since then, he dreamt of an asylum. He felt a voice inside the asylum calling to him, but the knock on the door goes unanswered. But he couldn't tell the psychiatrist about it. Otherwise, the doctor will continue to think he's having a psychotic episode. The man's name is Lin Chiye. His parents died when he was a child, but he has a cute little brother. The brothers were raised by their aunt. On this day, the brother asked if his eye was almost healed. Auntie also reassures Chiye that if he doesn't get into college, she will support Chiye for the rest of his life. All Chiye could say was, "I'm almost done." But really, no matter how hard he tries, he still can't open his eyes. But since 5 years ago, Chiye can suddenly sense his surroundings. It's only a few centimeters at first, but as time passes, Chiye is now able to sense distances of up to 10 meters around him. Whenever he looks up to sense the moon, always listening to that angelic whisper, "Are you still looking at me?" Meanwhile, in an alley, a squad of 4 suddenly appeared. They're chasing a monster. A woman yells "Old Zhao" into the intercom. The man known as Old Zhao immediately replies, "Roger. Bulletin board number 3 is in place." Next, Old Zhao gestures, only to see the red electricity flow. His mouth shouted, "Jingsu, open." Old Zhao's words were just finished when a red light rushed up underneath him. The other 2 red lights echoed each other. A red Jingsu forms instantly. The 2 monsters are trapped in it. The woman in the squad takes off her hat and says, "Operation Purge, commence." 100 years ago, a mysterious, boundless fog came to life. A highly toxic fog in just 24 hours. The fog covered half the world. There's no way for humans to understand the places that are shrouded in mist. They don't know if there are any survivors. But in September of 1922, humans discovered a supersized dragon flying in mid-air in the Marianas Trench. It's Leviathan, the dragon of chaos. The first human discovery of a mythical creature. Its existence overturned all of mankind's perceptions. Soon after, a mysterious resurgence. The gods of the outside world resurfaced in the world. Monsters from various myths and legends have begun to appear in what's left of the city, slaughtering Huaxia humans with impunity. But not only do the gods of the outside world not help the humans. Instead, they get involved. But it was also during this period. It was discovered that children born after the mists had a chance of awakening special powers, and this special power was called Jingsu. Later, humans with special powers formed a special organization, the Huaxia Night Watch. Together, they defend themselves against the invasion of foreign gods and monsters. The next day, Chiye arrives at school carrying his crutches. It's his first day at school. He thought he'd be ostracized because of his disability. But his classmates were unexpectedly enthusiastic. They all offered to help. Turns out it's because his aunt came to school a day early, giving lollipops to his classmates. "I hope they can help take care of Chiye." Chiye exclaims, "I see. Can't say anything about angels this time, or you'll be treated like a psychopath again." Soon Chiye begins his day of study. At the same time, a sewer opening. The Night's Watch is guarding the passageway and slaying monsters. Hong Ying carries a spear, splitting a monster in half. But just as she was getting proud, but her companion suddenly froze. Dumbfounded, he points behind her. A ghost-faced king is slowly raising his arm. Hong Ying doesn't have time to react. She's been hit in the chest by the ghost-faced king's claws. She's lying on the ground, gasping for air, but she still calls the intercom. We have a serious miscalculation. On the other side, at dusk, Chiye is walking home with 3 of his classmates. As they pass a sewer, Chiye suddenly smells the stench of a corpse. A bold student suggests going in to take a look. When he turned on his cell phone's flashlight, in front of him was the body of a woman. The 2 girls are terrified, and he lifted his cell phone upwards. And a few people saw. A monster is eating a woman's body. After sensing them, the monster immediately dropped the woman and charged at them. A male student took the lead. A female student looks back as she runs, realizing the monster is right behind her. Frightened, she throws her handbag in a hurry, totally oblivious to the fact that Chiye is right behind her. But it's a good thing Chiye sensed the bag, and he ducked his head in time to avoid being hit. But when the female student rushed to the entrance of the passage, another monster appeared and swallowed the girl. Chiye is so scared, she stops dead in her tracks. He gets slapped by the monster behind him. It doesn't stop until it hits the wall. And once again, a monster appears above him. Sensing the monster has swooped down, Chiye gnashes his teeth in hatred. Why me again? All these years I've been treated like a psychopath. I'm ready to start a new life. Xie hissed in anger. Two golden lights suddenly appear in his eyes. Meanwhile, the six-winged angel on the far side of the moon is gazing at Xie in a vague way. In the next second, Xie is wrapped in an intense golden light. His eyes turn completely golden. A pillar of golden light shoots up into the sky. On the other side, old Zhao flew to Honying. Honying was found to have been saved. But then he learns that the Ghostface King and 3 Ghostface have escaped into Old Town. Just as old Zhao was about to move to find, a golden light appeared a short distance away. Old Zhao is dumbfounded and murmurs, "This is a sign that Jingsu is coming out of the world." The others look on in amazement. The energy is outrageous. It's at least a level 5 or higher. Even up to level 6. Old Zhao is horrified, running in the direction of the pillar of light. And now the center of the light. Xie feels empowered. His eyes have finally been restored. Unaware of what's going on, the Ghostfacer rushes forward without fear. But now their attack speed is simply too slow for Xie. Xie dodges the attack with ease. And it's not just reaction time. We've doubled our sensory range. Within 20 meters. All of it, Xie knows. Facing the ghost-faced man who lunged head-on, Xie is like an angel. He's got everything under control. He spins the stick in his hand, and then he thrust it out, straight through Ghostface's head. And yet, just then, Xie was suddenly struck by a wave of vertigo. He can't move his body. The 2 remaining Ghostface see this, opened their fangs and lunged at him. Xie says, "Oh no, I can't avoid it." Just in the nick of time, old Zhao arrives in time to block the blow. And then old Zhao swung his sword. Ghostface was split in half in an instant. When he's done, old Zhao lights a cigarette. Without looking back, he whispers to Xie, "Is it cool?" Xie is a bit confused. "Is my cut cool?" "Cool, just cool. Want to join us? Want to be as cool as me?" Xie just skimmed his head and said, "No." Old Zhao wanted to say something else, but Xie just ignores him and walks away. Back at home, Xie lies on his bed, exhausted. He knew there was a huge organization behind old Zhao, though he'd like to know what's going on. But there are some secrets that once you know, you can't get out of. He doesn't want to be a hero. He just wants to protect the family. After falling asleep in a daze, Xie comes back to the asylum of his dreams. But when he touches the door again, he found that the door could actually be opened. After 5 years, he's finally in. A few moments later, Xie came to a door. He pushes the door open only to find a woman inside. Xie is about to greet her. The next moment he suddenly saw a panel. Patient, Nyx. Quest, help Nyx with her mental illness. You can take some of Nyx's abilities with you. Xie is confused. Nyx is one of the 5 gods of creation in Greek mythology. How can such a powerful goddess be mentally ill? Just as Xie wonders what she's got, Nyx suddenly exclaims, "Child, my child," said she, looking at Xie in surprise. Tears fell unconsciously. Reaching out her hand, she murmured, "My child, at last I have found you." Xie is completely confused. He was raised by his aunt. It's true that he doesn't know his parents. Could she be her own mother? Just as Xie is staggering, Nyx actually lunges directly at Xie. Xie just tried to reach out in response. Instead, she swept right past Xie. One hugged the vase across the room and said, "My child. You're alive." And then she ran to a cabinet. "Thupnose, my boy." Seeing this, Xie is speechless for a moment. So it's really a mental illness. Early in the morning, Xie woke up with a start. He covers his forehead and remembers. Is this an attempt to get me to cure her? Soon, Xie arrived at the hospital. He asked the doctor if there was a cure for Nyx's illness. Of course, Xie just said a friend. This friend can't come to the hospital right now. Although the doctor suggested that he bring his friend to the hospital. But Xie's attitude is strong. The doctor had to give him some tranquilizers. Xie took the medicine and left the hospital. He thought to himself, "I wish I could bring the medicine into my dreams." But on the way back, he meets old Zhao. Xie didn't hesitate to turn and run, but old Zhao catches him. Soon after, Xie was taken to a hotel. Old Zhao said with a serious look on his face, "Have you seen Angel Michael?" Xie looks at him suspiciously. "What Michael?" Old Zhao took off his coat and said lightly, "That golden light from yesterday was an energy wave that belonged to Micah." At first he thought Xie was level 6. But he didn't realize that Xie was only at the first level. Xie looks curiously at old Zhao. "What about you? What realm are you in?" Old Zhao's heart breaks. He hasn't awakened Jingsu. He kills monsters based on combat experience and fighting skills. There are 3 ways to get Jingsu. One is to be born with Jingsu. The second is to use a special Jingsu item. And the third is bestowed by the god. Some gods give some of their power to chosen humans to become their agents on Earth. But the corresponding agent will also receive instructions from the gods, acting on behalf of the will of this god, and of the divine agents found so far. Most are agents of evil gods who seek to destroy human society and return the world to chaos. They also created an organization called the Church of the Ancient Gods. So, what were your instructions from Michael? Which side do you belong to? Xie is dismissive in the face of old Zhao's inquiry. What he's trying to do I don't know. Even if he gave me an order, I wouldn't follow it. The big deal is just to give these eyes back to him. With that, Xie prepares to leave. He doesn't give a damn about guarding humans. He just wants to make money. So that auntie doesn't have to work so hard. Getting down to earth as a family. Back home. Xie is once again in the asylum of his dreams, preparing for Nix's treatment. Look at Nix on her knees, calling out for her child. Xie has a flash of insight. She's just a mother who misses her child. With that in mind, Xie hugged Nix. Whispering in her ear, he said, "Mom, I'm home." Nix instantly bursts into hot tears. A hug for Xie. It's like a mother and son reunion. At the same time, a beep sounds. 3% reached, reward acquisition conditions have been met. Xie breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, some progress. With that, Xie clicks on the panel to collect the reward. Next send. A roulette wheel appears out of nowhere in front of Xie. Nix then hands Xie a bowl. The words Starry Night Dancer float on the bowl. Xie reaches out in confusion and grabs it. The very moment he touched the fonts, Xie felt a force transforming his body. It washed over him from soul to body. The next day, Xie woke up so refreshed for the first time. He just walked out of his room and found his aunt getting ready to go out. Looking at his aunt's kind face, Xie is suddenly struck by a sudden shock. This was the first time he saw his aunt's face. Xie shuddered and said, "Auntie, I can see." Auntie turns around a bit puzzled. After seeing that Xie can open his eyes, Auntie bursts into tears. Holding Xie tightly, little brother is also jumping up and down with excitement. When we got back to school, the class was also very happy. I can't believe Lin's eyes are so beautiful. Xie can't help but blush. I can finally live a normal life. Yet just as he returns home at night, he realizes that old Zhao is actually in his house. Old Zhao raises his hand to greet him. Immediately after, he takes out a pile of money and puts it on the table. Without waiting for Xie to say anything, old Zhao picks up a cigarette, slowly talking about his past. At the age of 6, his father died. His mother worked 2 jobs to raise him. When he grew up, he could have been a village official, but he defied his mother and joined the army. And then he joined the Night's Watch for various reasons. He never returned to his mother's side, but he never regretted it, because he was charged with the task of guarding mankind. Old Zhao remembers what he used to be, so he wanted to give the money to Xie, so that he can honor his aunt. As for guarding the world, just leave it to the likes of himself. With that, old Zhao got up and left. Xie looks thoughtful, but doesn't say much. Had to drop old Zhao off downstairs. And that's when it happened. A message suddenly came over the intercom. "We've got a hit on King Ghostface. Destination is most likely Old Town." Hear that? Old Zhao wouldn't dare to take it easy, because that's where he is, in the Old Town. At the same time, while the other Night's Watch are already evacuating the residents. But just as old Zhao returns to the neighborhood where Xie lives with a signboard, but he suddenly smelled the stench of a corpse. The manhole cover is bubbling black. Old Zhao knows very well that he has hit the jackpot. He slowly pulls out a notice board and reported to his superiors that the Ghostface King had been found in the old city center. After saying that, he violently thrust the notice board into the manhole cover. In the next second, the Ghostface King ate the pain and directly broke through the ground. But then a voice came over the intercom, "Old Zhao, you haven't awakened Jing-Su. Don't fight the King of Ghostface. Hong Ying and the others are already on their way to you." But old Zhao wasn't even listening, because behind him, it's the house where Xie lives. If he don't stop King Ghostface, the consequences will be disastrous. They're still telling him to calm down on the intercom. But old Zhao has already drawn his knife. Though this time he doesn't have a million people behind him, but there is the boy's world. At this point, the Ghostface King was pouncing on old Zhao like a madman. He fends off the Ghostface King's attack. With that, he let out a loud roar and said, "Unrestricted airspace, open up." An invisible force enveloped the place. At the same time, Xie is having dinner at home. He finds Blackie lying on the balcony barking. Xie comes to the balcony to calm Blackie down. He spots old Zhao in the middle of a fight. Immediately, he turns around and rushes out of the room. "You guys eat first, I'm going to go outside." And old Zhao was determined at the moment, looking at King Ghostface, even though he's seriously injured. But he doesn't even know how many more moves he can make. Old Zhao then blocked King Ghostface's giant claws. Taking the opportunity to leap behind it, he stabbed it with a vicious slash. But the difference in realms is too great for it to penetrate. King Ghostface turns around and smacks him directly in the face. In the next second, a hiss resounded through the sky. The ghost-faced king has actually performed Jing-Su's ghost-faced ground. He can turn space upside down within his range, deceive the senses of all living things. For just a moment, old Zhao feels the sky spinning. Unable to perceive Ghost-Face King's attack at all. After taking a few claws in succession, old Zhao dives into the ground. Steady your mind and body and force yourself to calm down, trying to sense where the attack will fall from. Just as the Ghost-Face King prepares for the fatal blow, old Zhao suddenly turns around. A slash to the claws of the Ghost-Face King. Old Zhao taunts triumphantly, "How's it going? Surprised?" The Ghost-Face King is angered by his actions. Old Zhao is not the least bit afraid, and directly leaps high in an arrow step. A vicious slash to its neck. But it's stuck. King Ghostface takes this opportunity to throw a punch. Old Zhao is sent flying several meters. After struggling to get up, he slowly pulls out a medal. Muttering under his breath, "It's time." And this medal is the symbol of the Night's Watch. It not only represents the honor of the Night's Watch, it's also the final kill, because it can burn the life of the vigil, awakening Jing-Su at the last moment. But don't use it unless you have to. At that moment, there was a sudden roar from outside the signboard, "Zhao Kongcheng, let me in." Chia pounds angrily on the barrier. Old Zhao, however, outright refuses. "What do you want to come in here for, you little brat? Get your ass back to dinner. I'm putting the word out. As long as I, Zhao Kongcheng, am around, this thing won't hurt you or your family." To keep the ghost face from hurting Chia's family, old Zhao pulls out the Night's Watch medallion. He stabbed himself in the neck, burning what's left of his life. In exchange for 5 minutes of bloom, old Zhao shouted, "Jing-Su, mendicant moon." Red energy instantly covers old Zhao's entire body. With just one cut, old Zhao's aura was completely different from before, directly chopping off the arm of King Ghostface. Looking at the fallen King Ghostface, old Zhao's eyes are like lightning and he laughs. "I knew it. I'm a fucking genius, Zhao Kongcheng." King Ghostface is so scared, he does Jing-Su's Ghostface Emperor again, covering old Zhao. But now old Zhao is not the same as before. He strikes again. The Ghost-Faced Phase Emperor was shattered as easily as a mirror. Along with the claws of the King of Ghostface, he was split in half. The Ghost-Face King was stunned. Just then, a huge pain suddenly struck him. Old Zhao knows he doesn't have much time. It's got to be quick. He swooped down with his sword. The Ghost-Faced King comes at him as well. Old Zhao's attack is the first to land on King Ghostface. Just a moment, King Ghostface's arm is hacked to pieces. King Ghostface still endures the pain. He slams his other arm into old Zhao. Old Zhao flies violently backwards. He lands on the ground with a huge gush of blood. But he still managed to get up. "If you don't die, I'll never fall." But just then, the space barrier was suddenly broken. Old Zhao turns around dumbfounded and inquires, "How did you get in here?" Chia wiped the rainwater off her head. "I glared at it and it blew up. Turns out it's because it's just about nighttime now." Triggered Starry Night Dancer. He broke through the barrier with the power of the killing angel. Just as Chia confidently steps up and prepares to fight the beast with old Zhao suddenly puts his sword across his face. "Stop talking and step aside." Chia just saw it. Old Zhao's bones and organs were all broken. But he still forced himself to endure the pain and said, "One cut, I'll make another cut. It's not too late for you to help me after I'm done." Chia is silent. Tears have long been wetting his eyes. Old Zhao, however, stepped forward on his own. "Boy, watch this. This slash, it's gonna be cool." Jing-Su, mendicant moon. The blade is like a crescent moon. It flashed past the Ghost-Face King's neck. The head of the Ghost King fell to the ground with a thud. That's all. Old Zhao finally collapses to the ground. Chia rushes forward and hugs him. Old Zhao slowly looks over at Chia. "Was that a cool slash I just made?" Chia said with tears in his eyes. "Cool, very cool, cooler than anyone I've ever seen." But Chia wasn't finished. Old Zhao closes his eyes and doesn't make a sound. Chia drops to one knee beside him. And yet, just then, King Ghostface's head was suddenly cracked open. A red spider crawls out of the skull. Chia is still murmuring, "I've never been more afraid of owing favors in my life. You saved my family. But what can I do for you?" At that thought, Chia fiercely grips old Zhao's longsword, turning to look at King Ghostface, who had risen to his feet once more. In his eyes is a golden light filled with intimidation, triggering the god skill Starry Night Dancer. Now Chia is like a real night walker, splitting the night into gold with a single slash. And with that, Chia slashed at the spider on Ghostface King's chest. He knows this guy is the real body. But the long blade doesn't penetrate it. It just made a dang sound. Chia's eyes are blazing with rage. "Since I can't kill you with a single slash, then I'll make 10 or 100 cuts." Chia is poking and prodding. The spider finally breaks apart. Seeing this, Chia leaps high into the air. With all his strength, he stabbed again. In an instant, a ball of golden light sprang up. The Ghostface King's body was destroyed in the golden light. After all this, Xie retrieves old Zhao's sword, put him on his back, then silently carries old Zhao's body. With a firm face, he swears, "You saved my family. In exchange, I'll keep your responsibility for you for 10 years. He's been gone for I don't know how long. The rest of the Night's Watch arrives in a hurry. They are filled with shock at the sight of old Zhao's death in battle. And Xia's tears kept sliding down with the rain. My junior Lin Xia sent General Zhao Kongqing back in triumph. The next day, in an office. Are you Lin Xia, the agent of the killing angels that old Zhao was looking for? Xia nodded solemnly and said, I am. Girl asks teacher to unoccupied classroom after school, offering to take his arm. But as the teacher expects something to happen, the girl's face suddenly darkens. The teacher was just about to inquire when, the next moment, the girl opened her mouth full of fangs. She instantly turned into a snake-headed monster. She swallowed the teacher in one gulp. 100 years ago, the world mysteriously revived. The gods have returned to the world. The outer gods are eyeing the continent of Huaxia in order to resist the invasion of monsters and alien gods. Huaxia's awakened people have formed a mysterious organization, the Night's Watch. Just now, Xia witnessed Zhao Kongqing's attempt to guard himself. He was willing to burn his life to activate Jingsu. He died with King Ghostface to repay him for his kindness. Xie decided to guard the world for him for 10 years, but he's going to be a Night's Watchman. You must train in the Hellmouth. And for the next year, because we had to live in the house of Captain Hongying, Xie got an advance on his yearly stipend. Have a comrade send it to his aunt. Soon Xie gets a call from his aunt. After some consoling, Xie is once again in the asylum of his dreams. The goddess Nyx sees him moping, trying to give him her own bracelet, but when she reached out, she realized her bracelet was gone. Thinking for a long time, Nyx just remembered. The bracelet was taken by a little girl about 12 or 13 years old, because they were competing in a contest. When she lost, she gave her the bracelet. Xie was shocked to hear this. Does that mean someone else was here before me? Yeah, I think that little girl's last name was Ji. After hearing that, Xie went straight to the dean's office. Since someone has been here, they must have left some kind of clues. After some searching, Xie did find it under the table. It's the envelope the little girl left behind. She said the bracelet was just a loan. I'll give it back to Nyx when I see her again. She also wrote a reminder. There's another space underneath this asylum. Xie followed the instructions, discovered that this underground space was actually a prison cell. It's even more outrageous. The king of Ghostface, whom he killed with his own hands, is actually in the cell. Xie looks puzzled. How could the Ghostface King be here? At this point a panel pops up. The sinner King Ghostface as a mythological creature slain by your own hand. You have the power to decide the fate of its soul. Choice 1, just wear out his soul. He'll disappear into thin air. Option 2, make his fear of you reach 60. He can be employed as a hospital nurse and provide you with a degree of protection. The current fear value is 1. Xie realizes that the asylum has this feature. Mythical creatures killed with their own hands will be detained here for their own use. But then again, if I kills a true god, wouldn't it also make him work for himself? Just then, the Ghostface King suddenly let out a hiss of resignation. Xie glares up at him. Megale's godly power shocks. The Ghostface King immediately fell to his knees. Xie looks at it, and though the Ghostface King is strong, being a caretaker is a good choice. But I don't like it. With that, Xie reaches out and puts his hand on King Ghostface's head, followed by a push. King Ghostface's head explodes in a burst of golden light. After all this, Xie leaves straight away. And there has been no Ghostface King among the mythological creatures ever since. The next day, Xie came to the Budokan, preparing to begin a month-long training program. The captain throws Xie a knife. Tell him, the only way to have his own sidearm is through training. Until then use this blade. Xie looks at the blade in his hand. His eyes reveal a hint of sadness, because this is old Zhao's sword. So I'll cut the crap. Starting today, you'll practice with me every morning. In the afternoon, you will learn Jingsu from Wen Qima. In the evening, I practiced with Ling Xuan. Xie didn't say much. He just picked up his sword and answered. But he didn't expect the captain used Jingsu to fight him. No surprises. Xie is getting clobbered. At noon, Wen Qima bandages Xie's wounds, while advising him to look on the bright side. When he first practiced with the captain, he was knocked down for a day and a night. But Xie said, isn't this training? Why did he hit so hard? There's no mercy at all. When Qima tells him, this is the Night's Watch, because monsters don't show you mercy. And then they talked about Jingsu. Xie brags about his Jingsu's ability to sense everything within a 20-meter radius. When Qima is a bit unconvinced, can it really sense everything? Just then, Hongying walks past them. when Chima suddenly thought of something. He glances at Hong Ying's ass. Then he gestures for Chia to take a look. Chia knows what he's doing. Then he turned his head and look, until Hong Ying walks away. Chia says white. Seeing this, Wen Shima couldn't help but praise him. Next Wen Shima started to explain the sequence about Jing-Su. The so-called Jing-Su sequence. It's the human classification of the Jing-Su danger level. The higher the sequence, the more dangerous it is. Jing-Su sequence after 600 is categorized as harmless Jing-Su. This Jing-Su has very little effect. At best, it kills mosquitoes. Sequence 400 to 599 is known as the lowly Jing-Su. This kind of Jing-Su has the power to kill, but not much danger. Used wisely, it might work wonders. Sequence 200 to 399 is at a dangerous level. Can pose a threat to human society at scale, capable of fighting the mystical. Sequence 90 to 199 of high-risk Jing-Su possesses extremely strong combat power. Holders of these Jing-Su sequences are 1 in a million, and Captain Hong Ying is one of them. As for Jing-Su, whose sequence is above 89, not only does it have the power of mass destruction, it also possesses unimaginable special abilities, and Chia's mundane realm serial number is 003. But that's the power of the killing angel Michael. His current ability focuses on perception and anticipation, though he can still use his killing angel might. But the true power of Godsu is much more than that. In this case, either that or the killing angel only gave him a small portion of his abilities, or the full ability was there all along. It's just that Chia can't feel it. And the training that Wen Shima is going to take him through, it's all about getting Chia's body and his abilities to mesh. Chia was taken to a specialized training room. There are 39,000 miniature airsoft guns here. 39,000 rubber bullets per second. Consider the realm of Chie. When Chima decides to start with 50 rounds per second, in the next second, the room pops up with several exhaust guns. Oh my god, what if it hits where it shouldn't? When Chima doesn't bullshit, a single arrow step exits the room. Only the miserable Chia is left to wail alone. At night, Chia scrutinizes a gun drawing. Though guns don't do much for high-realm mythological creatures, but for mythic creatures of the lower realms, guns are more effective than cold weapons. With Lungshuan pressing the timer, Chia assembles quickly, calmly deconstructing each part, and then quickly loaded and aimed. 3.16 rounds fired quickly. Unfortunately, despite being only 5 meters away, Chia misses his target. Lungshuan can't help but tease him. A blind man could probably hit it better than you. Chia said with an embarrassed look, I was blind before. The next morning, Chia arrives at the organization with a black eye. As soon as he walks through the door, Hong Ying then tells Chia, the mythical creature reappears. The place is at Sangnan No. 2 Middle School where Chia studied. And the person who came to report, it's the same student who encountered the ghost mask together last time, Li Yifei. When Li Yifei came back to school last night to pick up the homework he forgot to take away during the day, he ran into the class monitor and the teacher. The class monitor turned into a monster and swallowed the teacher and then spit out an egg. The egg made a gurgling sound. The teacher slowly came out of the egg. Li Yifei was scared. She hid until dawn before rushing here to call the police. After listening to him, the captain analyzed. This monster has the ability to disguise and assimilate. It's probably spreading the infection among the lower mythological creatures. Assimilation is the trickiest ability. A little inattention to the victim can lead to exponential growth, and the damage can grow exponentially. And camouflage is an even more dangerous ability. It means it has the intelligence of a human. Hear this. One of the team members held his eyes. We have to be prepared for the worst, because there's a good chance that the entire second school has been infected. It's even spreading outside the school. A guy's first time being asked by a girl to go to the grove. But then someone intervenes and confesses to the girl. And the worst part is that the girl said yes. The boy doesn't realize that this is actually saving his life. Because girls are mythical creatures. Nanda Snake Demon. She has the ability to assimilate humans and disguise herself. Learned of problems at school. The Night's Watch organization understands that it is imperative to find out what the mythological creature is, and the number of people confirmed to have been infected. We've decided to split up into 2 groups. One group is based on the victim's social connections, finding out if there are other infected people. Another group went inside the school to follow the trail, find out where the body is as soon as possible. Hong Ying and Xiaonan change into their narrow school uniforms, preparing to head to school with Chie. Lungshuan hands Chie a gun. Chie hesitates. I'm not a good shot. What if I hurt someone? Lungshuan, however, waved his hand. There's more to a gun than killing. Come to school. They split up. Hong Ying and Xiaonan went to the office building to investigate the teacher. Chie goes back to his class to investigate Lu Xiaoyan, utilizing his sensory abilities, checking out as many infected students as possible. Xie walks down the classroom hallway. He soon senses many infected students. Xie couldn't believe it. There are 6 infected on this floor alone. If these infected go on the rampage, I don't know how many people would fall out of the school. After class, Xie tells Li Yifei he needs a chance to sense the whole school. And next, the flag-raising ceremony, and then he'll be able to get a feel for the whole school. The other side. Hongying and Xiaonan see that the infected teacher isn't there. Pried the door directly into the office to investigate. Hongying smells a foul odor. She realizes that the stench is coming from the ground. She pries open a floor tile. And there it is, a human skin hidden underneath the tile. At the same time, the singing of the flag-raising ceremony sounded. Students lined up for the playground. Li Yifei whispers to him, "Is there one in the crowd?" Xie has a golden glint in his eye. Li Yifei is then told. The girl who's 5th in line. She's infected. Li Yifei froze. Her name is Tianli. She's in the same dorm as Lu Xiaoyan. Xie thinks for a moment at the words. He then informed Hongying over the walkie-talkie. The source of the infection may have come from the girls' dormitory. Copy that, we'll investigate now. Xie is coming to the flag-raising platform. He takes the flag from his classmate. Classmate, you're laid off. The school leaders urgently let me serve as the flag raiser temporarily. He not waiting for the other side to ask. Xie takes a step forward. The flag-raising ceremony will now begin. Xie closes his eyes. A sense of foreboding washes over him. As he expands the range of his senses, he actually realized that many of the students were densely packed with infected people. Xie leaps from the flag-raising platform. While telling the captain over the walkie-talkie, at least 60 students and teachers in the entire school have been infected. It's going to be hard to solve this problem in secret. There's too many of them. And once it threatens his very being, these 60 or so infected will inevitably attack students and faculty indiscriminately. And the captain knew that if any of the leaks escaped the school, it would be a disaster that would affect the whole city. The captain was quick to tell him to calm down. He investigated Lu Xiaoyan and the teacher's place. Their families have all been infected. The captain speaks as he raises his hand to kill a monster. We'll be checking the social connections of the infected on a case-by-case basis, blocking the spread of the infected. And the school is in your hands. Make sure you find the real body in the shortest possible time, then kill him. At the same time, I'll have Lungchuan open up uncommitted airspace. The school will become an island, so that you can fight to your heart's content. Xie agreed to do it. Rush down to the girls' dormitory. He see a group of girls getting ready to go upstairs. Tell Hongying, who is about to investigate. Unfortunately, the two of them were bumped into by a couple of female classmates before they could make their exit. The girls were looking at Hongying, who had such a huge chest. There's no such person in the school. Hello, what class are you in? Hongying just made up an excuse. She grabbed Xiaonan and was about to leave. But the 3 female students suddenly smiled weirdly. They went forward and stopped the 2 of them. Don't go so fast. How come I don't remember such a good-looking sister at school? She even touched Hongying's face. Xiaonan was also touched by 2 female classmates. You're so cute. So cute that I want to eat you up. For a moment, the female student reveals herself as a monster. The tiger stares intently at Xiaonan. Hongying rushes to break away from his classmates to try to save her. But this classmate also bared his fangs and was ready to eat her in one bite. Just then, Hongying suddenly smiled. The box in her hand suddenly opened. A spear with fire appears in her hand. Hongying just flicked it. The creature was burned down to its skull. The other 2 monsters were instantly confused. They stared at her blankly. Hongying let out a laugh, a wave of the spear in his hand. The 2 monsters are instantly enveloped in flames. Gradually they go limp and turn to ashes. Xiaonan said with a pang of fear, I'm scared to death. They're too ugly. Just then, the 2 find the end of the corridor ahead. Another man is coming toward them. Hongying raised his hand and was about to attack, only to find more monsters appearing. The 2 are surrounded. And there are 18 of them all at once. Hongying was not afraid, but laughed instead. That's not enough to get me warmed up. A few moments later, there was an explosion from the girls' dormitory building. And in the bathroom of the next building, Lu Yuan is freshening up in the mirror. Back in the classroom, he came straight to Han Ruoro, giving her a bottle of cow's milk. Han Ruoro comes to his ear with a big smile and whispers, after school, can you wait for me in the grove? Lu Yuan is so excited. He doesn't know he's being watched. And that's when it happened. Xie suddenly taps the table. He tells Han Ruoro, I've liked you for a long time. Not only the whole class is stunned. Even Han Ruoro is confused. Xie, on the other hand, continued to speak, I've liked you for a long time. Be my girlfriend. In an instant, the students all started to coo, together. Lu Yuan was dumbfounded. What the fuck is going on here? Next, send. Hanruoro suddenly shouts, okay then, I promise you. Shia leaves behind a handsome back shadow. I'll see you in the woods after school. In a regular high school, a girls' dormitory building exploded for no apparent reason. It's a disaster for everyone. Hongying, the night watchman, unleashes Jingsu in the dormitory building with full force to rid the school of monsters. When the explosion happened, the women's dormitory building was sealed off by the university. And at this moment, Lin Xuan, who's in charge of support on the perimeter, has already unleashed the no-rings airspace. Lin Xia has taken advantage of the unrestricted airspace launch to riots on campus. He managed to infiltrate the girls' dormitory. The battle continues in the dormitory building. Hongying wields a spear, eyes gazing at the monster ahead. The tip of the spear sparks with hot energy. The three girls transform into snake-headed monsters and hiss as they lunge at Hongying and the two of them. A wave of flames spreads out from Hongying's center. This is her Jingsu power. The rose-colored weaving flame trails through the air. The girl's eyes burned. The spear in her hand turns sharply. Right hand slides back. Fury sending gun peak, Haratian jab. Make your body break forward with the wind of the spear. In a flash, Hongying's entire body instantly kills through the snakes. A little bit of fire fell from the sky like fading cherry blossoms. Hongying places his spear behind him. Snapping his fingers, the flames in the corridor simply die out. Retrieve Jingsu's power. What's going on? Why are there still students in there? Just then a female voice came in. A panicked dormitory teacher appears behind them. Seeing the visitor, Hongying and Si Xiaonan secretly put away their blades and replied, "We are students here to put out the fire." The fire is out. The resident teacher doesn't care about the weirdness of these two women at this point in time. She's dragging Si Xiaonan downstairs. As the trio ran around the corner of the building, hurried footsteps are heard from below the building. Suddenly, a gunshot is heard. A bullet struck the hostile teacher directly in the chest. See who's coming. The shooter is Lin Xie, who's coming for backup. And look at the dormitory teacher. At this point, she's turned into a snake-headed monster. It turns out she was infected by the monster a long time ago. She's been hit by a bullet, and now she's in her original form. Just now, she just used her identity as the dormitory supervisor to deceive the two of them. Thermal weapons are of little use against mythological creatures. It's going crazy. It opened its bloody mouth and was about to bite Si Xiaonan next to it. Xiaonan is stunned. She doesn't have much power. She's mainly an auxiliary and part-time medic on the team. Luckily Lin Xia reacted in time, only to see him rise up and leap. The gun in his hand fired several shots at the snake. Snake monster gets knocked backward. Lin Xia sees that the melee shots are having an effect, so he's going after them. The gun is aimed at the jaws of the serpent. Pull the trigger again. The snake's head was shot to pieces at close range. The three Night's Watchmen have finally joined up. The three discussed the available information and they analyzed it. Currently, according to the high density of infections in the girls' dormitory, this must be the lair of the monster itself. This mythical creature mimics human behavior perfectly. It must have possessed an intelligence equal to that of a human. Its infection strategy shows a high level of intelligence. This monster has chosen to infect girls, after using the female identity to ask a male to a hidden location, expanding the infection. If Li Yifei hadn't happened to come across that incident, it probably wouldn't have been discovered for another 6 months. But by then, I'm afraid all of Nan will have fallen. Hongying, a veteran of the Night's Watch, has fallen silent. It was also the first time she had seen such a highly intelligent mythological creature. Si Xiaonan interrupts Hongying's thoughts with an exclamation of surprise. What's that? Following the direction of Xiaonan's finger, the trio looks up to see an eerie figure above the stairwell secretly watching them. Needless to say, this must be the monster itself. The three of them are no longer discussing it. They're trying to catch up. The creature sees it's been spotted and runs upwards again, toward the rooftop. As Hongying and Lin Xia rush panting towards the rooftop, the snake monster was seen standing on the edge of the rooftop. It looked back at the two of them. Scarlet tongue spew forth. The corners of its mouth curl up in an arc. It seems to be mocking. The serpent sucks in a sharp breath. Then it raises its head. It opens its mouth and hisses abruptly into the sky. The voice carried a strange power that made the two of them dizzy all of a sudden. A hissing sound spreads in all directions. The campus looks eerie in the middle of the green unrestricted airspace. At the moment of the hissing sound, those infected hiding in the crowd are suddenly dizzy. And they take on the appearance of monsters. The whole school started to mutate at the sound of its hissing. There were screams from all over the campus. On the rooftop, the snake demon wakes up all the infected and leaps off along the edge of the rooftop. It's so fucking exciting to run away after the show. Angry Lin Xie and Hongying stomp their feet. But the campus is in chaos. The two prepare to split up. Lin Xie will protect the students. And Han Ying leaped straight down from the rooftop to continue his pursuit of the snake demon. Inside a school in Songnam City, a snake demon was found in the girls' dormitory. It wakes up the infected in droves by hissing in a rage. A horrific scene unfolds on campus. The students are in disarray, screaming and running towards the main gate of the campus. What they don't know is that with the opening of the unrestricted airspace, ordinary people can't leave the campus normally. After these students walked to the edge of the unrestricted airspace and were stopped by an invisible wall, everyone panicked. There's no escape. There are monsters coming out of nowhere. When Lin Xie arrives, the scene was noisy. No matter how much he yells, no one listens to him. At this rate, all these people will die. The infected hidden in the crowd smiled grimly at the chaos. Lun Xuan's words popped into Lin Xie's head. Guns are for more than just killing. It can also be used as a deterrent. Lin Xie pulls out his pistol and pulls the trigger into the sky. A roar of anger spreads around. Quiet, everyone. When the sudden appearance of a monster brings fear to the people, only another kind of fear can calm them down for a short time. Who are you? Why do you have a gun? Are you a cop? Help us. There's a monster in the school. The students are in a brief daze after the shot was fired. And then they clamored around Lin Xie again. And that's when it happened. Lin Xie's eyes flashed gold. The sword is sheathed in his hand. The cold blade cuts through the air. With the sound of swords, he slashed at the leader monster. The monster looks horrified as the blade cuts through it. He couldn't figure out why he'd been discovered. Seeing the scene of Lin Xie pulling the knife and killing, the people around us froze in their tracks. It's killing people. They're just ordinary high school kids. They've never seen anything like this. Lin Xie kills a man on the spot and shocks the crowd. He shouted, "Shut up!" The scene quieted down. The pupils of this boy who was hacked to death by Lin Xie plummeted. The whole head swells up. Something seems to be coming out. It's obvious this man is a monster. Surprisingly, it's been hiding by their side. Lin Xie takes a step into the monster's chest. He cut off its head before it was about to explode. There are no monsters hiding in the scene. He told the crowd to line up and leave the school in order. The crowd is silent for a moment. The students watch the scene and obediently follow Lin Xie's orders. At this point, the unrestricted airspace at the school's entrance was opened up a corner. A path to the outside world is revealed. Under Lin Xie's mental discernment, everyone evacuated the campus in an orderly fashion. After the evacuation of all present, Lun Xuan closes the channel to the unrestricted airspace again. And that's when it happened. There was a sudden flash in the sky. The unrestricted airspace changes from green to its former color of blood again. No solution anymore. This unrestricted airspace used to be under the control of Zhao Kongcheng. Lun Xuan is not yet proficient. All in all, it doesn't matter. It's just that the green color seems to be more friendly. Under the blood-red dome of the sky, the entire campus seems eerie and mysterious. Screams from the distant school building mixed with the hissing of the monster. An apocalyptic scene. In the 5th floor of the school building at the moment, Li Yifei is directing the surviving students to use desks and chairs to completely block the hallway. Several monsters are crashing wildly outside. Under the organization of Li Yifei, the students in this classroom are safe for now. Everyone looks like they've survived. When he realizes that there are still trapped students on the 3rd floor, he immediately organizes a team to go down and rescue them. I have to say, Li Yifei was doing quite well at this point. The crowd gets curtain fabric and ties it into a thick rope. And just like that, an escape rope was made. Li Yifei picks up a fire axe and carries it behind his back. He takes the lead and descends to the 3rd floor. After the mysterious events at the school, a number of students have begun to help themselves. People in extreme danger are often capable of extraordinary feats. Li Yifei is one of those people. After organizing manpower to descend along the rope to the 3rd floor, a few people with the weapons they've found are watching the building carefully. At this moment, there is only one monster left on the 3rd floor, gathered around the door of a classroom. It looks like it's trying to get in to find the students who are hiding inside. Li Yifei immediately said in a cold voice to his companions behind him, "Monster or not, let's knock him down first. Follow me." Just see the creature struggling to slam the door of the classroom in front of me, not even noticing that a couple of bugs are rapidly approaching him. Until Li Yifei reaches the monster. It's only then that it snaps back and realizes who's coming. In an instant, Li Yifei's fire axe is already raised high in his hand, hands slashing downward. The axe slashes deep into the creature's neck. Li Yifei, a couple of the boys behind him are arriving now, breathing heavily. The corners of his mouth rise uncontrollably. There's excitement in his eyes. A few of the boys in the room swarmed the room. Fire axes and clubs are raining money down on the monster. After hacking and slashing for a while, the monster's body convulses, and it falls to the ground. The boys who managed to take out the monster are in disbelief. We actually killed a monster. Li Yifei is calm at this point, knocking on the door of the classroom that the monster just slapped. Is there anyone in there? I'm Li Yifei from class 2. We've killed the monsters outside. Come evacuate with us. Half a dozen times, the blocked classroom door was moved open a little. A boy's head was revealed and replied, "Evacuation? Evacuate to where?" Li Yifei said seriously. "We killed all the monsters on the 5th floor. Stacked up tables and chairs on both sides of the building for defense. Most of the students in this building are now hiding there." The boy on the 5th floor strokes his glasses and smiles. "All the monsters are now on the 1st and 4th floors. Let me ask you, how do we get to the 5th floor?" Li Yifei replied with confidence. "We'll use the rope from the 5th floor." He's not finished. The boy in the classroom let out a long sigh. "There are 28 of us here. You're not gonna make us all climb a rope to the 5th floor, are you?" The man speaks as he moves out of the way of an obstructed view. He saw that there are more than 20 people hiding here in this classroom. I didn't realize there were so many." Li Yifei scratches his head in embarrassment. At this moment his gaze towards the man with the glasses suddenly changed. In his heart, he only felt that this boy in front of him was somewhat powerful. He's obviously trapped in here, but he knows everything that's going on outside. The boy bowed slightly and said slowly, "We're grateful that you came down to save us. But it's a shame. Your exit plan is not a viable one, seeing that it is impossible to save people. The boys with Li Yifei are getting anxious. Since we can't save anyone, let's just go back. If we stay here, it'll be too late if the monsters come back." The words are still coming. At the end of the corridor, another monster appears. It spotted Li Yifei, one of the boys standing outside the classroom. Next moment, the monster lashes out and comes at them. Just as the monster rushes towards the men, the boy who had just spoken immediately ran towards the roped-off window. His run caught the monster's attention. The monsters coming up behind him see that he's alone, and they're coming after him. Just as the boy is about to grab the rope and climb up, the monster behind him suddenly pounced on him. It was too late for the three of Li Yifei to rescue him. They watched as the monster crashed out of the window and bit into the boy's body. The two of them fell together, and the rope that was hanging down from the 5th floor was ripped off. The three of Li Yifei have lost their way back. The trio returns to the corridor. The commotion has attracted several monsters. The lives of the three men who came to the rescue are in danger. It's the moment of truth. That blocked classroom door bursts open. The boy in charge rushes to let the three in. Quickly! Li Yifei is leading a rescue mission to the 3rd floor of the school building. Not only did they fail to rescue them, instead, a companion died. Just as more monsters appear, the man with glasses resolutely opened the closed classroom door, rescued the three of Li Yifei back. The monsters outside the classroom began to break down the door in a frenzy. All the boys in the classroom pushed against the door as hard as they could. Indoors and outdoors, a tug-of-war has begun with dozens of lives on the line. If the door is broken, everyone in the room will be killed. Li Yifei and the others are armed with firefighting weapons, might be able to kill a couple monsters. But if fighting multiple monsters at once, they're going to die. The girls in the classroom are now white with fear, screaming and hiding in the corners of the classroom. The rest of the boys can only grit their teeth and hold on for dear life. At this time, a powerful serpent suddenly appears among the monsters outside the door. It chased away the other monsters that were blocking the doorway. It's using a lot of force. The door is smashed right through. The defense has been breached. Everyone inside will be food for these monsters. Just when everyone thought they were going to be killed, there's a soft laugh coming from outside the hallway, and then a figure appears out of nowhere. It was Lin Xie, who had returned to the building to check on the situation. Lin Xie counts carefully. 5 monsters are frantically moving into a classroom. He yells out, "Hey, come play with me," facing Lin Xie's taunts. These monsters are naturally unafraid. They immediately abandoned the students in the classroom. Turning their heads towards Lin Xie, they pounce. Lin Xie's sword is drawn. The blade cuts the nearest monster from shoulder to waist. The blade cuts it in two. Blazing Angel's might unfolds. All monsters are slowing down a bit. Blade swept out. The blade descends. Blood spurts from the creature's body. At this point, the remaining monsters finally reacted. It hissed and lunged at the figure, just moments before they were about to touch Lin Xie's body. Lin Xie's eyes suddenly explode with 2 fiery rays of light. Like a burning furnace, they are blinding. Lin Xie swings his sword forward. The light golden blade turned into a crescent moon and completely dismembered the two monsters. The whole process is like a flowing stream, without the slightest stagnation. This is the moment. The people in the room have also noticed the unusual movement outside the door. They all poked their heads out. But Lin Xie is facing that last monster. In the next moment, his figure leaps up again. A direct duel with a monster. Lin Xie's figure changes pace slightly. The figure turns. He swings his sword in an extremely strange position, dodging the monster's claws. It hits the monster right in the crook of its leg. The creature was unable to stand. It collapsed. Lin Xie's sword hangs vertically over the monster's head. Fierce force, viciously plunging the knife into the monster's skull. The monsters on the third floor have been wiped out since then. This scene has left the audience dumbfounded. They were so moved, they almost cried. Saved at last. Sheathing his sword at the moment, Lin Xie only felt that his sparring session with the captain had been very effective. Li Yifei's voice was filled with a hint of aggravated crying. "Xie, you're finally here. I thought you ran away without me." Lin Xie arrived just in time. All the monsters are taken care of with a single stroke of the sword. He's very powerful at the moment. Directly avoided the fate of the students who were about to be massacred. Li Yifei is thrilled at this moment. Taking grievance for Lin Xie with a hint of grief. He tells all about how he organized his classmates to fend off the monsters and struggled to survive until now. The others look at Lin Xie with mostly fear, awe, admiration, and love. At this point, Lin Xie seems to have caught someone's eye. Turning his head, only to see the wiry man with the glasses crouched down and to take a closer look at the monster on the ground. Lin Xie looks at him and asks his name. The man simply replied, "Inxingyu," and then studied the monster's body tissues again. The word Inxingyu surprised Li Yifei a bit. This Inxingyu is rumored to be a rare genius in Songnan City. He's very intelligent. I can't believe they met here. No wonder he was so calm and collected. In the face of Li Yifei's appreciation, Inxingyu was not the least bit proud. The corpses of these monsters were more appealing to him than anything else. This genius realized at this moment, the world is more interesting than he ever imagined. At the same time, he's interested in Lin Xie's identity and his extraordinary combat prowess. He politely extends his right hand. "Hello, my name is Inxingyu." Looking at Inxingyu's curious gaze, Li Yifei pulls Lin Xie aside, asking about how the other students were handled by Lin Xie. Lin Xie makes an excuse before rushing to their rescue. The unaltered infected have been quarantined in a classroom. They're being guarded. As for the rest of the arrangements, Lin Xie plans to send all these students to the auditorium first. It's safer there. And so it was, escorted by Lin Xie. The people were arranged to go to the school's auditorium and settle in. This moment, in the headset, Hong Ying is also reporting the pursuit of the snake demon. Hong Ying, after chasing half of the campus, the snake demon went into the woods behind the school and disappeared. Still haven't caught it. If the mythical creature is not dead, then this event will not end. It is clear to all of the Night's Watch. Even if you pull out all the monsters and kill them, that's just treating the symptoms, not the cause. Luckily, unrestricted airspace is always there. This mythical creature couldn't escape the school. Hong Ying with Si Xiaonan is still continuing to search for the snake demon. The identity of the snake demon was also found out by Vice Captain Wu Shangnan. This monster is called Nanda Snake Demon. After he'd searched through all the mythological texts, he eventually found a small clue in a tattered ancient book. This serpent demon has excellent camouflage abilities, and an intelligence no less than man's. It can devour a creature and plant a serpent seed within it. Turns carapaces into its children, manipulating their actions. However, there are limitations to the creation of snake species. Even the main body can only produce one snake seed a day. The heirs, on the other hand, can only spawn one snake seed in 3 days. And neither its main body nor its heirs have high combat power. Hearing the news from within the Night's Watch, at this moment, all is clear. It seems the snake demon has been lurking in human society for a long time now. It's very careful and cautious, just as Lin Xie is thinking. And Xingyu walks silently to Lin Xie's side. He has a lot of questions he wants to ask. After experiencing mysterious events, this man who was dubbed a genius became interested in the world. Any questions? I'd like to ask you a question. If you're asking me if I'm a Superman or an immortal, forget it. No, my question is, have monsters like this always existed? Right under our noses all the time? He continues to press. Is there such an evil presence in the shadows of our lives all the time? How is it that we can still live without knowing anything? By rights, Lin Xie shouldn't have answered that question. But sooner or later these people are going to get their memories wiped by the Night's Watch anyway. It doesn't matter what they say now. The solid back of old Zhao comes to Lin Xie's mind. Mouth answers Xingyu's question, because someone is watching over the night for you. And Xingyu suddenly fell silent. So that's how it is. In the land of the unknowable, there is a group of people secretly guarding all human beings. There is such a group of people in the world. They were the age of a normal high school student. But they thought it would be a waste of their lives to spend 3 years learning a rigid, monotonous knowledge. And Xingyu is one of those people. After seeing the supernatural things of this world, facing a strange world, he was not afraid of the mysteries of the unknown. Instead, there was a sense of excitement. And Xingyu, who is a high school student, has just finished her master's degree in biology. He's already planning to start a PhD program. He focuses on genetics and mutations in living things, also studies clinical medicine. If there is anyone in this world who can really be called a genius, and Xingyu falls into that category, facing someone like Xingyu, Lin Xie can only say, sorry. He has a rescue to do. No time for this genius. At this moment, Li Yifei and his men are looking for him, prepared to rescue the others with Lin Xie. Lin Xie wanted to refuse, because at this point in his life, both his physical and mental strength were severely depleted. But Li Yifei and his team can help ease the pressure on Lin Xie. He's taking care of the enemy more easily. So Lin Xie nodded with only a slight hesitation. Okay, let's do it together. And Xingyu on the other side of the room shouted with some exuberance. I am coming too. I can help you out. Analyze the monster's behavior. Let me come along. At that, Li Yifei comes up to Lin Xie's ear and whispers, I think this kid is pretty smart. Lin Xie agreed after a moment's hesitation. He's got the whole Li Yifei team with him anyway. One more won't make a difference. See Lin Xie for agreement. And Xingyu's expression at the moment doesn't seem like he's going to fight monsters. It's about cutting them into 18 pieces and taking them back to study them. The empty hallway on the 5th floor of the school building. There's a girl's cry. Li Yuan. Li Yuan. At the moment, Lu Yuan is prying at a locked classroom door with a tool. Ruoro, I'm here. I'll get you out in a minute. Han Ruoro got up to the front door window and looked at Li Yuan. Her eyes are red, pursed lips like a frightened deer. Li Yuan, I'm scared. This infected person who was sensed by Lin Xie's mental powers from the start. Han Ruoro. At the moment, for whatever reason, she has not mutated. She's been placed in isolation on the 5th floor by Lin Xie. Taking advantage of an unattended gap, Han Ruoro calling out to Li Yuan, trying to use Liu Yuan's fondness for her to get him to release her. And just then, the barrier on the 5th floor, which had been stacked like a mountain with tables and chairs, collapsed. Monsters are flying in from outside. This scene caused all the survivors on the 5th floor to cry out for help. The defense is broken. The monster is coming. Time of crisis. A figure leaps high into the air, sprinting out, waving his sword in his hand as he flies over the wall. Next, send. The blade pierces into the monster's skull with pinpoint accuracy. The right hand of the blade was seen to turn its wrist and swing. His body slightly swept past the monster beneath him. The creature's entire skull has been chipped off. The visitor is officially Lin Xie, who has come to the rescue. Behind him, Li Yifei and Xingyu and the others followed one after another, led by Lin Xie. The group has cleared the school building of all monsters. After sheathing the knife, Lin Xie's eyes fall on Li Yuan at this moment. Behind him is the infected who were hiding in the crowd from the start. Han Ruoro lowers his head to avoid Lin Xie's gaze. Seeing Lu Yuan about to step forward to protect Han Ruoro, Lin Xie has nothing to say. He sidesteps out of the way and makes a pleased gesture. As for Li Yuan's death wish, Lin Xie didn't have to take responsibility for it. Instead, he was generous enough to let the two go. The two of them are slowly leaving. Lin Xie laughs somewhat mockingly. I wish you all the happiness in the world. After Lu Yuan and Han Ruoro left, Li Yifei and the others gather all the survivors, started leading everyone to the auditorium. Lin Xie looks on as the crowd evacuates the building. And Xingyu quietly moves to Lin Xie's ear and whispers something to him. Lin Xie's eyes widened at his words. His frown grows tighter and tighter. This message from Xingyu shocked Lin Xie beyond belief. Are you sure? And Xingyu also pondered. He knows so little about the mysterious snake monster. Not enough to make an accurate judgment. So Xingyu points to the pistol at Lin Xie's waist. I need this. Lin Xie hesitates for a moment. He pulled the pistol out of his pocket and handed it over to the other man and said, only the last 3 rounds. Do you know how to use this thing? And Xingyu seems to be loading the bullets with great skill. He said, I learned it on TV. This moment, Lin Xie just took a different look at this genius boy. Turning his head, Lin Xie left. He still has to find the snake demon. And Xingyu silently puts his pistol in his pocket. He hopes he won't have to use it. Waiting for Lin Xie to leave, a whole bunch of people flocked to Li Yifei's side. Everyone started asking questions. Li Yifei leads the students towards the auditorium and publicizes the fact that he followed Lin Xie to save the students. Lin Xie is running around the campus with a straight sword. He reaches over and turns on his headset. Lengshuan, did you see that? I see it. Lengshuan, who was acting as support on the periphery of the campus, replied. The target in the gun's 8 magnification lens is Lu Yuan and Han Ruoro, who escaped alone. After learning of their whereabouts, Lin Xie immediately rushes to their hideout. As he runs, he turns on his headset to alert Han Ying. Ing. I seem to have found a clue to the snake demon. Inside the music classroom of Meiying building, Li Yuan is surprised. Why doesn't Ruoro escape from the school with him? Instead, he had to call out to him to come here. Han Ruoro is seen sitting on a piano. Her legs are just swaying around. She called out to Li Yuan. Han Ruoro lifts up her legs and wraps them around Liu Yuan's waist. At this moment, Liu Yuan's entire body feels as if an electric current has passed through it. His whole body is tingling. Han Ruoro sticks his head in Liu Yuan's ear. A flick of her tongue on Li Yuan's cheek. The mouth whispers, "Don't you want to be eaten by me?" In the next moment, Han Ruoro's entire body quickly changed into a snake-headed monster. A hideous head pressed against Li Yuan's face. A bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. Lin Xie, who has arrived outside the piano room, hears the man's screams from inside. He leans against the wall of the corridor, unperturbed. After a while, when the screams died down, he came to the door to listen for movement. For Li Yuan's death wish. He has no sympathy. That's it? Lin Xie muttered something in a low voice. He walks up and opens the door to the room to see Li Yuan's already mutated figure. And with that, Lin Xie drew his straight sword without the slightest mental burden. He goes up and slashes away. Inside the piano room at the moment, Han Ruoro is climbing on the door, waiting to deliver the death blow to Lin Xie. But she doesn't know that. Lin Xie's absolute vision had already spotted her. But Lin Xie's goal at this point is not to kill her immediately. He cautiously peeks out and speaks, unsurprisingly. You must be the last snake demon heir in the school. Come on down, Nanda Snake Demon. I know you can see me through your air. Why don't you put that look away? Let's have a nice chat. Serpent demon scions fall from under the door. She spits out a weird female voice. The Night's Watch and I have nothing to talk about. A few moments later, the flesh and blood head of the beast in front of us gradually closes up. The scalp and bones are restored again. The scales on the skin fade away. Soon it transforms into Han Ruoro's pitiful form. Lin Xie watched the scene calmly. He slowly sits down and crosses his legs, leisurely fiddling with the knife in his hand, laughing softly under his breath. What are you doing back here? Lin Xie asked with a look in his eyes. You seem to know a lot about this society? If I'm not mistaken, you must have come to this city a long time ago. I don't understand, with your powers of disguise, can perfectly integrate into human society. But why do you suddenly start multiplying at the expense of exposing yourself? Han Ruoro doesn't have the slightest expression on his face. She responded faintly. Reproduction is an instinct of my race. What do you humans know? Lin Xie sniffs and wonders. A creature like the Nanda Snake Demon with its superior intelligence, doesn't it still suppress the creature's instincts? Lin Xie seeks out Han Ruoro, the last scion of the Snake Demon, after. The conversation in the piano room continues. Han Ruoro sees Lin Xie's thoughtful look. Laughing softly, he gave him a question. There are 3 vigilantes in this sealed-off school. Han Ying of the realm of Qi and Si Xiaolan who follows her. And Lin Xie, who can see through the snake demon's disguise. With the ability of Han Ruoro, it is impossible to plant snake species on people in the Qi realm. Xiaonan and Han Ying together. And it can't find a way to do it. But if she plants the snake seed on Lin Xie now, will the Night's Watch still find out? Lin Xie hears this and reacts instantly. The reason Han Ruoro was waiting for him in the piano room was to deal with him. In a matter of moments, the weak girl was transformed into a scaly monster once again. A huge bloody mouth hissed at Lin Xie. At that moment, it flicks its tail. The thick tail of the snake strikes down heavily on the spot where Lin Xie just stood. A large crater is made in the ground. Lin Xie is surprised at the wisdom of this snake demon. His body jumped back violently to dodge. His right hand gripped the hilt of his sword, and his eyes were filled with gravity. At this moment, the snake demon changed its form once again. Its size increases dramatically. Its body transforms into a human body with a snake's tail. A horrible breath blossoms from its long waist and tail. The dense concentration of sharp teeth is numbing. The tail's mouthpiece closes and shoots toward Lin Xie. And then it opens up. Lin Xie crouches down and narrowly avoids the blow. The mouthpiece hits the wall behind Lin Xie. The terrifying force smashed the wall directly into countless cracks. Lin Xie felt the force and laughed somewhat to himself. Didn't the Night Watchman's information say that the snake demon's combat power is not high? Under the serpent demon's massive onslaught, even the concrete walls are cracked. The strong fluctuation of the battle naturally attracts the attention of Hongying and Xiaonan on the campus. Facing such a powerful snake demon, Lin Xie can only dodge and run away under the exhaustion of his mental energy. Also, it's not even nighttime yet. Lin Xie's starry night dancer power is unavailable. He can only use his dynamic vision and fighting instincts to fight the snake demon. Under the snake demon's fierce attack, Lin Xie is forced to turn back and respond. Using his little mental energy, he feels the snake's tail move. After avoiding an attack, Lin Xie's lightning-fast swing, the blade collides with the snake's tail. A sound of metal clashing rings out. The blade rubbed off on the scales with stinging sparks. This one hurt the snake demon that had been chasing Lin Xie, and then it went into an animalistic frenzy. A thick snake's tail came from the side, with a huge amount of force added to it. It slammed into Lin Xie's body. Lin Xie's body bends under the stress of his body's reaction. Taking the blow directly from the tail, his body shattered a piece of glass. He flew backwards out of the room. The whole thing fell straight down from the sky. The snake demon also pokes out of his body and prepares to deal a fatal blow to Lin Xie. In midair, Lin Xie, who was in free fall, felt helpless looking at the terrifying figure of the snake demon. Am I going to die with honor? Only see that the snake demon has no intention of stopping. With its high intelligence, it knew that this was a good opportunity to kill a night's watchman. It spits out a stream of venom from the top of its mouth at Lin Xie. Just as the venom is about to hit Lin Xie, a spear comes flying in with a hot breath. The spear, wrapped in red flame, disperses the venom with a single blow. It instantly neutralized Lin Xie's current killing situation. Lin Xie looks back, spotting the Hongying duo rushing to their aid. The falling Lin Xie was lucky to fall into the green belt. The tree branches took most of the force off. Then the man lands on the grass below. The snake demon has also spotted Hongying's duo. It's starting to hesitate. Does this continue to fight? The other two Night's Watch have arrived. The three of them combined. He will die. The two Hongying girls arrive just in time. Lin Xie escapes. This ended Nanda's snake demon's pursuit. After a moment's hesitation, Nanda's snake demon turns around and retreats towards the Mei building behind him. It's incredibly fast. It was only a moment before it disappeared into the building. Walls and rooms hide its form. I don't know where it went. Where is it? Hongying saw the snake demon fleeing and asked Lin Xie in a loud voice. Every move of Nanda's snake demon has not left Lin Xie's perception. The leftmost classroom on the second floor. It's getting away, with Lin Xie the humanoid navigator pointing. Hot flames burst forth from beneath Hongying's feet. Squad 130's excess warrior power shows its strength. And then, just see the spear in front of him was lightly thrown by Hongying. The spear spins several times in midair. The high strands of black hair dance in the wind. She bounced like a cannonball. The red flames under her feet were transferred to the spear. In midair, the tip of the gun is aimed at the classroom where the snake demon is. Hongying violently builds up his strength. A softly mocking word came out of his mouth, "Goodbye, Nanda snake demon." And with that, she throws the flaming spear with great vigor. The spear cuts through the air, leaving a long burn mark. A mere blink of an eye. A beam of red light pierced through the entire Mei building. This powerful gunshot exploded instantly. The sound spread throughout the campus. Lin Xie stood under Mei and stared blankly at the blown-through building. He's all confused. This was the moment he finally realized why Nanda's snake demon is weak in the eyes of others. When the trio came indoors, they see a crater with a radius of several meters blown out. The spear ripped through the snake demon's body. Nanda's snake demon was nailed to the ground with a spear and was already dead. Hongying walks forward and prepares to pull out his spear. It's another kick at Nanda's snake demon's body. She nods in satisfaction and stretches her back. It's finally over. She takes the spear away and walks over to Lin Xie and puts her hand on his shoulder. With a light-hearted tone, she teases, "Call it a day. Xie brother, let's go. I'll buy you dinner. Celebrate your first mission." But that's when Lin Xie was still standing in the middle of that big pit, looking down at the body of Nanda's snake demon at his feet. His frown grows tighter and tighter. The scene returns to the school's auditorium. The students who were saved by Lin Xie have been temporarily housed here. And Xingyu approached Li Yifei, very curious, and asked him about the organization behind Lin Xie. It seems to her that Li Yifei knows a lot of things. Li Yifei was a bit stunned before replying back. "It's okay to tell you. Your memories will be erased anyway." To erase memories? This is a bit of a surprise to Xingyu. Li Yifei continues. "Right, the Night's Watch has a thing that wipes out memories. It could cause a lot of trouble if anyone told anyone. What about you? Are you going to be purged too? And Xingyu asked. Of course not. Li Yifei is very proud of himself. He smiled and said, after this incident is over, I should be able to join them. And Xingyu nodded at his words. Pursuing the question, are there any conditions for wanting to join them? Li Yifei became interested. Somewhat curious, she asked, what, you want to go too? It's not that easy. They have a very high standard of acceptance. Just as the two were chatting, there was a loud noise at the front door. When the two looked back, they realize it's Lin Xie who's back. How's it going? Li Yifei asked in a hurry. Lin Xie nodded. It worked. We killed the snake demon. The whole auditorium burst into cheers at these words. It was as if the students who had traveled through hell could finally leave this horrible school, away from those man-eating monsters. Yifei immediately rushed to Lin Xie and took his hand and asked, Xie, I have made such a great achievement this time, I should have no problem joining the Night's Watch, right? Lin Xie is somewhat silent. Maybe. Just then, a blackened gun was aimed at the back of Li Yifei's head. An oozing feeling descends on Li Yifei's heart. The screen pulls away. The pistol in Xingyu's hand pulls the trigger. The gunshot was like thunder across the sky. The noise and laughter around us has come to an abrupt end. Once again, the hall has fallen silent. A shocking scene has occurred in the auditorium. And Xingyu shot Li Yifei in the back of the head. To complete his conjecture, he raises his hand and fires 2 more shots. The shell casings fall, creating a crisp buzz. At the back of Li Yifei's head, the 3 bloody holes are only slightly overflowing with a few strands of blood. Most importantly, Li Yifei was shot in the head and didn't go down. Instead, he turned his head in dismay. He sees Xingyu calmly holding his gun. A wisp of smoke fades from the black muzzle of the gun. And Xingyu, why are you shooting at me? After a few seconds of stagnation, feeling the 3 holes in his head pierced by bullets, he asked in confusion. No, why didn't I die when I was shot? Li Yifei snapped his head up to look at Lin Xie. Pupils tremble slightly. Xie, why am I not dead? Have I awakened my powers? Lin Xie looks at Li Yifei, who is talking about joining the Night's Watch, with a complicated look on his face. He shook his head slightly and said, no, you have no awakened powers. You, Nanda Snake Demon. Or maybe you're part of Nanda's Snake Demon. Li Yifei is incredible. The spirit shouts out in extreme insanity. What did you say? This is impossible. How can I be a snake demon? I'm Li Yifei. Lin Xie didn't say anything and stepped forward with a stride. Reaching out, he gave Li Yifei a hard tug on his chest. Look me in the eye. 2 golden glows rise in his eyes. The blazing angel's power pours out. Madness pours into Li Yifei's spirit world. Just for a few moments, Li Yifei is shocked by the power of the gods. Bending his legs, he fainted. Lin Xie reaches out to help him. But the next moment, a strong palm violently grips Lin Xie's wrist. Li Yifei's eyes suddenly open. The veins around his eyes are clenched. A pair of eyes that look demonic. Interesting. How did you find out? Now this Li Yifei's voice is deep and calm. You should not be able to see through my disguise with your current senses. Lin Xie did not see through it. But Li Yifei left too many holes. Have to be suspicious. Crashing into a snake demon devouring, leads Han Ying to human skin, helping Lin Xie to the girls' dormitory. Near riot at the campus gates. Han Ruoro's anomaly in the piano room. You had a chance to hide and escape, but you slaughtered the students. But the overall infection is not too great. What's behind all the disorganization and illogic? A little analysis of all the information leads to one conclusion. You have only one purpose. And that's to highlight Li Yifei as a hero. But in the beginning, Lin Xie still didn't think about Li Yifei. The person he really suspects is in Xingyu. And Xingyu pushes up his glasses. He's been puzzled before. The injured students on the 3rd floor of the building were defenseless. But the infected didn't attack him. Until Li Yifei and his classmates came down to save the day. And that's when the monsters swarmed. What really made Xingyu suspicious was the rope. The rope that leads to the safe 5th floor. The rope that the monster didn't hesitate to rip off. Once the rope is broken, Li Yifei can wait for Lin Xie's support, showing Lin Xie its excellence. That way, your path into the Night's Watch will be smoother. And Xingyu made a summary after a pause. After connecting the dots, he and Lin Xie made a big guess. The snake demon was trying to do a perfect disguise, gave birth to a second personality. And that personality was him, Li Yifei. Nanda Snake Demon is not like any other mythological creature. He came to this world earlier than the Night's Watch thought. With his superior intellect and his ability to disguise himself, soon he mastered the laws of society and became a part of the human race. And then, he sensed the presence of a human power among the Night's Watch. His innate vigilance has led him to prepare. During this long process of trying to achieve a truly perfect disguise, from the subconscious, a second personality is birthed, living in the city with the self-awareness of an ordinary high school student. If nothing else, in the future, he'll be able to use his long lifespan and his natural abilities to play with the world. Until about half a month ago, Li Yifei witnessed the brutal death of a fellow mythological creature from the Ghostface King's lineage. Serpent Demon's Master feels fear from the Night's Watch's body. He began to fear and panic. He was afraid that he would end up like King Ghostface. There's no way he can win against the Night's Watch on his own. So Nanda Snake Demon directed this whole thing. As long as you can join the Night Watchman team, you can avoid this muddy water. Li Yifei, after listening to Lin Xie and Xingyu's analysis, smiling and applauding. Wonderful, just wonderful. Never in a million years that he would fall into the hands of these two guys. The smile on Li Yifei's face tightens rapidly. His eyes are filled with hatred. With a loud bang, Li Yifei's figure is long gone. In the blink of an eye he completes his transformation in the auditorium. A monster with a serpent's tail, an ear-piercing scream resonates throughout the auditorium. The students around us scatter in all directions. A roar comes from the snake demon's mouth. You're ruining my plan. How do you propose I repay you? Lin Xie, who was previously being chased by the snake demon's heir, standing bravely in front of the snake demon at the moment, after the sound of a sword. The straight sword has been sheathed. Nanda Snake Demon seems to be targeting Lin Xie. The sharp claws in his hands cut through the air, directly at Lin Xie's neck. Xie's slash is intertwined with his claws. Now Lin Xie won't be pinned down anymore. For at this moment the night is falling. Reversal of strength and weakness. By the power of the gods, Starry Night Dancer, Lin Xie has 5 times the strength and speed. Now, Nanda Snake Demon is no match for him. The frequency of his swings increases dramatically. It created a shadow in the air. Pale golden blades form an impenetrable wall in front of Nanda Snake Demon. As Lin Xie explodes, Nanda Snake Demon is struggling. A number of ghastly bloody holes appear on his body. He looks like he's in deep shit. Lin Xie is in front of him in a flash. He swings his sword with no expression on his face. The blade swept past. The head of the serpent rises to the sky. As the snake's head falls, the straight blade went straight back into its sheath. Lin Xie turns to the corpse at his feet and murmurs, I'm sorry, Li Yifei. I'll see you at the asylum. Outside the school, the logistics team attached to the Night's Watch is busy cleaning up the area. 2 men are silently watching the silent campus. It feels especially like parents picking up their kids from school. It's almost like they're proud of themselves. 3 figures walk slowly out of the school gates. Hong Ying sees the 2 men from a great distance and smiles, jumping up and waving at them. Lin Xie has done such a good job on his first mission. This has made the 2 parents of the 136th team very excited. Just as a few of the vigilantes cackle. As the crowd prepares to leave, someone from the logistics team rushes out to stop Captain Chen Mai. Something's wrong. After the mysterious creatures in Songnan City's 6th high school were completely purged, just as the vigilante team is about to close up and leave, the captain is approached by one of the logistics team. They were recovering Nanda Snake Demon's body when they realized its head was missing. The logistics team searched everyone who left campus, but nothing was found. Nanda Snake Demon's head was probably taken into hiding. Chen Mai arranged to have Dream Whisperer, a banned substance, broadcast throughout the campus, preparing to wash away the students' memories. The one who's lost his memory will throw himself into the net. Lin Xie, who heard this message from the sidelines, a suspicious person naturally comes to mind. Could it be him, Xingyu? As Lin Xie predicted. Xingyu is carrying a school bag behind her. He's hiding in a dark corner from the logistics team. A melodious music is coming from outside. Xingyu's pupils constrict suddenly. He's very clear. This is how the Night's Watch erases memories. Against a strong sense of sleep, Xingyu dashes to a manhole cover at the edge of the school grounds. He lifted it out with all his might, jumped in. Trance. Xingyu seems to hear someone whispering in his ear. The man is uncontrollably sleepy. The mental burden of exhaustion has him about to fall into a deep sleep. He's not happy about it. This was the day he learned the truth about the world, truly saw the world that he found so interesting. Xingyu opens his book bag and prepares to take one last look at the head of the mythical creature. Between the eyes, a strange power surges from his heart, washes all dreams and whispers away without a trace. Yes, Xingyu has awakened. Awakened to his own power. The strange power was applied directly to his eyes. It seemed to him that his body had become a machine of the utmost precision. He could see every part of it in action. He can see how they work. At this moment, Xingyu looks at the snake head in his backpack with a frantic look on his face. He's going to dissect it. He wants to see what's inside the head. Crazy at the same time, he pulled out a sharp artisan's knife. Like a surgeon with a scalpel, he stabbed the snake demon in the head. And then one knife after another. So that's it. That's interesting. Ha, in the dark, stinking sewers. A skinny kid with a knife and a crazy look on his face. An excited voice echoes in the darkness. Just after Xingyu awakens Jingsu, while frantically researching the structure that Nanda Snake Demon had put into it. The real Nanda Snake Demon. It's Li Yifei waking up in a cell at the God's Asylum. In a dark cell, Li Yifei looks around blankly. All he remembers is that he was shot in the head in the auditorium. Within a few moments, disjointed memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave. Li Yifei half-kneeled on the ground. The face is distorted, groaning in pain. He's in disbelief about his brutal murder of a student. I did all this? Until a soft chuckle comes. We meet again. How does it feel? Lin Qiye walks up to the bars of his cell. Next moment, Li Yifei's eyes suddenly glow a demonic green. It's like he's changed. He's roaring with rage for no reason. He remembers that it was this boy who cut off his head. Only Lin Qiye smiled faintly, hands in pockets, because he knows when the other guy touches the cell bars, fate's warning will be given to the other. A familiar panel appeared out of nowhere. Sinner, Nanda Snake Demon. As a mythical creature killed by Lin Qiye himself, Lin Qiye has the right to decide the fate of its soul. It can choose to have its soul destroyed and be completely extinguished from the world. Or you can choose to employ them as caretakers in a hospital. Provides a degree of protection for the patient while caring for them. That's the biggest secret of this asylum. A dark underground cell. Lin Qiye's cold voice rings out. Do you realize what you're in for now? Nanda Snake Demon looks indignant. Hands clenched around the cell bars. A pair of demonic eyes stare Lin Qiye dead in the face. Those clenched teeth hardened and squeezed out a few words. Kill me and Li Yifei will die too. At that Lin Qiye's words, he looked relieved. Responding to the Snake Demon's words with a faint smile. Do you think I'd care if he died or not? I think you're misunderstanding something. Li Yifei and I have only known each other for half a month. My relationship with him is just so. Not to mention that time Ghostface. Li Yifei left Lin Qiye behind once. So, Lin Qiye taps the fence heavily as a reminder. Now it's time for Li Yifei to show himself his worth. Nanda Snake Demon, out of an instinct to stay alive, had to really get his attitude right. Took a hard look at what it could do for the other side. Nanda Snake Demon is silent for a moment before speaking slowly. I'm good at disguises. I can plant snake seeds. Lurking and infiltration is my specialty. Lin Qiye shook his head and said, these are not enough. I'm good at layouts. I can give you advice. Nanda Snake Demon almost forgot. Its layout was just recognized by the other side. So Lin Qiye still thinks it's not enough. I'm not fighting well right now. But if I'm an adult later on. It was interrupted by Lin Qiye before it could finish its sentence. I can molt and it's hard to kill me. Not enough. Nanda Snake Demon lays out what he's good at one by one. But Lin Qiye always resented it and said, not enough. Not enough means worthless. No value means he won't let it live. Just as Nanda Snake Demon is losing hope. But then Lin Qiye lowered his voice and asked in a low voice, do you know how to take care of the mentally ill and make a woman happy? That's a good question. Nanda Snake Demon's mind is barely spinning. He can't, but someone else can. His second personality, Li Yifei, does. Nanda Snake Demon is motivated by survival instincts. He explains it to Lin Qiye in a hurry. Lin Qiye heard the Snake Demon's words and stroked his chin in serious thought. The Snake Demon is trembling in fear. After all, his life was at the mercy of his opponent. After half a second, Lin Qiye opened the cell, summoning a labor contract. All he's asking for is, when it's not necessary, Li Yifei will be in charge of this body. Compared to the Snake Demon, Lin Qiye still prefers contact with Li Yifei. The Snake Demon agreed without even thinking about it. In the next moment, Lin Qiye reaches out into the void and points a finger. The labor contract transformed into a golden translucent paper and punched straight into the body of the Snake Demon. After a flash of light, the Snake Demon's body is then covered in a white caretaker's uniform. There is also a nameplate on the chest of the uniform. Nurse 001. Li Yifei's personality awakens again from this body. He also heard the conversation between Nanda Snake Demon and Lin Qiye just now. He's got a pretty good idea of what's going on. He's gone from being Lin Qiye's classmate to being one of his employees. That's it. Dean Lin has finally added an employee. He immediately took Li Yifei and introduced him in the hospital. Currently, there is only one patient in the hospital. Let Li Yifei take her to watch TV and play chess. Just don't let her hold the vase all the time. Don't give her Alzheimer's if she's not cured. Lin Qiye leads Li Yifei to Nix in the courtyard. The goddess of darkness was very happy to see her son visiting her again. "Mother, I have found you a companion. He will keep you company for me from now on." Nix's face went cold, carefully scrutinizing the strange teenager in front of him, just as Li Yifei was drenched in cold sweat from this gaze. But then he saw Nix open his mouth wide with joy and speak, "Grandson." "Grandma found you." Li Yifei obediently and dutifully approaches, crouching in front of Nix. The smile on his face was worse than tears. "Grandma, I miss you too." This scene made Lin Xiye's eyes look at Li Yifei with admiration. "Not bad for you." In the next half of the month, Lin Xiye came to the hospital almost every day on time, feeding Nix her medicine and talking to her. She is accompanied by Li Yifei 24 hours a day. Perhaps soon in the future, Nix's condition will improve, reaching 50% of therapeutic level. For the rest of the day, Xiye doesn't seem to be much different than before. He stabilized his spiritual power in the realm of Zhan according to Wen Shima's cultivation method. After the life and death battle on campus, Lin Xiye has become more skillful in his control of the mundane realm, and the precision of his spiritual perception has increased. In the machine room, his reflexes have been able to perfectly avoid the firing frequency of 50 bullets per second. He's on his way to 100 rounds per second. And just like that, the day of the Night's Watch recruit training is almost upon us. Lin Xiye is about to embark on a new journey. Meanwhile, somewhere inside a temple, a man is practicing with a wooden fish. Suddenly he was banging on the wooden fish like he was out of control. He doesn't wake up until Abbott shows up. Abbott handed him the letter. "Xiao Yuan, your letter is here." Looking at the contents of the letter, he questioned Abbott suspiciously. "My sins are deep. Do you think I should go?" Abbott says, "You have been carrying on in this Buddhist temple for 5 years. The demonic nature in your heart has long since been suppressed. You may go." Before go, Abbott reminds Xiao Yuan, "You're traveling to Nan and you'll meet a valuable person. If you seize the opportunity, you'll not only be cleansed of your sins, but you'll be made whole." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan asked Abbott who his nobleman was. But Abbott only told him, "Shuangmu Tachiban, Yagami Goichi." 10 years into the night, crossing the world. Sitting in the car, Xiao Yuan has been thinking about what Abbott meant by this statement. Just now, Lin Xiye has arrived at the camp. He was greeted by an instructor named Hong Hao. Hong Hao began by familiarizing him with his surroundings. Lin Xiye realizes that people passing by have been eyeing him intentionally or unintentionally. For this reason, he asks Hong Hao why they keep staring at him. Hong Hao replied, "Divine agents are rare. The last divine agent to walk out of the training camp, now a captain of the masked squad. You know, the mask is one of the top 4 special ops teams. These 4 captains are second only to the commander-in-chief in Daxia. It's only natural that they're curious about you." At the same time, another instructor in the distance smiles and greets Lin Xiye. But as he looks down at the list, he shows his helplessness again. What the hell kind of lineup is that this year? Except for Lin Xiye, the killing angel agent, there are also 3 ultra-high-risk Jinsu users. One of the sequences is at least in the top 50. They wouldn't have been able to keep them down without the masked squad. At this point, one of the men pointed to a name. The instructor's eyes widened. "Bailey Tumming, this one's here too?" Lin Xiye came to the dormitory after learning about the camp. Just as he was checking the bedding, suddenly a burly man in a suit bursts in, looks around and says into the walkie-talkie, "Confirm security. You can let the young master in now." Only saw a group of security guards walk in holding something. Then they stood on each side of the room to make way for the boy. As soon as the boy entered the room, he shook Lin Xiye's hand and called him brother with a glowing face. This confused Lin Xiye. Then the teenager told the security guards to bring out all the gifts. He said his name was Bailey Tumming. It's okay to call him Fatty. These watches are his family's specialty. They're not worth much. Let Lin Xiye have it. Don't dislike it. Lin Xiye briefly introduced himself. He then turned down Fatty's kind offer and turned away. Recruit training begins in 2 days. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang denigrates the recruits on stage. He said that the rookies were worse than trash. That's it. One of the teenagers subconsciously made a scornful noise. Yuan Gang is immediately interested in hearing this. What's going on? Is someone not convinced? The young man from earlier was the first to raise his hand in dissent. Next, more and more people in the crowd raise their hands. Yuan Gang sees this and roars, "Since so many of you are not convinced, I'll give you guys a chance to recognize yourselves." In an airplane at the moment, the masked squad is eating barbecue. In the next second, the bottom of the cabin suddenly opens. They just fell straight down. And then they're on the scene. See the mighty masked squad. A heated discussion erupts from the stage. The crowd didn't expect. They actually invited the masked squad over. And the way they appear is actually so cool. Yuan Gang smiled and said, "You guys don't want to accept it? I'll let you guys know what a true master is." And so Yuan Gang announced the rules. All masked squad members have suppressed themselves to the Zhan realm. 239 recruits versus 5 from masked squad. By hook or by crook. If you can unmask one of the masked squad, you win. The fight is between now and 9 p.m. If you win, you'll prove that you're really good. I'll apply for early graduation tomorrow. But if no one makes it by 9 o'clock, then that proves you guys really are trash. In the future, throw your ridiculous pride and arrogance down the toilet. Do whatever the instructor tells you to do. Do you understand? If you need weapons, you can find them in the warehouse. With that, the instructor's team left the scene. Instantly many of the recruits in the room were disconcerted. So arrogant? It's all the same genre realm. It's just a matter of combat literacy. Even if Masked Squad is good, we can beat them with 200 plus people, right? They're just looking down on us. Come on, guys, let's get M. The next second, the field is ablaze. Everyone turned on Jin-soo one after another, but then Lin Chia pulls Fatty to the back. Fatty is a little confused by this. Why are we running when it's obvious that the Masked Squad is going down? The sniffing Lin Chia explains faintly. How could a special team be defeated so easily? Their strength is still completely unknown, without knowing their Jin-soo abilities and fighting style. Rushing forward is a death sentence. It's just as Lin Chia said. Not only did the new recruit who launched the attack at the moment fail to hurt the Masked Squad, they've even been knocked out of the way by one of their blows. And now Lin Chia is dragging Fatty to the armory. But the door to the weapons room was locked, since his Jin-soo doesn't have the ability for mass destruction. So he told Fatty to try using Jin-soo. But Fatty said he didn't have Jin-soo at all. Lin Chia is confused. How the hell did you get into the Night's Watch? Suddenly a red-haired woman came running. A majestic aura surges from her surroundings. In the next second, the weapons vault door was blown to smithereens. So Lin Chia asks if she's using the ultra-high critical Jin-soo. But the woman's attitude was arrogant. Why should I tell you? Who do you think you are? In an instant, Lin Chia swings his sword straight at the woman's neck. Molly instinctively tries to draw her sword, but she soon realized something was wrong. A sword appeared out of nowhere and collided with Lin Chia's sword. Seeing this, Molly rushes to draw her blade, wary of the enemy. Suddenly a figure appears out of nowhere. That's Yuague of the Masked Squad. Yuague inquired. You're the agent of the Killing Angel, aren't you? The aura is similar to the captain's. No wonder you could tell I existed. And Molly doesn't want to bullshit him. She directly activated Jin-soo and attacked. She cuts off Yuague's right hand with a single slash. But in the next second, Yuague's arm is instantly restored. Molly looks shocked at the sight. How is this possible? High-speed regeneration can't be that fast, can it? Seeing through it all, Lin Chia then explains, your attack didn't even touch him. That's because the moment your wind blade touches his body, he avoided the attack by disintegrating his arm into moonlight. Yuague smiled at Lin Chia's words. As expected, the Killing Angel agents are the most dangerous. Then I'll just have to kill you first. Suddenly there's a huge explosion next to them. Just saw a group of armed recruits screaming with excitement. Guys, take advantage of this opportunity. Knock off his mask and we win. In a flash, countless bullets were fired at Yuague, but none of them hit him. Saw Yuague coming at them and couldn't even hit him. Many of the new recruits were dumbfounded. In an instant, Yuague was in front of them. Just as Yuague tries to finish them off with a swing of his sword. Suddenly, Yuague felt a powerful oppressive force. Then his Jin-soo's Moonshineization ability cannot be used. And then Lin Chia fights Yuague with a sword. Suddenly Lin Chia pulled back and shouted, now, fire! But as the recruits prepare to fire, their weapons levitated on their own. It turns out that Xuanhua and Xiangwei, members of the Masked Squad, have walked out. They said happily, the mouse that was hiding in the hole has finally come out. You're surrounded by us. Surrender now. Yuague rushes over to his teammate at this point and says, it's a good thing you guys got here when you did. There's an divine agents among the recruits. I almost flipped. Xuanhua smiles when he hears this. What can a divine agent do? He's just a new recruit now. Look how I gave him military training. Xiangwei on the other side of the room can't stand it anymore. She immediately waved her hand, signaled them to hurry up and settle the fight. Molly, feeling the pressure, looks to Lin Chia with a grave expression on her face. What should we do now? Fight them? Lin Chia told him not to make any sudden moves. And then, Lin Chia yells at the other recruits, everyone listen to me. Masked Squad, even if they're good, there's only 4 of them. Even if we can't win. But if all of us can break through at the same time, there's definitely a chance we can get out. When the recruits hear this plan, they feel it's very feasible. There's no shame in a recruit running away if he can't beat them. Hearing this, Xuanhua smiled, you little chicken shits. Why are you just thinking about running around? Why don't you just let us beat you and get it over with? Lin Chia quietly tells Molly to use Jin-soo to break the wall next to him. Lin Chia then held a long sword and called on everyone to attack and find the right time to escape. Jiangwei's aura rises as he hears this. Want to attack? Then let me play with you. Look at Xiangwei. The recruits are frozen in fear. Molly also quietly builds up her power while the crowd's attention is on Xiangwei. With a single slash, she cleaves through the wall beside her. Lin Chia also immediately yelled, now, let's get moving. There's hope for an escape. The crowd has moved on. After all, this is the situation. Whoever is slower will be beaten. Xuanhua launches several blades directly from the force field. All of a sudden the new recruits are in disarray. Xiangwei also raises his hand and summons a pink hammer. In one fell swoop, the cracks that had just been punched out were plugged up. She stood on her hammer and looked down playfully at the recruits below her. Keep running. Why aren't you running? Fatty was dumbfounded at this sight. Holy shit. This Masked Squad is too much. Or I'll just use. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Lin Chia picks him up and runs. Fatty asks, I thought we said break out? What are you doing here? Lin Chia explains, are you stupid? The gate is empty now. Can't we just go? And just like that, Lin Chia and the 3 of them left through the front door with honor. Molly couldn't help but applaud the situation, using the new recruits as a front to get the masked squad's attention. You're a real dog. After seeing Lin Xie escape, Xiangwei doesn't care. He's just going to take care of the new recruits right where they are. Xuanhua goes after them first. But as soon as he was out the door, he saw a cart coming towards him out of nowhere, and Lin Xie greets him with a smile on her face, keys in hand. Just as Xuanhua's face was filled with confusion, he suddenly saw a cart full of explosives inside the cart. Before he could react, in an instant, it's a firestorm that consumes everything in its path. After the smoke clears, the armory that had just stood in front of us has been razed to the ground. The rest of the masked squad looks on in disbelief. It takes Xiangwei half a second to realize what's going on. It was the door that blew up first, and then the whole arsenal exploded with it. At the moment the smoke, Xuanhua walks out cursing. This guy's heart is really cruel. If I hadn't opened my vortex in time, I would have died. Suddenly he touched his mask again. Luckily, the mask is still there. Otherwise, I'd be ashamed of myself. At the same time, the instructors are praising Lin Xie. Worthy of a divine agent. I can't believe he managed to break out in such a situation, and almost blew up Xuanhua's mask. Another instructor looked at the report in his hands and questioned it. Why hasn't Lin Xie used Killing Angels God Su yet? That is the Fanshin Divine Realm of Sequence 003. If he had just used it, it's easy to break out even without detonating the explosives, right? Upon hearing this, Yengang says he was waiting for an opportunity. And at this moment, Lin Xie and the three of them have escaped to a safe place. Fatty said with a worried look on his face, Xie, you didn't just blow him up by hitting him so hard, did you? Lin Xie doesn't think so. If he died so easily, that means he got into the special unit through connections. Too bad I didn't blow up his mask, or I would have won. Molly stood up and introduced herself. My name is Molly. Jinsu is Wanxiang Pindong Sequence 076. I can control the vibration frequency of anything that comes in contact with me within Jinsu's range. Lin Xie shook her hand as well. My name is Lin Xie. It's an angel agent. That's Bailey Tumming. He doesn't have Jinsu. After getting to know each other, Molly asks Lin Xie seriously, why did you trick them into being bait? Lin Xie says as he thinks about his next plan. There was no way they could have escaped. We were able to break out because there were only 3 of us. Once we get more people out, the masked squad will turn their main force to intercept them. None of us will be able to get out of here. In the end, we're just using the difference in value between ourselves and the majority to force the masks to make a choice. If we're forced to break out with the others, instead, none of us will make it out. Fatty's face is full of worry when she hears this. According to you, masked squad is too strong, isn't it? It's like it has no weaknesses at all. Aren't we going to lose? Lin Xie outright dismissed Fatty's claim. As long as we're not out, we have a chance. A lot of new recruits are now being eliminated. The ones that stayed were the ones that held the same group as us or were a little bit stronger. They're all ready to ambush masked squad at every corner. The masks will be sure to take them all in their stride. And in the middle of the training camp, the only places where you can have a sneak attack are the cafeteria classrooms, the dormitory buildings, the tactical research labs. Of these, only the dormitory building is the largest and most covert. So there must be the most teams in ambush there. And the masked squad, considering the time, stamina, and mental energy consumption, it's inevitable that they're going to choose the toughest bone to chew on at the beginning. But the masked squad has a fatal flaw. That's too few people. And that's where we have the greatest opportunity. It's time to take the initiative. At the same time, Shin Xingju is also leading a group of people discussing how to ambush the masked squad. That's when one of his team members thought, this ambush is a little too obvious. Maybe defeated by the masked team in one wave. Shin Xingju doesn't care much for that argument. It's okay. Everything's going as I planned. Yuegue, who's been eavesdropping, can't stand to hear it anymore. He couldn't help but show up and spit out the fact that I've been listening to your plans for so long. I really can't help it. There are too many holes in your plan. If you go into battle, you're gonna fuck it up. In an instant, everyone reacted by drawing their swords and rushing towards Yuegue. Yuegue takes out most of the recruits in 2 or 3 hits. Shin Xingju looks at Yuegue and ponders. Suddenly he snapped his fingers. Instantly a black barrier unfolded around him. It quickly enveloped Yuegue. After being trapped, Yuegue realizes something is wrong. At this point Shin Xingju spoke up, masks. I know you can't hear me though, but you can certainly read my lips. I'm pulling all the air out of this neighborhood now. People don't die instantly in a vacuum. The average person survives for 16 seconds. In this vacuum, all but me will survive for 16 seconds. 7 seconds have passed. You better take off that mask yourself, otherwise I don't mind killing you and them here. No sooner had Shin Xingju finished speaking than a long sword was shot at him. He instinctively parries it, but he soon realized something was wrong. But it's too late for that. He was kicked out of the air. Yuegue slowly deactivates his invisibility and looks at him with a grim look on his face. When Shin Xingju is kicked out of the air returns to the space. Yuegue's tone is so cold. You're crazy, it's just a test. How dare you? Shin Xingju raised his hand shakily. How do I force you out if I don't? At the moment, the ring on his middle finger is emitting energy. In the next second, a violent explosion erupted. Lin Xie, who had been peeking out from a distance, also noticed the situation. Lin Xie analyzes the situation as he observes, it's just as I thought. Mask Squad spreads out first and expands the search surface in the dormitory area. Anyone who comes into contact with the enemy after people are closing in on him quickly. This Shinshinju guy, he's making a lot of noise, but it still didn't blow his mask. I'm afraid the Mask Squad has begun to concentrate in his direction. Fatty, on the sidelines, questions the situation. Didn't you just say you were going to actively hunt Mask Squad? Then why are we still here on the sidelines? Molly said. Dumbass. He's waiting for the captain of the Masked Squad to make his move. Up until now, only his powers have been unknown. It's common sense to know your prey before you hunt. After some observation, Lin Xie thinks this Shinshinju has something up his sleeve. At the same time, Uegue and Shinshinju are having a chase. See, Shinshinju has been setting off explosions. Uegue then throws his long sword to the back to slow down Shinshinju's pace, but the blade bounces off the barrier. Luckily, she was able to avoid the damage from the longsword by moonshinezationing her body in advance. Then Shinshinju raises his hand. The ring emits energy again. A violent explosion erupts. Uegue comes out of the smoke and gets a little angry. Why do these new recruits like explosions so much? Did they all graduate with an art degree? Shinshinju said. I have the oxygen and nitrogen content compressed to a certain ratio. Add a few sparks and you've got an explosion. This large-scale indiscriminate killing ability is your natural enemy. Uegue held his mask down as he heard this. At your current level, the attack range is only 10 meters. This is still a long way from large-scale indiscriminate killing. That's enough for you. After saying this, Shinshinju charges at Uegue again. Suddenly the light above his head dimmed as if something was covering him. Looking up, he realizes it's a giant square falling from the sky. He's so scared, he's trying to fight it off. This 8-foot-tall hammer is no joke. Xianwei shrinks the hammer and says playfully, Jinsu sequence 068, she mean ultra-dangerous Jinsu. No wonder Instructor Yuan wants us to make a move. That does make it a little difficult. The Masked Squad is all together at this moment. Xuanhua looks around and wonders. Wasn't it said that there were 3 super high-risk Jinsu in addition to a divine agent in this recruit? The woman with the sword just now and the man who controls the air. Where's the other one? Wang Mian didn't answer either. He's just saying we've been tricked. Xuanhua turns around and sees 4 men coming toward them. At the same time, the windows of the dormitory buildings on either side suddenly broke. Countless guns are aimed at them. Dozens of meters of vines and walls of dirt have risen along the way as well, blocking the area of 5 people tightly, coupled with the dormitory building structure. This place is a closed dueling ring. Smoke clears. Shinshinju appears with dozens of new recruits. He looked at the Masked Squad with a demented smile and said, You don't think that we still don't know the information about someone in mask being able to become invisible, do you? In fact, the real battle setup was done a long time ago. The plan was deliberately told to the assassin in the moon mask. Tianping, who heard this, also praised the plan. This is a very clever setup indeed. They know they can't beat them in a head-to-head battle. So they've got a closed ring of fire here. This is an attempt to use their numerical superiority to wear us down. Xuanhua looks at Wang Mian and says, This is going to be a little difficult. Captain, it's about time for you to step in, isn't it? I was hoping to get back to the barbecue early. Seeing Xuanhua so arrogant, the recruits opened fire immediately. But Xuanhua just raised his hand and opened a purple vortex to swallow up all the attacks. Seeing the attacks have no effect, the recruits are getting nervous. Shinshinju, however, shouted, Keep attacking. They only have the spiritual power of the Zhan realm, they won't be able to hold out for long. It's true. Xuanhua is already complaining to Wang Mian. He says he's being bled dry. Wang Mian sniffed and told Xuanhua to stop. In an instant, the purple vortex disappears and the ammo is detonated. The recruits are all excited to see this. Almost done, guys, more effort. But the bullets have stopped in front of Wang Mian again. At the same time, Shinshinju's movements have slowed down. He reacts instantly. It's time being slowed down. And in this stagnant time, Wang Mian draws the black sword at his waist, seemingly slowly. There was a flash of golden light. And then there was a giant blade that split the building in half. Molly, who was peeking out from a distance, looked incredulous at this scene. Is this really Zhan's realm? It's like a cheat. At this point Fatty on the sidelines explains, You're right. He's really cheating. Behind Wang Mian is the god of time, codenamed 017. His god Su is just controlling time. That black blade in his hand is a forbidden object. It can perform Jin Su Guyuan. The effect is that your own speed is converted into a sword energy. The faster you are, the stronger your ki will be. Though this forbidden artifact does not have a high danger rating of its own. But in Wang Mian's hands, it has a very high hazard level. Using only the acceleration of the Zhan realm, he can wield a blade energy comparable to that of the Chuan realm. Lin Xie and the two of them are very surprised to see how familiar Fatty is with Wang Mian. Fatty went on to explain that the Guyuan in his hand was originally a gift from my family. When I was a kid, I used to cut mosquitoes with that sword. Hearing this, Molly asked in surprise, Your family is the Bailey family known as the Museum of Forbidden Things? Keep your voice down. I'm just a kid from a normal family. Molly said with a disdainful face that she hates rich boys. The richer they are, the more they hate them. Just now, Wang Mian cuts the building in half and starts organizing the operation. Jiangwei, Uegue, Xuanhua. You 3 come with me to search the rest of the city. Tianping, you stay here in the dormitory and see if there's anything we can find. It's time to meet the divine agent who keeps running away. Tianping grumbles as he cleans up. With everything like this, how could anything slip through the net? The captain is too cautious. The words just fell out of my mouth. Chao Yuan in the rubble peels back the stone and walks out. This scares the hell out of Tianping. Am I a crow's mouth? But interesting. It's alright. As a new recruit, you've got a pretty good reflexes. Chao Yuan explains. I was just resting in my room. Rubble levitation. Is this your Jinsu? It feels pretty good. Just get rid of me. Tianping is frozen. What did you say? Don't you want to fight back? Chao Yuan sits up with a helpless look on his face. There's no point, and I'm afraid I'll kill you if I resist. Tianping laughed at his words. Interesting. You're quite the braggart for a new recruit. Are you looking down on me? Chao Yuan said seriously. Maybe it's okay. This immediately piqued Tianping's curiosity. Now that's the way it is. Then I still have to try. Just as the two are conversing, a sword attacked Tianping. He dodges while maneuvering the rubble around him to counterattack. Molly's sword shatters all the rubble with ease. Lin Xie takes this opportunity to grab Chao Yuan by the collar and try to lead him away. But Chao Yuan asked Lin Xie back. Why did you save me? I just wanted to be eliminated. Lin Xie also stares for a moment at his words. Then he said, as you wish. But soon we'll be fighting masked squad here. If you have no intention of joining the war, please do not interfere with our operations. That's when Fatty called out behind us. Xie, come on, help me. I can't drag the Xinxingzhu out by myself. After hearing the name Xie, Chao Yuan is shocked and asks Lin Xie what his last name is. Lin Xie turns around and says, Lin. Chao Yuan immediately recalls the nobleman traits Abbot told him earlier. Double wood standing. Yagami Goichi. 10 years into the night, ferry me to the world. Suddenly a hand interrupts his thoughts. Tianping looks at him with anticipation in his eyes. I got rid of that taijutsu girl just to find you. You're going to have to cut me. I'm so curious. Don't worry, you can't kill me. Chao Yuan picked up his sword at this point and muttered. Looks like he's treating me like a deserter now. That's a bad impression I'm gonna have to reverse. Then he pulled out his sword and looked seriously at Tianping. I'd like to confirm for the last time. Are you sure you'll survive? After receiving an affirmative answer, Chao Yuan then slashed at him. Tianping immediately goes on the defense. In a moment of confrontation, Tianping feels a strong sense of unease. This slash really made Tianping feel a life and death crisis. At the moment of life and death, luckily Wang Nian arrived in time. A terrifying sword energy cuts Chao Yuan with his sword. Wang Nian looks at Tianping somewhat helplessly and says that he has taken the enemy lightly. Tianping rubs the corners of his eyes. He's still in a state of shock. What the hell was that? This is the so-called Black King killing where all living beings are equal under the god. Jinsu's top 30 are known as the realm of the god, and this Black King chopper is the 31st Jinsu sequence. This power is too strong. And he's too weak, so much so that he'll lose consciousness completely after using Jinsu. He's fighting on instinct now. This is a truly indiscriminate attack. He'd kill his own mother if he was crazy. After hearing this, Tianping's body slowly rose up. Looking at the mad Chao Yuan, he says seriously. I see, I was really careless just now. Now I'm going to give it my all. He spreads his palms out. In a flash, tons of debris flew at Chao Yuan. At the same time, Tianping jumps onto the rock and starts flying Xiao Yuan's kite. Watching Tianping's ability, Xuanhua can't help but feel envious of Tianping's ability. You can fly if you want to. After hearing this, Xianwei punched him on the head. Idiot, the captain didn't ask you to be here to watch Tianping fight. Look for the divine agent. As they speak, Molly appears and slashes at them. Xuanhua uses Jinsu to block Xiangwei's attack in one go. At the same time, Lin Xie, who was watching from afar, immediately asked Xinxingzhu to help Molly. Xinxingzhu says indignantly, who are you to tell me what to do? Lin Xie has a glint in his eye. You guys help me hold off the rest of Mask Squad. I'll take out their leader. This put Xinxingzhu at a loss for words. Before he left, he said, if we don't win, you're gonna have to wait. And Fatty is sneaking a peek at Molly right now. He doesn't realize that Yuegue is behind him. Yuegue's swing is blocked by a golden barrier. And then the air is suddenly quiet. The two of them look at each other a little awkwardly. Yuegue strikes again. The sword breaks in two. Looking at the broken sword, Yuegue is deep in thought. Fatty sheepishly raises the necklace around his neck. I'm sorry, I have this Yao Guang bodyguard. Physical attacks can't hurt me. Incidentally, it can also be used to attack. It's sequence 171. It's a high-ranking Jinsu. The whole battlefield is filled with smoke. Except for Lin Xie and Wang Nian, everyone else is mixed up in the fight. At this moment, Lin Xie has found Wang Nian. What's the matter? Just watching from here? Wang Nian waved his hand and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. At the same time, the instructor's basement is shaking like crazy. Should we change places? They're not going to collapse this place, are they? I don't think so. It's 10 meters underground. They are just a group of Zhan realm. How is that possible? But after looking at the surveillance, the instructors weren't so confident. Do you guys think a battle at this level can be fought by a bunch of Zhan realms? Yuan Gang looks at the list in his hand with great satisfaction. It's amazing how many geniuses have come out of this recruit training program. Maybe in a few years, the vacant 5th special team will reappear. Lin Xie and Wang Nian are now staring at each other. Wang Nian draws his weapon and breaks the silence. I know you have many doubts as a new divine agent. You can come and talk to me after this sparring session. Thank you, sir. With that said, Lin Xie launches a direct attack. Wang Nian also immediately launched God Su, Time God's Realm. At once Lin Xie feels the movement slow down. There is a feeling of being shackled. Luckily, it's getting to be nighttime now. With the help of the Starry Night Dancers, Lin Xie moves faster than the day. At the moment of the clash of their weapons, Wang Nian is taken aback. So fast? Could it be that Fanshan Divine Realm still has the ability to accelerate? Wang Nian doesn't wait for Lin Xie to answer, he instantly comes behind him and swings a blow at him. Luckily Lin Xie reacted in time. Just a few hairs chopped off. In the next moment, Lin Xie hurriedly pulled away from Wang Nian. Only then does he have time to catch his breath. If he hadn't been beaten by Chen Mai's wooden sword earlier, I'm afraid I wouldn't have lasted 5 seconds. Suddenly Wang Nian swings at Lin Xie again. The two are fighting again. Just 2.5 minutes. The two of them have made 250 cuts. At the same time, on the ruins in the distance, Fatty and Molly have called a truce with the mask members. They're all watching the fight between Lin Xie and Wang Nian. Fatty, binoculars in hand, exclaims. These two are fighting way too fast. I can't see them at all. Aren't they tired of fighting like this? Yuague replies helplessly. Whether they are tired or not I don't know. Anyway, I've been getting beat up all day. I'm really tired. Suddenly Fatty picks up and yells, Go Chia, fuck him up. Masked team members see Fatty's shouts and cheer too. Wang Nian, in the midst of the battle, chimes in, listen to my solidarity, it's better than yours. Lin Xie unfolds God Su. So long. You should be reaching the end of your Zhan realm's spiritual power. Wang Nian didn't deny it, he just said, my God Su is very strong. Spiritual energy consumption is also very fast. But I still have one last shot left in me. By the way, is winning this matchup that important to you? Lin Xie charges at Wang Nian again. I don't care if I win or lose. I just want to give it my all. Wang Nian sniffs and also puts a yuan in front of him. That's a good point. Then I'll go all out with my final blow. You won't be able to avoid it this time. Moment. Wang Nian's body radiates a powerful divine pressure. It rages into Lin Xie's mind, stopping his movements for a moment, waiting for him to come back to his senses. Wang Nian's blade is in sight. All of a sudden Lin Xie's eyes flashed with golden light. Two powerful forces collide. The wave of the explosion shook the crowd in the distance back by their feet. Just as the two were at a standstill, Lin Xie feels a warm current and is instantly energized, only to see the golden light in Lin Xie's eyes grow even brighter. Shattered Wang Nian's Time God Su in one fell swoop. Wang Nian hasn't looked back yet. Lin Xie's blade was already slashing at his mask. Only a crisp sound was heard. The next second the mask shattered with a loud bang. The crowd of onlookers were stunned at this moment. The instructor behind the monitor is also stunned. The mask is cracked. Wang Nian gazes at Lin Xie and whispers, I'm sorry. Suddenly his eyes glittered with gold. The pieces of the mask that crumbled in midair flowed back into Wang Nian's face. Lin Xie's form also strangely returns to where it was before the attack. Trance. The mask on Wang Nian's face is restored. Lin Xie is confused. What's going on here? Wang Nian explains, just now I freed my realm. Use Time God Su to backtrack everything in a 2 kilometers radius by 3 seconds. Lin Xie's eyes are like bronze bells, pointing to the crowd watching from afar. Can't they see? Wang Nian clears his throat. Except you who have God Su. Everyone's memories have returned to 3 seconds ago. But my team and some of the stronger instructors should realize that I've turned back the clock. Lin Xie is furious at this. I can't believe you're cheating. Wang Nian is a little embarrassed by this. Lin Xie, I admit I just lost to you. But this recruit training must go on. Do you understand what I'm saying? You want me to pretend I didn't win, and pretend that nothing just happened? I'm sorry, but my principles don't allow me to do that. I'll tell all the recruits what really happened. Hearing what Lin Xie said, Wang Nian raised his hand and made a 5 and said, 500,000 red packets plus a forbidden item, plus I owe you a favor. How's that? Is that enough? That's a very generous offer. Lin Xie feels that his principles are not that important. He agreed to the deal immediately. At the moment, the female instructor in the monitoring room asked the chief with a worried look on her face. Did the mask just get cut through? Yuan Gang nods. I feel that Wang Nian should have used that trick. This is a helpless move. The training must go on. It's not for our honor. It's for the future of these children. Look at the time. It's 9 o'clock. The match is over. A strong voice swept through the training camp at once. The battle is over. Masked pair wins. Yuan Gang stands on the stage and angrily scolds the crowd of recruits. I'm disappointed in you guys. 239 against 5. Most of them didn't even touch the corner of the masked squad's shirt. It's just like I said before. You guys are losers. Since you lost, then as I said before, abandon all your pride and honor and forget your past. You will devote myself to the training. He pointed to the blackboard next to him. This intensive training lasts for 1 year. The first half of the year is physical training in its purest form. In this half of the year, we will use a forbidden artifact to suppress the Jin Su within you. You'll lose the special power you're so proud of and be reduced to nothing more than ordinary people. During this time, we will torture you in every way possible. We're going to wear you out, physically and mentally, keeping you on the verge of collapse. You'll despair, you'll suffer, you'll even want to die. But it's a pity, you can't even die here. As for the second part, we'll see if you can make it through the next 6 months. This man cut the dormitory in half with a single slash. Just when the crowd thought they were going to sleep in the wilderness, the dormitory building was restored to its original state. Many of the new recruits were confused. Only Shinshinju is surprised to the point of trembling. What kind of power is this? It only took half an hour to restore it. Lin Chia sighs as he touches the rebuilt dormitory building. I guess that guy has struck again. Fatty looks confused and says, what the hell? Chia, why do you love riddles now? At the same time, Wang Nian is being carried forward by Xuanhua and Tianping as if he is extremely weak. Xuanhua said in a heartbroken voice, Captain, why are you doing this? Just let the logistics team fix the dormitory building. Why do you have to use time backtracking? This is too much of a burden on your mental energy. Upon hearing that, Wang Nian hit Tianping's head with one hand and said, you can't say that. I chopped down those 3 buildings. One person does things and one person is responsible. At this point, Xianwei also spoke up in confusion, Captain. Actually, we've been meaning to ask you for a while now. Time backtracking. You used it again today, didn't you? Are we losing? Wang Nian did not shy away from saying, it is indeed us who lost. This new generation is really great. They're better than we were then. I believe this rally, they should be able to do it easily. And yet the next day on the training field, Shinshinju looked pained and rolled his eyes from training. There are also many new recruits who have been practiced to the point of getting down. Yuan Gang stood in front of Xinqing and mocked. What? Can't you do it after only 50 laps? Don't I remember you being wild at first? You said 100 laps would be easy. Why can't you do it now? Shinshinju stood up trembling at his words. A man can't say no. You'll see. In the meantime, Fatty was even trained to the infirmary. The doctor next to him said, this fat boy is really not in good physical condition. Only 20 laps and he's like this. But there is really nothing to say about perseverance. He's the first one to run himself right into a coma. So far, the only person to pass 100 laps in the whole camp is Lin Chia, seeing his calm face without taking a breath. The crowd is falling apart. What kind of monster is this dude? Not tired after 100 laps? Is this a humanoid Gundam? At that moment, in the distance, Yuan Gang shouts, Lin Chia, come here for a second. There's someone here to see you. The person who said hello was Wang Nian. This time he made a special trip to talk to Lin Chia about the divine agent issue. And the first question Lin Chia asked him was, what exactly is the relationship between an agent and a god? Wang Nian explains, essentially, the agent and the god are actually in a contractual relationship. God don't usually appear directly in human society for some reason. If they want to do something, they have to find the right person to do it for them. This is when a covenant is formed between man and God. The essence of a contract is an exchange. A god gives part of his power to an agent. And in exchange, agents need to help God to accomplish certain things. Of course, not everyone can be an agent. The only way to become an agent and fulfill this contract is if God approves of you. Hear this. Lin Xie is even more confused, because he has no memory of the deed. It made him wonder if the killing angel was giving him the power for some other purpose. Driven by curiosity, Lin Xie asks what is the contract between Wang Nian and the god of time. Wang Nian said lightly, about 8 or 9 years ago. I was still a normal person back then. The day I crossed the street, there was a DUI truck coming at me. Just moments before I'm about to be run over. Time is suddenly suspended. Then the god of time pulled me into the void and made a pact with me, gave me his god Su. In exchange, I must enter Gao Tian Yuan in the future, remove an item from it for him. Lin Xie is a bit surprised to hear this. Gao Tian Yuan? Is it the island country of the mythical god? Is that real? Wang Nian did not respond in the affirmative, since the god of time says there is. Then there must be, only I haven't found it yet. At the same time, on the other side, someone is using binoculars to get a sneak peek at a female soldier's pecs. Just as he's getting a good look, suddenly, a stick hits Fatty on the head. You've been training your ass off every day, you son of a beach. You get off on watching the women train. The instructor grunted. You didn't listen to a word I said about swordplay, did you? How many times have I told you? Thermal weapons are bullshit. Only cold weapons work. If you haven't practiced the basics of swordplay, you'll be dead when you fight. With that, he carries Fatty towards the instructor's table. That's right. Come here. Use the swordsmanship I just described to practice with me. Instructor Han became even more angry when he saw Fatty grinding. Pick up the wooden sword on the ground. Don't worry, the wooden sword won't kill you, but I'm sure you'll suffer a lot. In a flash, he swung his sword at Fatty, and he kept reminding him, keep an eye on your opponent. Raise your sword and defend with your forehand. All you hear is the sound of a ding. A golden barrier protects Fatty from the instructor's attack. The air is quiet for a few moments. Fatty immediately apologizes and prepares to shut down the auto defense, but Fatty misses. He pressed the wrong button and switched to attack mode. In the next second, the wooden sword in the instructor's hand was chopped into 3 pieces by 2 golden lights. Fatty rushed to apologize again. The instructor is speechless and tells him to get off. So he looked for a new sparring partner in the audience. And that's when a listless Chow Yuan in the crowd caught his eye. That sleepless brat, that's you. Get your ass over here and get some training. Chow Yuan walks onto the stage with a confused look on his face. Why is this instructor so excited? Of all the recruits I brought up, you guys are the most disrespectful. Not only did you peek at the female soldiers in class, but you also slept. I'm going to have to give you guys a serious workout today. He then throws a wooden sword at Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan looks at the sword and freezes. Then he said, I'm sorry, instructor, I can't touch any of the knives, not even wooden knives. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself enough to kill you. The instructor who heard this was shaking with anger. Bastard, are you looking down on me? I order you to pick it up. Don't underestimate any of the instructors. Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan bends down helplessly to pick up his sword. At the moment of picking up the sword, a majestic aura surged around him. The instructor was also startled by the scene. Then Chao Yuan looked at the instructor with red eyes and excitement. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared and sprinted towards him. Luckily, the instructor reacted quickly and dodged the attack. But it's clear that this blow has scared the instructor. And Chao Yuan follows through with a backhand. The instructor rushes to parry, but the attack is too strong. It cuts through the wooden blade in one swift motion. The instructor flew backwards. The chopping blow creates a strong wind in the training ground. Steadying himself, Instructor Han shouted, sword in hand. All recruits are dismissed immediately. Remember, this is not a drill. This is a real battle. The next moment Chao Yuan is coming again. But even though the instructor used a real sword, he was still defeated by Chao Yuan with a wooden sword. Just 2.5 seconds. The instructor was chopped to the ground. At this moment the insane Chao Yuan is giggling and heading towards the recruits around him. The instructor's heart tightened at the sight of him. I'm afraid something's going to happen. The instructor threw his sword at Chao Yuan, but he parries it with one hand. Chao Yuan is instantly attracted to the instructor again. So he swung his sword at the instructor. A moment of urgency. Fatty appeared in front of the instructor and deployed her Yao Quan to block the attack. Seeing this, the instructor was a bit anxious, saying, didn't I tell you to evacuate? Why did you come over? It's too dangerous here. The sword is about to shatter Yao Guang's shield. Suddenly Lin Chia appeared and kicked Chao Yuan away. The three look at Chao Yuan, who is still in a state of madness, somewhat helplessly. At this point Lin Chia said, Fatty, give me a sword, or I won't be able to fight. Fatty then searched his pants pockets. He found a sword called a bee stinger. Before Fatty can explain a bit, Lin Chia was in a hurry to take a sword to Chao Yuan. A short 2 seconds. The two of them slashed each other with several shadows. At that moment, Lin Chia realizes that the blade is emitting an energy wave. In the next moment, a violent explosion erupts. The instructor was a little skeptical. Isn't your weapon a little overpowered? Fatty explains awkwardly. The blade stores the force of the impact, and then releases it in the form of an explosion. Lin Chia is in a bit of a mess in the middle of the field at the moment. The explosion was too sudden. Broke a couple of his ribs. Smoke clears. I see Chao Yuan excitedly charging towards him with a straight sword in his hand. At this point, Lin Chia knows there's no way out of this one. In a flash, a majestic golden light erupted from his body. At once, Chao Yuan was controlled by Lin Chia's divine might. Even Lin Chia didn't expect the effect of divine might to be so effective. And then he said to Fatty, come on, give me something that can seal Jin Su. After some searching Fatty pulls out a Jin Wu called the Scroll of Sealing. Lin Chia rips open the scroll and speeds towards Chao Yuan. In an instant, Cao Yuan's head is wrapped around the Scroll of Prohibition. Instantly he falls to the ground in a weak heap. Yuan Gang is a bit helpless at this sight. How did this happen again? Are these recruits a demolition squad? At this time, the instructor just passed by while lying on a stretcher. Sorry, sir. You told me that this new class of recruits is special. I didn't really take it seriously at first. Because of my carelessness, I almost had a teaching accident. I'm willing to accept all penalties. Yuan Gang sighed as he held his hand at his words. It's not your fault. You didn't see how outrageous the match between these recruits and masked squad was a few days ago. This time it made Yang Yang realize. I'm afraid conventional training methods won't satisfy these new recruits. They'll have to be made to work harder. Need to give them some serious work. Seeing Yuan Gang say that, the subordinate behind him tentatively inquired, Chief, are you going to use the Journey of Size? Yuan Gang clenches his fists in excitement. That's right, it's time to give these new recruits a hard time. This man is the most brutal recruit. He scared the shit out of the instructor with one look. And yet he's willing to be Lin Chia's lapdog. Lin Chia just took his buns. He'll be happy all day. All because he's carrying hundreds of innocent lives on his back. In order to atone for his sins, Chao Yuan went to Jiuhua to recite sutras and chant the Buddha's name for 7 years. But all this is still not enough. Master Jinchan said that there was only one person who could help him fulfill his sins. But Master Jinchan didn't say who exactly. He just left 4 prophecies, double withstanding. Yagami Goichi, 10 years into the night, ferry me to the world. After Cao Yuan's observation these days, he found that only Lin Chia matches the content of these verses. That's why he's close to Chia. Lin Chia was very puzzled when he heard Chao Yuan give this information. How can this Master Jinchan explode his information so accurately? But after thinking about it for a while he stops thinking about it. Lin Chia picked up the steamed bun and ate it while saying, never mind. Whatever, I don't know anything about eliminating calamities and transmigrations anyway. I can't give you any guarantees. Suddenly the radio comes on. Yuan Gang's voice resonates through the cafeteria. Attention all. You have 10 minutes to eat. All gather in 10 minutes. Special training out of camp. Fatty's eyes light up when he hears the announcement. Yeah, we can get out of camp. Good thing. We can finally get out there. I don't think it's necessarily a good thing. The fact that we're out of the camp means that the facilities here are no longer adequate for special training. Hearing Lin Qia's words, Fatty is momentarily speechless. He don't know what to say, and the place they came to was Jinnan Mountain. Lin Qia also explains to them. This Jinnan Mountain is a wild mountain in the outskirts of Songnan. It's not very famous. Not a lot of people come here all year round. Chao Yuan looked at the mountain and muttered. This mountain is less than 4 kilometers high. It's not much of an area. Special training here. It's not getting any harder at all, is it? Suddenly Yuan Gong's voice interrupts the crowd's thoughts. Attention all. See this mountain range behind me? Each of you will be equipped with a 35-kilogram weight. The goal of this training program is simple. It's to cross this mountain range before sunrise tomorrow. Report. Suddenly there's a hand in the crowd. Molly speaks up. Is it just normal off-roading with heavy loads? For Molly's question, Yuan Gang spoke faintly. Don't worry. This cross-country load is not as easy as it seems. See that drone overhead? It's got a machine gun in it. It's loaded with stun rounds. The weights you're carrying are self-locating. After training starts, these drones are going to go into the mountains and come after you. If you get hit by a bullet, it's a lost cause. And the penalty for failure is one you'll never forget. There are 3 more rules I'd like to emphasize. First, you may not discard weights privately. Second, you may not touch the drone in any way. Third, do not attack each other. Violation of any of these rules will result in an outright failure. Alright, we're in the mountains now. Special training begins. At the same time, somewhere on Jinnan Mountain, a man in black half crouched on the ground holding open a red umbrella. And a circle of energy emanates from inside the umbrella. The man in black smiles when he's done. Now no one will be able to get out of Jinnan Mountain. Fatty, who hadn't been on the mountain for long, collapsed in a heap. Wait for me, I really can't. Chao Yuan looks at him with contempt. Don't you have a lot of little props? Wouldn't it be nice to just take any gadget out? Fatty gets angry when he hears that. It wasn't because I saved your ass yesterday that Instructor Han found out about me. He took my Zai space before we entered the mountain. At this point, Fatty has his doubts. Both in the set and here. The instructors always use the forbidden weapon that can suppress Jinsu. So Chao Yuan, why were you still under Jinsu's control yesterday? Lin Qie guessed and said, that forbidden object probably only suppresses normal Jinsu. Like my Fanshin Divine Realm and Cao Yuan's Black King Chopper can unleash it. At this Chao Yuan realized something. So Qie, you've been using Jinsu all along? Fatty on the sideline said contemptuously. No wonder I see you training like you're playing. So you've been cheating with Jinsu on? Suddenly Chao Yuan gestures to silence him. A drone is seen hovering over the 3 of them, but they soon realize that the drone is not targeting them. Instead, it's the new recruits dodging in the bushes ahead of them. Even if the recruit is trying to avoid it. But he was quickly hit by an electric shock bomb. In the next moment, a robotic arm reaches out and grabs the unconscious recruit. Fatty let out a long sigh at this. It's good to be eliminated. Who cares about the punishment? If you ask me, dodging drones all day in these mountains is the greatest punishment. Suddenly the locator device around their necks is making a sound. At the same time, conversations coming from the other side of the tent. Chief, the sound is fine. It's time to start. Yuan Gang sits back in his chair and speaks faintly. Then the punishment begins. Hear voices coming from the device. Fatty is puzzled. What's going on here? At the moment the captured recruit is answering questions with a demented look on his face. My name is Wang Liang. I'm 24 years old. Height 174 centimeters. Weight 92 kilograms. Length is 2.5 centimeters. After listening, the instructor then asked, do you have anyone you like? Wang Liang replied, I've never been in love, but I've liked the big sister upstairs for a long time. She's really pretty. I dream about her every night. The instructor teasingly followed up. What do you dream about her every night for? I dream she stomps on my face with her heels. And then she hit me with a whip. That's my favorite part. All the new recruits after hearing Wang Liang's little secret. All of them were trying their best to control their laughter. Fear of being spotted by the drones. Lin Qie guesses. The instructor must have used some kind of forbidden substance to make people tell the truth. Just then, a large hand claps on Lin Qie's shoulder. Fatty said in a cold, serious voice, Qie, you must promise me one thing. If I get hit, please kill me on the spot right now. This man is usually the fearless leader of the pack, but today he's really scared, because he realized that the person his little brother Lilian likes is actually himself. The kind of guy who can protect his ass with his body. So it's all because Lilian was always bullied as a child. He was bullied every day. Then Shin Qingju, 1 year older than Lilian, couldn't stand it anymore. Shin Qingju alone put a dozen punks in the hospital. He was expelled from school because of this incident. And he went home to farm. Since then, Lilian vowed to follow Shin Qingju for the rest of her life. Although Shin Qingju has a terrible temper. But after getting along for a long time, Lilian realized that he was the gentlest man in the world. There are times when Lilian wishes Shin Qingju was tougher on him. Like whip him. Hear this. Lin Qie 3 is still laughing even though he is covering his mouth. Shin Qingju couldn't hold it in any longer. Jumping out and giving 3 people a kick in the ass, that's enough. You guys have been laughing since the beginning. It hasn't stopped. It was obviously that guy who was punished. Why was it me who was embarrassed? Suddenly Lin Qiye kicked Shin Qingju away. Turns out Fatty found a drone. If it wasn't for Lin Qiye's kick, Shin Qingju would have been eliminated. And then Fatty chimed in and said, Qiye, this drone loads fast. Let's get the hell out of here. Heard. Lin Qiye looked at Shin Qingju and said, let's split up. This way the probability of being caught is only half. Be good to your friends. They're all true to you. Shin Qingju heard Lin Qiye educating himself. He lost his temper. He greeted Jinwei behind him and left with him. And he's still talking about it. I've had a problem with that guy since we were fighting Mask. Isn't he just in Divine Agents? What's the big deal? Wait, I'll be the first to go this time. I'll show you who's the strongest. But suddenly Jinwei accidentally tripped over a rock. He fell to the ground with a heavy thud. He's breathing heavily. He's trembling all over. Brother Shin, I can't do it anymore. You go alone. Seeing his condition, Shin Qingju rushes forward and cares about his injuries. Jinwei says he broke his foot a while ago. It's getting worse now. It's getting worse. And as they speak, two drones have locked on to their position. Watching Shin Qingju hesitate to leave, Jinwei said, Brother Shen, leave me alone. You are the one who wants to do great things. This time you must show them the first one. Shin Qingju's expression is serious. No words. Then he got up and left. Jinwei is still cheering on Shin Qingju. At this moment, Shin Qingju is telling himself in his mind, if you want to be strong, you must be ruthless, and he has to be the first to walk out. Let everyone know how strong he is. Watching the drones close at hand, Jinwei has given up the fight. Come and eliminate me. It's just that let Shin down. Wait a minute, he's going to hear some weird questions again. Watching the electric shock bombs being fired at him, he closes his eyes. But just then, a figure appears and blocks the attack. Jinwei looks at Shin Qingju in disbelief. Shin, the rules say you can't remove the weights. Shin Qingju looks disdainful at this. Rules don't mean shit. The truly strong are never bound by rules. With that, he smashes the stone in his hand into the drone. The next moment the drone blew itself up. Shin Qingju laughs. The rules also say you can't shoot drones, but I'm gonna do it. And with that, he extends his hand to Jinwei. Piece of shit, still standing? I'm coming to get you. Jinwei looks at him and freezes in place. There are so many emotions in my heart, but I don't know how to say them. Once again, Brother Shin has given up his future for these losers. At the same time, the instructor also learned about the destruction of the drone, so he immediately moved out the electric shock missile. At the command of Yuan Gang, all missiles are headed for Shin Qingju. Shin Qingju is speechless. Missiles? These instructors are really capable of causing trouble. Suddenly, he's in a state of euphoria. These missiles need oxygen in the air for propulsion. I just need to use my Jinsu to pump out all the air around me. These missiles will be useless. Just before the missiles get close, suddenly Jinwei shouted from behind him. Did you forget that you can't use Jinsu right now? Shin Qingju froze at the sound of his voice. The next second they were blown away. After the smoke cleared, Hooklock is seen grabbing the unconscious duo and taking off. 10 minutes later, the instructor looks at the delirious Shin Qingju and smiles. It wasn't easy catching you, asshole. Shin Qingju has blanked an entire group of our missiles. Go ahead. How dare you break the rules and blow up a drone? Under the influence of the Ring of Truth, Shin Qingju honestly apologized. I'm sorry, I'm bloated. Just as the instructor is about to find some difficult questions to punish Shin Qingju, suddenly Instructor Han came running in. Punishment suspended. There is an emergency. Instructor Han looked embarrassed and said, the space forbidden object has been discovered by the recruits. It all started when Lin Qiye looked at the moon. The moon is supposed to be at the horizon at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock at night, but now the moon is at the highest altitude overhead. Lin Qiye deduces that this space has been altered by a forbidden object. The instructors are doing this to drain the recruits here. And as the night went on, Lin Qiye also turns nocturnal creatures into eyeliner with Starry Night Dancer. Lin Qiye has been watching his movements through the night creatures. He realizes that they've actually been circling in place the whole time. Hear Lin Qiye to say this. Fatty is immediately puzzled. It can't be, can it? If we were going through the same place over and over again, we'd have reacted by now. And then Lin Qiye gestures to the surrounding landscape. The scenery around us is all fake. Our judgment of the scene relies heavily on vision. And the instructors take advantage of this by changing the entire visual landscape of Imtinjinan with some sort of forbidden object, misleading us to keep circling in place, which is why the moon's position is problematic. Because the view of the sky is also modified, probably afraid that some of us might use astronavigation. Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan inquired, Qiye, don't you have nocturnal creatures for eyeliner? Can they help us find our way out? Lin Qiye replied, no, because the visual artifact of this forbidden object is constantly shifting. Even nocturnal creatures can't get away with misdirection. Then it's useless even if we know we're going in circles. We still can't get out of here. Lin Qiye denies Fatty's claim. There's no direct way out, though. But I found the location of the forbidden object. If you remove the forbidden object, you'll be able to get out. But I'm sure the instructors won't make it that easy. You guys want to get together? Chao Yuan immediately chose to go with him. Fatty hesitates for a moment, though, but soon agrees. At the same time, inside the instructor's tent, the crowd is discussing about the discovery of forbidden objects. Haishan umbrella not only modifies the visual scenery of nearby spaces, but also senses Jinsu in close proximity, and sends a warning through the umbrella sleeve. The entire Jinnan mountain area has now been cleared. Only the new recruits can get near the Haishan parachute. Upon hearing this, the female instructor said, "Surveillance in the vicinity of Haishan umbrella shows nothing out of the ordinary. And we've brought the forbidden item that suppressed Jinsu this time. No one should be able to get close to it." Suddenly Yuan Gang interrupted him. "Not necessarily, that forbidden object can only suppress Jinsu who is below sequence 40. Don't forget, this time, there is God Su among the recruits." The young instructor's face sank. "Chief, do you mean Lin Chiye?" Yuan Gang said with a grave expression on his face. "Release all spare drones. All taser missiles are aimed in the direction of Haishan umbrella. The Sai Tour has been around since we were recruits in training. No recruit has come out of it in over 20 years. I hope this record is not broken at our hands." The Lin Chiye trio is amazed to see so many drones. "Chiye, it's kinda like you said. Looks like they're determined not to let us out." Just as Lin Chiye and Chaoyuan were discussing tactics, they suddenly realized that Fatty had disappeared, and now Fatty is being exposed to a lot of drones. He gives a thumbs up and says, "Chiye, if a crisis ever comes, would you rather be a hero for a second or a coward for the rest of your life?" Lin Chiye is a bit confused when she hears this. He don't know what this means. Suddenly Fatty yells at the drone, "Hey, I'm here, come on, you guys." Next, just see 4 drones firing stun rounds at him at the same time. He barely manages to leap out of the way. He slumps weakly to the ground. "What are you two waiting for? Go. If the 3 of us go together, none of us will escape." Seeing Fatty volunteering to make a sacrifice, both of them are a little overwhelmed. Lin Chiye pulls Chaoyuan out of the room. As soon as Fatty was immersed in his handsome lines, he was immediately chased mercilessly by drones. Meanwhile, the female instructor is watching the field in real time through the monitor. "I'm sure I'll find figures around Haishan umbrella. I think it's Lin Chiye." The instructor behind us said. Sure enough, that little fat guy is there to distract the drones and give Lin Chiye a chance to get close to Haishan umbrella. But he's not going to realize that we're prepared. With his command, all stun missiles are heading toward Haishan umbrella. Look at the hundreds of missiles coming at you. The silhouette couldn't help but explode with an expletive. Damn it! Instantly collapsed in front of Haishan umbrella. The female instructor was relieved to see this. Report, Lin Chiye has been hit and incapacitated. Half the saying. She suddenly realized something. Wait, there's something wrong. Haishan umbrella is not working. No, this isn't Lin Chiye, it's Chaoyuan. Yuan Gang looked at his pocket watch and said, "We've been tricked, but it's only half an hour to midnight. In this half hour, Lin Chiye will never make it to the exit anyway. As soon as 0 hour arrives, this is the end of Journey of Size. The record of no one leaving the mountain within the timeframe still stands." Chaoyuan, now incapacitated, smiles in relief. "It's up to you next." Same as him, Lin Chiye smiled as he watched the moon return to normal. Chaoyuan, Fatty. Thanks, guys. So this was all their plan. 15 minutes ago, Chaoyuan proposes that he go alone to lift the ban. To make sure Lin Chiye can get out of here, because he's convinced that the instructors will be heavily guarded around the forbidden objects. And that's when Gang was announcing that the training would be over in half an hour. You know, Lin Chiye would never have made it out of the mountains in half an hour. The only possibility is to climb over the cliff in front of us. Lin Chiye doesn't hesitate. He immediately pushes Starry Night Dancer to start climbing with his bare hands. Finally at 23:59 Lin Chiye appears at the exit. He straightens up and salutes, reporting that new recruit Lin Chiye has arrived at the exit. Completion of training mission. Yuan Gang can't help but laugh out loud. Good boy. Welcome to the finish line. Lin Chiye, you've done wonders. And everyone in the cafeteria is talking about Lin Chiye, saying that he is worthy of being in Divine Agents. He actually became the only person to complete the Journey of Size in the past 20 years. Shin Qingju on the side looked unhappy. Damn, that guy stole the limelight again. Overhearing the crowd's discussion, Chaoyuan learns to praise them too. Chiye, you are the first person to complete the program in decades. You've really given a few of us heretics a run for our money. Fatty sniffs with a puzzled look on his face and says, "You said a few of us heretics. Who else is there besides you two?" The words just fell. Lin Chiye and Chaoyuan look at Fatty like he's a fool. Fatty subconsciously tried to say that he was just a kid from a normal family. But he was stopped by the two of them in unison. Just finished dinner. Hong Hao found Lin Chiye. Wang Mian talked to us. At the time, he promised you favors. It's true that you didn't tell anyone about the broken mask. Now it's time for us to fulfill our promise. The bank card on the left has 500,000. The code is 6/8. The box on the right contains a forbidden object. Said Hong Hao couldn't help but snicker. Speaking of which, your kid is also really suspicious. After all, there are not many people who can pick the wool from the chief. Lin Chiye was surprised to hear this and asked, "Did Instructor Yuan pay for all of this?" Hong Hao nodded and said, "Yes. It was the chief's idea to have the masked squad. I didn't expect you kid to be able to split the mask apart. So the chief took it upon himself to come up with these rewards for you. He wouldn't even let us help him out a little bit." Lin Chiye pushed the card right back. "Forget it." Seeing this, Hong Hao explained, "Actually, you don't have to do this. The chief is the vice captain of the Night's Watch in Shangjing City. He also holds a position at the top of the hierarchy. Do you think he's missing the $500,000? Lin Chiye said faintly. He never takes money from soldiers. Listening to this, Honghao prepares to retrieve the case without a trace. Good boy. I was right about you. Lin Chiye shook his hand in embarrassment, but their other hand is grabbing the box on the table. Eventually Lin Chiye was able to remove the forbidden object from the chest. Honghao introduces it to Lin Chiye. It's called the Heart of Azure. The Azure Guardian of Jinsu Sequence 278 is open at all times within 1 meter. Protects against most psychic attacks. Lin Chiye is happy to hear this. Neither of his gods Su have abilities that favor the mental class. And his abilities are all attacks, not good at defense. Having this just makes up for his shortcomings in mental defense. When Yuan Gang learned that Lin Chiye said, "Don't want soldiers' money," he also happily said the same thing as Honghao. At this point Honghao asked curiously, "Why did you give Lin Chiye such a valuable forbidden object?" Yuan Gang explains, "Even if Wang Mian didn't make a deal with him, I will find a way to give him the Azure Heart." Old Hong, you don't understand. It's going to be windy soon. And the eye of the wind is on Lin Chiye. Inside the asylum at the moment, Li Yifei is chanting for Nix to stop eating with his hands all the time. Nix tearfully states that she doesn't know how to use chopsticks at all. Li Yifei patiently teaches her again. Suddenly Nix took Li Yifei's hand and inquired, "Grandson, when is your father coming back? How long has it been? Did he get into trouble again?" Just when Li Yifei doesn't know what to do, Lin Chiye appears in a white coat. He greets Nix joyfully, "Mother, I'm back." Nix is ecstatic, "My child, you're finally back for dinner." But Li Yifei started crying. "You still know how to come back. Do you know how hard it is for me to be alone?" Nix saw Li Yifei crying. Then she began to educate Li Yifei. Lin Chiye was extremely pleasantly surprised when she saw the progress of Nix's treatment. Remember, last time Nix's healing progress was just over 20%. How did this go straight to 48% all of a sudden? So he asked Li Yifei in a low voice what he had done to Nix during this period. Li Yifei says it's just normal life. I'm just being a grandson to her every day. After hearing this, Lin Chiye understood. For Nix, family life with company is the best therapy, and then he gave Li Yifei a thumbs up. You're quite the nursing genius. While eating, Lin Chiye looks at Li Yifei's cooking and gets lost in thought. Where did these ingredients come from? Li Yifei said vegetables and rice are all grown by him clearing the land. As for the fish, they were caught in the yard pond. Lin Chiye thought to himself as he ate. Turning Li Yifei into an escort was the right choice. And that's when Nix is frantically feeding Lin Chiye. Lin Chiye can't refuse. But while eating the meal, he realizes that Nix's healing progress is up to 49%. Lin Chiye is confused by this. Can you even make progress just by eating a meal? So he accepts all of Nix's feedings with glee. But in the end, he ate it all and became a pregnant woman. But Nix's healing progress is still stuck at 49. Confused, Lin Chiye suddenly looks at Li Yifei beside him. Quickly, Li Yifei, show grandma your talent. Li Yifei has no choice but to perform a backflip. But he didn't realize that he had hurt his back in the middle of the flip. Nix was so happy. How long has it been since we've had this much activity in our house? As she said this, she became sad again. You children will all leave me when you grow up. Obviously I have so many children, but in the end, I'm the only one left. Upon hearing this, Lin Chiye and Li Yifei hurriedly consoled. At least now you have us, don't you? Yeah, we're not going anywhere. I don't know if it's because of what they're saying. Nix's healing progress has suddenly reached 51%. At the same time, Lin Chiye received a reminder to randomly draw Nix's divine ability. Lin Chiye receives a reminder to start drawing Nix's godly abilities. As the wheel spins, Lin Chiye doesn't dare to blink. He was afraid he'd get the extraordinary fertility power. But in the end, the needle settled on erosion of darkness. Suddenly a mysterious force appeared and wrapped itself around him. Erosion of darkness. Eroding everything around itself with primal darkness. All objects or creatures enveloped in the darkest of darkness are under your control. The range and strength of God Su's control grows with your mental power. See this. Lin Chiye is excited. It's a real jackpot. This would be the core God Su ability that belongs to the goddess of darkness, wouldn't it? And just then the system reminded him. Nix's healing progress is over 50%. She'll be able to leave the asylum of the god for a short time. He woke up and kept thinking about what he had just said. Does it mean that Nix can come to reality? He then goes to the rooftop of the dormitory, avoiding surveillance. He wanted to familiarize himself with the effects of God Su. He's standing still. Close your eyes. The next moment, a burst of dark energy spreads from him in all directions. Soon, everything around him is gradually being blacked out. He's moving with his mind. The wall splits a stone at his disposal. But he could clearly feel, because the realm is so low, limited control over objects in God Su, can only perform simple cuts and movements. But with this God Su, it triggers Starry Night Dancer at any time of the day or night. It's a pity that the mental power is still too weak. He can only maintain this God Su for 2 minutes. That's when he remembers letting Nix out of the mental hospital for a brief period of time. He then returned to the asylum again. Lin Chiye smiled and questioned Nix. Would you like to go out for a spin? Nix smiles and says, whenever you want. I'll go with you if I have to. With Nix's permission, Lin Chiye has returned to reality. And Nix levitates behind him and inquires, Darnatus, is this your kingdom of God? Lin Chiye smiles and answers, this is not the kingdom of God. This is the real world. Nix points in disbelief at the sparkling city. But this is clearly the kingdom of God. Lin Qiye goes on to explain. It's the light of mankind's technology. I'm afraid the world is a very different place than the one you remember, mother. Unfortunately, I cannot leave this camp just yet. Otherwise I could show you around. In the modern world, there is a lot of interesting stuff. Hearing Lin Qiye's words, Nick smiles faintly. Although I don't understand what you are saying, but as long as we're under this night sky, I can take you anywhere. Lin Qiye was about to say something. Nix then took his hand and said, mentally visualize where you're going. I can take you there with night sky twinkle. Meanwhile, a swarm of planes cruising at high altitude suddenly sounded an alarm. Immediate response to the alert. Divine power fluctuations detected at 118 degrees, 24 minutes east, 35 degrees, 7 minutes north. Inside an office somewhere at the moment. After the operator analyzed it, he reported that the fluctuation concentration of the god's power was 4.7. Confirmed that a real god has appeared. The city is Tsongnan. I hear it's Tsongnan. Xiaopinga, on the other side of the room, has a lot on his mind. The god are directly present, and it's in that city by choice. What do this god want? And with that, he ordered an area-wide alert. Immediately contact the military and move both carriers in the vicinity to Tsongnan. And report to the commander-in-chief. See if you can mobilize a human ceiling. The operator is clearly surprised to hear the latter. At that moment, a large bowl in Lin Qiye's house suddenly shattered. Auntie said pessimistically to herself, I'm getting old. Can't even wash a bowl well. At that moment, Yang Jing came sniffing around. Mom, don't move. I'll sweep. I'll do the rest of the dishes. You go take a break. Yang Jing said as he picked up the pieces. If only my brother was here, he'd be talking about you again. You're late for work. Don't do all this housework. Getting an early night is more important than anything. Auntie looks out the window and sighs. I wonder how your brother is doing. She didn't know that at this moment, on the tall building opposite, Lin Qiye is watching what's going on at home. Nix, who brought him, inquired, saying, Denitis. Are those two mortals across the street friends of yours? Why are you here watching from afar? Don't you come to the door and say hello to them? Lin Qiye says they're not friends, they're family. In fact, sometimes not seeing family members is the best way to make them not worry. Looked at it for a while. Lin Qiye then suggested, let's go back first. It's not good to be away from the camp for too long. It's too much of a rush this time. I'll show Nix around the rest of the world next time I have time. And that's when Hey suddenly woke up in his home. He keeps roaring in Lin Qiye's direction. Yang Jing hears this and comes to calm him down. Hey, don't scream, or you'll wake mom up. He then looks in Lin Qiye's direction with Blackie, another Western god. Why is brother at her side? At this point, Nix has just brought Lin Qiye back to the roof of the dormitory. He found Yengang waiting for them with a long sword. I'm Lieutenant Yengang of Dixia Vigilantes Squad 006 in Shanjin City. What is your name, Your Excellency? In the face of the aggressive Yuan Gang, Nix said her name lightly, but it was that very name that gave Yan Yang an unprecedented sense of oppression. At this moment, his face is sweating like crazy and his heart is in a panic. At that moment, Xiaoping's voice came from the headset, Old Yuan. The two carrier groups are already heading in. There's another human ceiling on the way. You've got to stall. So Yuan Gang went on to say, so it's Your Excellency, the goddess of the night. What brings you to Dixia? Nix blurted out that she was looking for her son. The generous Lin Qiye sees that the atmosphere is a bit tense and rushes forward to smooth things over. What she means is she's here to see an agent. Yuan Gang is shocked to see Lin Qiye's appearance. What are you doing here? Lin Qiye hurriedly explained, it's a long story. Anyway, I'm the agent she's looking for. That sentence just smoked Yuan Gang's CPU. Aren't you an agent of the Killing Angel? Lin Qiye scratches his head helplessly and says he's in two boats. At this moment, the fleet carriers have arrived at the designated coordinates and reported to Yen Gang. Chief Yuan, the 04th Air Force Group has arrived in Songnan airspace. Ready to attack. Yuan Gang then continues nervously, Your Excellency the Goddess. Now that the agent has found, please leave Dixia's territory. Thank you for your cooperation. Lin Qiye also chimed in, the agent found. It's time for you to go home. At your service, Darnidus. Remember to come home often. After confirming Nix's departure, Yuan Gang reported immediately, I am Yuan Gang. The god have left. Attack cancelled. Repeat, attack cancelled. At the same time, inside the Night's Watch command center, everyone breathes a sigh of relief after hearing Yuan Gang say that the god have left. Only Xiaopinga frowned slightly. Toggle signal. Disappeared directly in place. Does this goddess of the night have the ability to teleport through space? He won't be able to figure it out for a while. He said faintly, report to the commander-in-chief. Inform the human ceiling that there is no need to go there. At the same time, somewhere in the canyon of the Yangtze River, a carriage is traveling smoothly on the river. Suddenly a modern cell phone rings. And the boy driving in front of us is sound asleep. The man in the carriage wakes him up with the handle of his fan. He then hastily picks up the phone. Then he said to the carriage, Fuzi. The commander said that the god in Songnan had left. He told us not to go there. So we turn around and go back now? Or, turn back. It's better not to go to that evil place in Songnan. The roof of the dormitory at the moment. Lin Qiye and Yengang are sitting on the ground. I've turned off my headset. Tell me, what's the matter with you? Lin Qiye said awkwardly. I was sleeping in my bed. Suddenly, she pulled me here, and after a little chat, she asked me to be her agent. Is that it? Then why did she call you Danaeus? She's a foreign god. It's hard to pronounce Dacia names, so she gave me a new name. Okay, so what was the task she gave you when she made you an agent? Hear this. Lin Xia hesitated for a long time. I think it's come home often. Yuan Gang knows this kid is full of shit when he hears it. Can you make something up that's more plausible? Forget it. I won't ask if you don't want to talk about it. But you've managed to become an agent of two god. That's unprecedented. Go back to bed. I'll take care of the rest. Before he left, Yuan Gang suddenly stopped Lin Xia. I want to ask you a serious question. Are you still on the side of mankind, on the side of our Dacia? To this Lin Xia said without hesitation. I made a deal with someone. 10 years of guarding Dacia. Since that day, the Night's Watch has added a god with the sequence 043 to its archive of god sequences. Time comes to winter in the blink of an eye. Fatty grumbles as he trains. It's torture getting up this early in the winter. When Yang Gang saw Fatty complaining, he immediately yelled, Bailey Tumming, rub cheeks while running, run 10 more laps. And yet, 10 laps is nothing for Fatty now. He quickly caught up with Lin Xia and Xiaoyuan. It's almost New Year's Eve. We should get a vacation for New Year's, right? To which Lin Xia says, you're overthinking it. We're in a closed intensive training program. How can you take a vacation? And this moment, Yan Yang's shocked questioning came from the chief instructor's office. What did you just say? And sitting across from him is Chen Mai, leader of Songnan 136. I said the camp needs a vacation. Yuan Gang refused without thinking. After all, this closed training has been around for decades. There's no precedent for going home for New Year's vacation. But Chen Mai was very determined. He said that even if the camp does not have a holiday, Lin Xia must be granted a separate holiday. Lin Xia must be allowed to go back with him for the New Year's Eve dinner. Yuan Gang lights a cigarette and says it's impossible. It's out of order. Chen Mai is pissed off at Yang Ong's comment. I don't care if you release people. I'll tell you anyway. 2 of our squad mates are ambushing us outside the camp. If you don't say yes, they're going to start taking people. Yuan Gang was shocked to hear that. He never thought Chen Mai could do such a thing, so he asked Chen Mai suspiciously what he was trying to do. Don't you guys in squad 136 always keep a low profile? Chen Mai explained with a frown. Songnan is not a peaceful place these days. Someone from the Church of the Ancient God has gotten in. Yan Gang was shocked to hear this. How dare the Church of Ancient God? But then he quickly reacted from the shock. They're trying to take a shot at Lin Xia. But they are a little ignorant, right? As long as I'm in this camp, no one can hurt any of the recruits. Chen Mai looked at him seriously. You're the vice captain of the squad in Shangjing City, a high realm powerhouse. Of course you're safe, but can you guarantee that there are no traitors among the instructors? The words have just left my mouth. Just a thud. The next moment just saw the table in front of Yuan Gang slapped into pieces. According to you, is our training camp now facing internal and external troubles? If even our camp can't stop the Church of the Ancient God, what makes you think that your squad 136 can protect Lin Xia? Because there are only 6 of us, and we know and trust each other, so we have no internal problems. As for external troubles, we've never been afraid of any enemy in the 136. Yuan Gang fell silent at this. Being able to become the deputy captain of the team stationed in Shangjing City, and become the chief instructor. I'm sure he's not stupid. As Chen Mai would say, he really can't guarantee that the instructors at the camp are okay. So he asked Chen Mai what to do next, to which Chen Mai replied, that's easy. Vacation for all. Cicada shelling, turning the whole into nothing. Yuan Gang also immediately rallied all the recruits over the radio. A furlough ceremony was announced. The first half of physical training is over. 4 days of vacation from today until the second day of the new year. When you all get back, we'll start the second half of Jinsu and weapon tactics training. Fatty is happy to hear this. That's great, Jie. Did you hear that? The vacation god I worship every day are really working. Pack up your stuff. I'll take you to Guangshin for a good time. Fatty just said it. Yuan Gang then said, there is a request for this vacation. Can't leave Songnan. Anyone who violates this rule will be dismissed from the Night's Watch. Fatty almost fainted when she heard that. Lin Xia, on the other hand, said, he doesn't have a house in Songnan. When the time comes, it may be up to Fatty himself. Soon the buses are being arranged for the training camp. As soon as everyone leaves the camp, they feel a sense of relief. They've got a whole new spirit. It's as if some kind of shackle has been broken. A coolness flows through the brain and washes over the body. Everyone's realm has been elevated at this moment. Yuan Gang said lightly at this. Do you think we used that precious forbidden object just to suppress your Jinsu? While your Jinsu was being suppressed, the flow of spiritual energy will also be suppressed. The forbidden object has been suppressing you for half a year. Now it's suddenly unlocked. Your mental powers that have been contained for so long will rebound violently. Thus, you will easily break the shackles of the realm and enter a new one. There are several star swords on the ground while waiting in line to board the bus. Everybody get a sword. Remember, you can't leave your sword behind on vacation. But never use it unless you have to. Lin Xia opens the sword. He realizes that there is no engraving on it. It proves that this is a standard sword that was temporarily loaned out. Combined with everything that happened today, he's always felt that this vacation is something else. At this moment, hundreds of kilometers away from the training camp. Inside Missile Base 039. A woman has arrived with 2 sheep. When the guard saw this, he immediately pointed his gun at her and asked what she was doing. The woman says she got lost while herding sheep. The 2 guards dropped their guard and tell the others to stand down. They then gave the woman the way out. Suddenly, the woman fawns and says, "Do you think I'm pretty?" She raised her head sharply. Her eyes were filled with an eerie green light, and the guards who met her gaze were petrified. By the time he reacts, he realizes that his companion behind him has become a stone statue. He can't even move an inch because he's petrified. He ends up falling into stone. At this point, the woman takes off her hood and reveals herself. So insensitive. A man with no taste. Just a few minutes ago, the bus is full of recruits talking and laughing. They're all talking about how they're going to have fun on vacation. But Lin Chiye is the only one who is silent. Worried at heart, Chao Yuan asks what is wrong with him. Why aren't you happier now that you're on vacation? Lin Chiye's slightly thoughtful reply. Always felt there was something wrong with this vacation. Never mind, I hope I'm overthinking it. Chao Yuan was confused after hearing Lin Chiye's nonsensical words. Is there a problem? What's wrong? At this moment, an alarm went off inside the camp's underground base. A fast-moving object is approaching the base and the recruits' vehicles. Yuan Gang looks surprised. Is it really such a coincidence? Lock on and shoot it down now. The female instructor is embarrassed after some maneuvering. The moving object is our weapon. The interceptor won't lock on. Here it's our weapon. The Yuan Gang are confused. He couldn't figure out what to do next. At this moment, 5 missiles are approaching the camp. 3 of those missiles are targeting the training camp. The remaining 2 were aimed at buses transporting recruits on the highway. The recruits are also drawn to these missiles. But the distance was too great. It's hard for them to see what's coming. By the time they see it, the missile is already approaching the bus. They don't have time to escape or counterattack. Suddenly a spear flies out. It intercepts the missile in midair with precision. But it's too close. The impact of the explosion still reaches the bus. Inside the bus, except for Lin Chiye, everyone is losing gravity and falling to one side. Lin Chiye realizes that the missile fragments must be contained as soon as possible. Otherwise, with their numbers and speed, I'm afraid not many of us will survive. Next, a flash of extreme darkness erupts at his center. The Wraith bus quickly forms a hemisphere. And the moment the shrapnel touches the darkness, none of it stops in midair. Inside the car, Lin Chiye is holding the rail with one hand and controlling the Dark God Su with the other. His body is sweating like crazy. Shivers run down his spine. If he hadn't just been promoted to Chi Realm, he would never have been able to hold on. Soon he couldn't hold out any longer. Lost consciousness and fell to the side like the others. After 2 seconds of stagnation, the bus continues to take hits. A closer look reveals that the exterior of the bus, though broken, but none of the shrapnel has penetrated the vehicle. At the moment, a light golden film covers half the camp. It's saving the lives of all the instructors and logisticians inside. That's when the female instructor caught up with Yen Gang in a hurry. We've got news from the new recruits. A squad 136 member arrived just in time. The missile was blown up by a single shot. Then there was a flash of black light. All missile fragments are stopped, protecting the lives of all recruits. After hearing the black light, Yuan Gang nodded. It should be Lin Chiye who did it. Then he went on to say, missiles are coming at the recruits as soon as they leave the training camp. There are traitors among us. Then he took a giant step forward and shattered the entire ground. In the next moment, a circle of light began to spread out from him in all directions. Report back immediately. Find out where those missiles marked as ours are coming from. At this moment, the number 39 missile base is filled with blood and is a mess. Calls are coming in intermittently, but all the soldiers were petrified. And it was Snake Woman and Divine Agentess Medusa who did it. A male voice came from the side. The Divine Agent used God Su. The missiles did not kill the Night's Watch recruits. Let's move on to the next move. Snake Woman looked at Lin Chiye in the picture and said, looks like an interesting boy. I'll see you soon, she said, her face flushed with morbid excitement. The next day, Lin Chiye also woke up from her coma. Looking at the interior of the room, he felt a sense of déjà vu. Suddenly Wu Shangnan appeared and startled him. Chiye, you're finally awake. Han Ying slaps Wu Shangnan on the back of the head. Look what you did to Chiye. Si Xiaonan faintly inquired. Chiye, feeling better? Lin Chiye is a little startled. There's nothing wrong with the body. But why am I here? Chen Mai explains. Chiye, you should have fainted after using God Su and overdrawing too much mental energy in a short period of time. Han Ying and Qima arrived just in time, so they brought you right back. When Qima adds with a smirk. Don't worry, the recruits are fine. That Hong instructor of yours even told me he'd report you for intercepting missile fragments. Maybe you'll even get a medal. Lin Chiye stands up slowly with Han Ying's help. I can't believe Instructor Hong guessed it was me. But why are we being attacked by missiles? What kind of people are trying to attack us? Chen Mai explains lightly. You're wrong, not attacking you. The Ancient Order of God is targeting only you and the fat little man. I hear it's the Church of the Ancient God. Lin Chiye immediately thought of Wang Nian's warning earlier. Though he knew that being a dual divine agent of the Blazing Angel and the Goddess of Night would attract the attention of the Church of the Ancient God. But he didn't think the Church of the Ancient God would be so crazy. The other side, Yuan Gang is also going over the reports of this attack. The female instructor beside him is reporting back. Intelligence has been confirmed. The Ancient Order of God has attacked Missile Site 39. That's where the missiles were launched from, and according to intelligence, they're targeting Lin Chia and Bailey Tumming. When Yuan Gang heard this, he showed an expression of sure enough. Their target is indeed the first dual divine agent in history and the sole heir of the Bailey family. But I really didn't expect that. Missile sites would fall without warning, based on the large number of broken stone statues at the site and a snake's eye drawn in blood. It's probably the work of Medusa's agent, the Serpentis, from the Church of the Ancient God. Suddenly, Instructor Hong Hao came in from outside and asked, "Chief, shouldn't we call off the vacation and secure Lin Chia and Bailey Tumming?" Yuan Gang turned him down. "Not only can we not call off the vacation, but we have to look defenseless. After all, it's the thief that steals, but it's the thief that misses. Remember, we can't protect them forever." The female instructor excitedly asked Yuan Gang, "Chief, are you trying to use them as bait to get the ancient god church out? To solve the problem once and for all?" Of course, Yuan Gang didn't come up with this idea on the spur of the moment. The reason why he agreed to Chen Mai's vacation at that time. He wanted to use Lin Chia and Fatty to get rid of the rats hiding in Songnan. But Chen Mai was against this kind of proposal, because he thinks it's too dangerous to let Lin Chia be the bait. If something goes wrong, the consequences are unimaginable. And for that, at that time, Yen Gang said lightly, "People have to grow up. Captain Chen, you can't protect Lin Chia forever. One day he'll have to leave this place and become a strong man on his own. It's not good to give him too much protection now." Chen Mai has nothing to say about this. He did recognize in his heart what Yang Yang said. That night, to celebrate Chia's return home, Team 136 got together for a drink. A little bit of a fight. Lin Chia drinks everyone except Chen Mai. He then says to Chen Mai, "Captain, I want to go see my two friends. After all, it's not nice to be the host of Songnan and just leave people behind." But Chen Mai told him, "These are extraordinary times. It's best not to leave Hong Ying's house unless you have to." On hearing this, Lin Chia laughed, "Captain, I'm actually quite capable of fighting now." Chen Mai sighs in relief. "I don't know if you can fight, but you've gotten more confident." After saying that, he threw Lin Chia a rune card and a star blade. "That little fat friend of yours is staying at a 5-star hotel in the city. He told me to tell you. The room number is 9-0-3-9. At the same time, Fatty at the hotel is happily taking a bath. And when he's done with his bath, he's refreshed. But he was surprised when he walked into the living room. He shouted angrily at Chao Yuan, "What are you doing here? Didn't I get you a single room in the small hotel next door?" Chao Yuan said indifferently, "The single room is not as comfortable as the presidential suite." "It's okay. Just pretend I don't exist. You do what you have to do. I'll leave you alone." Fatty huffs and puffs and goes up to get rid of Chao Yuan. "Go away, you're interfering with my enjoyment of life here. I want my privacy tonight. Not a single living thing can appear." Chao Yuan points aside in contempt. "How about this rat? Bullshit, how can there be rats in this 5-star hotel?" Then Fatty looked in the right direction. And sure enough, he sees a little mouse. But rats always look weird. And now Lin Chia has arrived at Fatty's hotel. Just as he was communicating with the staff, suddenly there's an explosion on the top floor of the hotel. Lin Chia felt bad. Did they do it again? At this time, Fatty's in the air and he's still raging at Chao Yuan. "Do you have any idea how many people in this city are trying to take my life right now? People are avoiding me like the plague. Why do you keep coming back to me? You're not afraid to die, are you?" Chao Yuan just said no to that. Fatty freezes when she hears this. What a lunatic. With that, he pulled out his yaoi. "Luckily I was prepared, otherwise you'd be dead with me." Next moment, Yao Guang held up a protective shield on the ground, smoothly catching both of them. Chao Yuan is surprised to see this. "You bathe with a forbidden object?" Fatty is pleased to hear that. "That's for sure. It's all there. It's all in my free space." Chao Yuan glances back and forth over Fatty's key points like a scanner. "There's something special about your free space position." Fatty sheepishly pulls her clothes tight at this comment. And then, just then, there's another explosion from the top floor of the hotel. Fatty exclaims, "These people who ambushed me really went to a lot of trouble. It's a good thing we have an instructor to keep them at bay." Chao Yuan inquired, "It's all about you. Is the Bailey's life always this exciting?" Hearing this, Fatty replied cheerfully, "I've had a lot of assassinations since I was a kid. But I'm still alive. My bodyguards will be here tomorrow. Let's see who dares to take a shot at me then." Chao Yuan points around. "Don't you think it's too quiet around here? I think you'll live through the night." It's true. Out of the darkness came two unexpected guests. "Hello there, the young master of the Bailey family. And this bodyguard?" Fatty asked with a frown. "There's only 2 of them. Shouldn't there be 3? There's another one out there fiddling." "No rings airspace." Fatty smiles and asks, "Since when did the Night's Watch do assassin stuff?" At once the skinny assassin's face changed. "We are no longer night watchmen after we come out of Zhaijie. I hear it's Zhaijie." Fatty's a little confused. Chao Yuan said calmly, "Zhaijie prison is where prisoners possessing Jinsu are held. Half of them are members of the Night's Watch who were removed when they committed a crime." Fatty sniffs and gasps. "Why are you so familiar? It's not like you came from there too, is it?" Chao Yuan explains, "If it wasn't for the Night Watchman Commander-in-Chief bailing me out and sending me to Mount Jiuhua back in the day, maybe I do deserve to be locked up there now." Fatty understood after hearing this. So he rushes forward at the duo. So you're from prison. No wonder you took the mission to assassinate me. But why did you blow up the hotel? What if you hurt someone else? The man who once swore to protect this country. And now they're risking people's lives for the sake of profit? The red-haired man was instantly enraged. You're spitting blood. We didn't blow up the hotel. Don't confuse us with those wild dogs. We were once the Night's Watch, too. There is still a basic bottom line on this point. We are not killing you for profit at all, but to repay the favor. At this point, the thin man stopped the red-haired man from continuing. That's enough, old Guan. You talk too much. There's still a fight going on up there. We're out of time. Let's get them on their way as soon as possible. Good, Captain. With a low growl from the red-haired man, he instantly bursts through his clothing. Like a beast, the scene before us, Fatty and the two were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. It turned out to be Jinsu with sequence number 214, reorganization of the muscle. The ability to control one's muscle tissue to instantly explode with terrifying speed and power. It's so impactful. As we speak, the redhead is already in front of both of them. At the same time, Lin Xiye is traveling against the flow of the crowd. A sign ahead catches his attention. It's actually No Rings airspace. But he immediately recognized that it wasn't a Squad 136 sign. The sign used to perform No Rings airspace. Only the Night's Watch teams stationed in each city have them. Which means, there are other city watchmen involved in this. At once many doubts rose in Lin Xiye's mind. If anything, they're here to protect Fatty. Why did they show up at this exact moment? And why did they secretly unfold No Rings airspace? Then there's only one possibility. They're here to kill Fatty. At this moment Lin Xiye recalled the scene when old Zhao came to his house to look for him. At that time, he refused Lao Zhao's invitation. Because his rule is to run as far away as possible from anything dangerous and unknown. At that time old Zhao also said, he doesn't have the blood of a young man, and said that one day he would understand. When you have something you have to protect, no matter how much danger lies ahead and how much is unknown, you must go on your own. At this point, Lin Xiye can't help but fantasize. Old Zhao is right there to persuade. Are you really sure you want to get into this No Rings airspace? You don't even know how many people are in there, and don't even know if there are any high-level warriors in there. Lin Xiye said to himself, I'm sure I want to go in there, because there's a friend of mine in there. There are people I want to protect. Until this moment, he fully realized the meaning of the old Zhao's passage. Fatty's first step against the enemy was to pull out his crotch, because his crotch is a treasure bag. Not only can he attack his enemies with a big baby, but he can also take out a shield to block enemy attacks. The red-haired man doesn't get angry when his attacks are blocked. He just teased, the necklace is a good thing. It's a pity that the person using it is too weak. With that said he swung his fist faster and faster, slamming it into the protective shield over and over again. In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared in the shield. Saw that he couldn't bear it anymore. Fatty then rushes to Chao Yuan for help. At that moment, Chao Yuan is holding the hilt of his sword in his hand and is fighting the skinny guy in front of him. There's no time to rescue Fatty. Skinny also took the opportunity to maneuver the three blades towards Chao Yuan. On the other side, Fatty's shield is also broken by the redhead's bare hands. But Fatty reacts quickly and doesn't get hit. The red-haired man's eyes are full of disbelief. You can still dodge my attacks? Fatty smiles at his words. You really think I'm a rookie, don't you? These 6 months of physical training weren't for nothing. But before Fatty can get his hands dirty, the next second the redhead's fist slammed into his face. In one fell swoop it slammed him into the wall. According to the law of smoke and no harm. Sure enough, after the smoke clears, Fatty is seen wrapped in a cloud of golden light. Harmless. The arm the redhead used to attack was injured though. But his expression is getting more and more excited. This necklace of yours is quite versatile. Also comes with automatic defense against ultra-high temperatures. Fatty stabilizes and then starts pulling out his crotch. And with a lewd look on his face, he said, Humph, just you wait, it looks like I'm gonna have to teach you a lesson with my big baby. And right after that, a beam of golden light shoots straight up from his crotch to the heavens. This sudden golden light startled Fatty himself. Damn, I forgot to turn it off last time. Almost got caught. And the golden light split into 7 golden lights in the sky as the redhead froze in his tracks. They attacked the red-haired man from different directions at the same time. It was just one blow, and the red-haired man was covered in smoke. Before he could catch his breath, he suddenly felt a gust of wind at his back. The next moment, a boulder splits apart as it smashes behind him. He looks back. Shock appears in his eyes. What is this thing? I saw Chao Yuan with a black aura and a sword coming towards him. And he kept laughing. Behind Chao Yuan is his captain, who uses the 3-blade stream. The skinny captain weakly looked at Chao Yuan and gulped. He's not even human. He's the devil. Suddenly an arrow was shot straight at Cao Yuan's face. Cao Yuan's long sword swings and deflects the arrow with precision. But the next second, his entire body was sent flying by the massive impact of the arrow. His entire body fell into the building behind him. And the man who shot the arrow was watching silently from a high building hundreds of meters away. The woman snorted coldly, "If you dare to catch my arrow, you're looking for death." After saying that, she took out her arrow and aimed it again. And this time, it was 2 shots in a row. The first arrow is dodged by Cao Yuan. But the second arrow is too late for him to dodge. Suddenly, his fierce aura soared and he slashed the arrow into 2 pieces. The woman in the distance was also a bit confused when she saw this scene. This is too much. Forget it. Let's attack the main target first. That's when Lin Xie finally arrived. He smiles behind the woman and asks, "Who's the main target you're talking about?" This woman is the most powerful archer in the world. A single arrow can penetrate the entire building. But Lin Qiye simply raises his hand and deflects the powerful arrow with his fingers. He picks up the arrow and looks at it carefully. There was nothing wrong with it. Lin Qiye was able to determine that it was the woman's Jin Su that was the problem. The woman draws her bow again and takes aim. At this point she was very tense inside, but managed to force herself to ask, "How did you get into No Ring's airspace? Where's old man Han? What did you just do to my arrow?" The woman hadn't finished her sentence. Lin Qiye flashes to the woman's side. "You have too many questions. If you're asking about the old Mediterranean man, then I can only tell you with regret. He's already been KO'd by me." Lin Qiye's speed is frightening to women. She immediately took out her dagger and tried to sneak up on her, but the next moment she was stopped by Lin Qiye with one hand. The controlled woman grunts coldly. "You're the dual god agent, aren't you? You're finally showing your face." Lin Qiye sniffs with a scowl. "How did you know about the dual god agents? Are there any of your people inside the training camp? If you're honest now, you might end up in a better place." The woman laughs out loud at this. "You're so naive. How could I possibly tell you these things?" And yet the next moment, a flash of darkness invaded her eyes. Her entire body instantly fell to her knees in front of Lin Qiye. A mournful scream echoed in the night sky. Lin Qiye looked at him and said coldly, "It seems you don't want to answer my question. In that case, then you'll be my experiment." The commotion on the rooftop at this moment has also caught the attention of the crowd down below. The red-haired man said, "It's Little Liang's voice. What's happening on his end? Are there any of them left?" Fatty is also confused when he hears this. "What are you talking about? We're both here. There's someone coming up above you." When they heard from above, their faces turned gray with despair. Because above them was the out-of-control Chao Yuan. And at that moment the woman was on her knees questioning Lin Qiye about what he had done to her. "Why can't I move?" Lin Qiye understands the extent of the Dark Erosion's power by watching the woman's ability to fight back. It seems to be very ineffective against intelligent creatures right now. And the higher the intelligence, the harder it is to erode. At his current level he probably can't even control cats and dogs. Suddenly there was a flash of ferocity in the woman's eyes. "Is this the power of the god? Looks like my mission is in jeopardy. But I must finish my mission." The next moment she plunged a dagger into her thigh. Sure enough, the intense pain helped her break free of Lin Qiye's control. Lin Qiye also suffered a backlash as her opponent broke free from the darkness. Luckily, the woman's spiritual power is only in the Qi realm. Otherwise, it would have knocked Lin Qiye unconscious. While Lin Qiye is distracted, the woman pulls out 3 arrows and aims them at Lin Qiye again. "Don't think you're invincible just because you're a divine agent." With that said, 3 arrows were fired at the same time. Judging from the flow of breath around them, these 3 arrows were far more powerful than the previous ones. But this time Lin Qiye didn't even raise his hand. All 3 arrows are blocked from his perimeter. The woman breaks out in a cold sweat as she watches this scene. Lin Qiye doesn't give the woman a chance anymore. He killed her with a single slash and left in style. Meanwhile, a telescope sweeps towards the woman. The sniper smiles and says, "This kid is good. It's getting better and better." At the same time, below, the red-haired man is still attacking Fatty's shields non-stop. "I don't believe it. I can't beat that monster, but I can't beat you, a little brat." Suddenly the top floor of the hotel exploded again. Fatty said happily at the sight, "Chao Yuan. See, hold on a little longer. Instructor, they'll be able to back us up as soon as they're done." The red-haired man bellowed when he saw the captain being abused and killed. "It's useless and still need I to deal with this fat man." Fatty sniffed in confusion and asked, "Isn't that your captain? You don't give him any face, do you?" The redhead ignored Fatty's inquiry and attacked him straight away. At this point of urgency, the shield was broken by the red-haired man. Fatty has a look of surprise in her eyes. "My Yaoguang was actually broken. It seems I can only use this." With that he pulled out an ornate mirror. The red-haired man just looked at himself in the mirror. Instantly his brain felt like it had been hit by a sledgehammer. His whole mind went into a trance. Not waiting for him to react, Fatty uses 6 more flying swords to attack him at the same time, instantly causing a huge explosion. Fatty smiles confidently at this sight. But before he could be happy for 2 seconds, a voice appeared behind him. "Didn't your instructor teach you anything? Watch your back at all times." Fatty pisses himself at once. Suddenly the redhead spits out a mouthful of blood. A silhouette killed the red-haired man and gave him back his "instructor didn't teach you to watch your back" line. Fatty was very excited to see that it was Lin Qiye. "Qiye, you're finally here. I knew you'd come for me." Just as Lin Qiye rejects Fatty's passion, he suddenly felt a strong murderous aura. Lin Qiye looked at Chao Yuan and said, "It's not over yet. The real trouble is this." Chao Yuan has heard the commotion on Lin Qiye's side at this point. The moment he turns back is filled with excitement. Lin Qiye stares at Chao Yuan with a deadly stare. Meanwhile, he asks Fatty for the forbidden object that can control Chao Yuan. Fatty digs around for a while before he finds the secret of the seal. Meanwhile, Fatty talks. "Let's call this thing the Chao Yuan Chastity Lock." That's a disgusting name. Lin Qiye gets a chill. While the two are inking away, Chao Yuan also rushed Lin Qiye. He looks at Lin Qiye as if he's looking at a toy. Lin Qiye raised his sword and blocked. It feels like Chao Yuan is several times stronger than before after advancing to the Qi realm. It seems that the only way to safely get him out of his current state of insanity is to control his sword first. Lin Xie raises his hands. A flash of darkness enveloped the two of them. The two stood frozen for a while before Lin Xie found. This dark god Su can't control anything around Chao Yuan at all. The fury in him is too strong. Surprisingly, he was able to block god Su's erosion. Just as Lin Xie was distracted, he was knocked back a few meters by Cao Yuan's blow. Fatty, who was hiding behind a trash can, saw it too. Chao Yuan is so much better today than he was in training camp. Even if he was promoted to Qi realm, he wouldn't be this outrageous, right? Lin Xie explained at this point. That's because there's no forbidden objects from the training camp to suppress now. Now is the true power of the Black King's chopper. Lin Xie charges at Chao Yuan again. He used Darkness God Su to control the stones on the ground. In an instant, Chao Yuan is surrounded by a big bag of them. But in less than a second, the big bun glowed purple. Chao Yuan shakes the stone's wraith with a roar of rage. But when he breaks free of the stone, he can't find Lin Xie. Just when he was wondering, Lin Xie flashes behind him. Chao Yuan immediately senses someone behind him. He just turned around and they almost kissed each other. There was a bit of an awkward atmosphere, but Lin Xie doesn't care about that. His eyes glowed with a golden light. In an instant, the Killing Angel's divine power spread all around him, and Chao Yuan is immobilized by the Killing Angel's power. Lin Xie also rushes to take out the Chao Yuan chastity lock. He tied Chao Yuan into a big dumpling. He even gave him a kick to calm him down. Chao Yuan struggles to get up from the rubble after half a second. He undoes the tape and says with slight displeasure, "Xie, can you be a little more gentle next time?" Lin Xie responds with an expressionless retraction of his blade. "You weren't gentle when you cut me. No ring's airspace is already broken." The flames burning on the top floor of the hotel show no signs of being extinguished. Chao Yuan looks up and analyzes. The battle of the instructors continues. The ones fighting them now are supposed to be the enemies of Chuan's realm. Luckily we jumped straight down. Lin Xie turns away and addresses the two. That kind of enemy is not for us to deal with. The risk of exposure is too great to stand around foolishly. Let's go, I'll buy you both noodles. After saying that, Lin Xie led the two to a very remote location. It was far from the main road, and the signs are all still broken. But the smell of the noodles coming out of the bowl can be smelled from far away. Fatty looks at the large bowl of noodles and asks curiously, "Xie, this is the kind of place you mean to come and eat noodles, huh?" Lin Xie rolls his eyes and explains. "With the situation our three are in now, can I take you to a big hotel? It's the only way we can eat in peace is in a corner where no one comes." Lin Xie then added, "Don't worry about it. Though the store doesn't look like much, but the flavor is absolutely superb." But what he had in mind was, "My $50 is just enough to buy you guys noodles." After saying that, Lin Xie took out his wallet and asked the boss's wife how much it was. Noodles with shredded pork $10. Big noodles $12. And this guy's noodles are $42. That's $64. Lin Xie instantly freezes at that number. Immediately asked, "Why is the noodle this Fatty ordered so expensive?" Before the boss's wife could say anything, Fatty is the first to explain. "I saw that this store had a lot of toppings, so I added them all in. It's just a shame that they don't have my favorite caviar and pineapple." Lin Xie sniffed grimly and said, "Fatty, you pay your own money." Fatty panicked immediately. "Xie, I thought you said you were inviting me? Besides, do I look like I have money in this bathrobe?" Lin Xie said lightly, "I've changed my mind." After a lot of bickering, Chao Yuan finally pulled out a crumpled $50 and paid for Fatty. But in exchange, Fatty will pay for Cao Yuan's room and board for the remaining days. While the three of them are eating noodles, Lin Xie inquires about the battle just now. "They blasted the 90th floor and attacked you." Fatty gestures to the towel he's wearing. "Yeah, you can see I'm still wearing a towel. But they should be using some kind of Jinsu of mass destruction rather than thermal weapons." Lin Xie heard this and analyzed it. "Your strategy of jumping straight to escape is correct. Once they catch you in the act, you won't be able to escape. You'll just get caught in the middle of a battle between the instructors." Chao Yuan interjects at this point, "You're living too ostentatiously. You need to register to stay in a hotel like this. Anyone who's interested can find out where you are." Bailey Fatty muttered, "I'm not used to this. I always stay in better hotels than this when I play in Guangshan. This level of assassination is a piece of cake." Just as the three are talking, Shin Xingju walks in from outside. One of them said in a slightly aggravated voice, "Brother Shin, we've had 2 noodles in a row. Are we still having noodles tonight?" Shin Xingju indifferently retorted, "What do you know? This noodle is a specialty of Nan. It's a rare visit. What's wrong with not eating more?" After that, Shin Xingju asks the owner for 3 bowls of noodles and clear soup. The boss smiles when he sees a few people and says, "Yo, it's you again? You've had 2 soups in a row, and you're eating this?" Fatty stirs the bowl of Super Bowl of Heroes and greets 3 people. Shin Xingju's 2 minions are drooling at Fatty's deluxe noodles. Shin Xingju looks back. The 2 followers then bowed their heads in unison. He looks at the price list again. Confusion appears in eyes. Finally, he was ruthless enough to say to the boss's wife, "Change it. Give us 2 noodles with shredded pork and 1 in broth." As Shin Xingju quietly pays, Lin Xie realizes that his wallet is completely empty with a single sweep of his psychic power. The money in his wallet is just enough to pay for the noodles. The 2 henchmen asked with concern, "Brother Shin, Why don't you eat noodles with shredded meat when we both eat noodles with shredded meat? Shinju replied as if he didn't care. I just wanted to give you guys a change of pace. I like noodles in clear soup. Simplicity and purity are the true meaning of noodles. Chaoyuan eats the noodles and spits in a low voice. Here's another poor guy. Shinju looks at Lin Xie before the noodles come up and asks, are you okay from the injuries you sustained on the bus? Lin Xie says he's fine. Shinju hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. Thank you then. If you hadn't deflected those missile fragments, we'd all be hurt. Fatty asked, puzzled. When did you become so polite? Shinju blares at Fatty and says, Fatty, I've always kept my grudges clear. I knew this vacation would not be easy. Let me know if you need any help. Lin Xie's eyebrow raises. An idea pops into his head. I do have a deal I'd like to talk to you about. Just now, Lin Xie offered to do business with Shinju. That's being Fatty's personal bodyguard during vacation. In exchange, Fatty pays $1,000 a day for protection. Shinju's eyes widened instantly when he heard 1,000 yuan. He agreed to the deal without hesitation. But he made one request. That means this deal can only count for him. His 2 henchmen don't count. Lin Xie agrees readily. In the dimly lit streets, Fatty comes up to Lin Xie's ear and whispers, why do you need him to protect me? Lin Xie explains, this time you and I are both targets. If I stay by your side for a long period of time it will be more dangerous. When Chaoyuan goes crazy, he cannot tell the difference between friend and foe. That's why you need a normal person around you, and that person has to be a master. Fatty listens and then realizes, you're still smart. Shinju, who was walking at the end, suddenly stopped. Hey, Fatty. Fatty turned around and grinned, I am also your employer now. Can we change the title? Shinju takes a deep breath and speaks slowly. Bailey Tumming. Talk it over. Can you advance me a day's pay? Fatty scratches his head and says he doesn't have any cash on him. Chaoyuan suddenly speaks up and says, I still have $300 here. Is that enough? Shinju nods and takes the money and quickly walks back to the noodle shop and hands it to his 2 henchmen. This is $300. You guys take it and eat something nice for the next 2 days. After settling the 2 followers, Shinju joins the trio. The embarrassing thing is, they didn't know where to stay at night after the hotel was bombed. Chaoyuan suggests a temple for the night. Fatty retorts on the spot. This is a modern city. Where can I find you a temple in the middle of the night? Suddenly Lin Xie thought of a place. Then he led the crowd to the Meng Dieshang Inn. Fatty saw these words and felt a tightening of his asshole. Xie, are you serious? Lin Xie frowns. There aren't many places in Songnan that you can check into without having to register with your ID. If you don't want to stay here, you'll have to sleep in a bridge. There's no better option. The crowd only defaults to. Lin Xie was going to open 3 rooms? But Shinju said he wanted to share a room with Fatty. Since we agreed on close protection, we have to share a room. After hearing this, Chaoyuan also said that he wanted to stay in the same room. This way the 3 of us can play poker when we are bored. Without waiting for Fatty's rebuttal, Chaoyuan and Shinju chose a room for him. When the 3 arrive at the room, Shinju and Chaoyuan both look embarrassed. Fatty is the only one with a natural look on her face. Seeing the 2 of them looking like this, Fatty playfully teases. You're not all still that, are you? Chaoyuan said in surprise. Aren't you? Fatty looks smug. Not since I was 7 years old. Shinju walked over to the window and watched carefully for a long time. He makes sure no one is watching before he closes the curtains. It's a pretty big bed. We should be able to sleep in it. Fatty says it's alright. Then Chaoyuan was asked if he had any comments, but Chaoyuan had already found a hotel. Boss, do you have any of those for 3 people? Very exciting and interesting stuff. The boss replies with a lewd expression. I've got everything here. What exactly do you want? Chaoyuan leans in close to the boss's wife and whispers, playing cards. At the same time, back at home, Lin Xie is being reprimanded by Hong Ying. If you don't come back, I'm going out to look for you. When Shima, lying on the couch, yawned and said, I can testify. She's already mentioned you at least 200 times in the last half hour. Hong Ying finally let him go after Lin Xie's sincere apology. Lin Xie was told to go back to his house and rest early, and tell Wen Shima to stay alert at night and protect Lin Xie. When Shima yawns again and responds that he understands. No one can sneak in when I'm in the living room. Night. Lying in bed, Lin Xie tosses and turns, unable to sleep. So he decides to go back to the mental hospital for a visit. Just after arriving at the asylum he fell into a deep thought at a door. Li Yifei comes over and asks in surprise, Xie, what are you doing here? I thought this door wouldn't open. Lin Xie replies thoughtfully. I might be able to open this door now that I've broken through the spirit realm. Li Yifei curiously asks, what's behind the door? Lin Xie says, behind the door may come the second patient of the hospital. Li Yifei sniffs and says, since there's an extra patient, can we get a raise? Lin Xie turned him down without thinking. When Lin Xie placed his hand on the door, a powerful energy emanated from all around him. The door shows signs of opening. Lin Xie is pleased, I guess I was right. Each door here corresponds to a realm of its own. I have now broken through into the Qi realm. My spiritual power may be enough to open the second door. As the door slowly opens, a flash of light flashes from within. A pair of deep, abyssal eyes watch Lin Xie from within the dimly lit room. You're finally here. The truth is that our world is just a toy created by the higher dimensions. They see us as we see the fish in the tank. Mei Lin, the god of magic, was incarcerated in this psychiatric hospital because he wanted to know the truth about the world, and he's been waiting for Lin Qiye to arrive. Lin Qiye looks at Mei Lin with great confusion. Because he doesn't look sick at all. He's the legendary wizard who helped put King Arthur on the throne. Not only is he a master of all types of magic, but he can also see the future. But I'm afraid the Mei Lin here isn't the historical one. It's the Englishman's yearning for the unknown. The god that were created were god of magic and wisdom. What? It's a man. Li Yifei peeked out and muttered something in a low voice. Mei Lin, sitting quietly in his chair, glances at him. A bit of blue light emerges from his hand. In the next moment, his entire body turns into energy. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a blonde, blue-eyed, slender woman. She smiled and said, "Gender doesn't mean anything to her." Li Yifei is scared to death. Lin Qiye doesn't seem surprised by this. Speaking slowly, he explains, "He's Mei Lin, legendary archmage with a mastery of shapeshifting. Don't talk about turning into a woman, even if you let him become your father, that's fine. Lord Mei Lin, you'd better change back. Let's have a good talk." Lin Qiye just finished speaking. Mei Lin changed back to her old self. "You're Lin Qiye, aren't you? 10 years ago I predicted you would open this door." Lin Qiye was interested when he heard this. "Well, how about you take a look at my future?" Mei Lin shakes her head no. "Prophecy is not omnipotent. I tried to peek into your destiny when you first opened the door, but your past and future are a blur. Only the present offers a glimpse. You're in the middle of a dangerous vortex. One wrong move, and you're dead. And it might even involve someone close to you." Li Yifei had a moment of realization. "No wonder you came straight here to open the door as soon as you got back this time. So you're in trouble out there." Lin Qiye, on the other hand, rushes to ask, "How can I keep my friends safe?" Mei Lin shakes his head again. "Any clearer information is not visible. I can't make too precise predictions at this time. I've lost my crystal ball." Upon hearing the news, Lin Qiye shudders slightly. Mei Lin seems to think of something. A pang of bitterness spreads across the corners of his mouth. 10 years ago a little girl came to this room and had a competition with me. She said, if I win, she'll let me go. But if I lose, I have to give her the crystal ball. We start with a falling leaf and extrapolate the entire forest over the last 50 years to the present and the next 50 years. The result is a tie. And then projected the stone and the water droplets. And then we found. No matter how you compare external objects, you can't compare them. So let's just use each other as a target to deduce everything about each other. In the second round, she managed to deduce part of my destiny. But in the third round, and I couldn't see through her. Mei Lin's brow grows tighter as she remembers the situation. Her presence was completely unexpected. There is no trace of past, present or future. She's like a ghost that doesn't belong in this world. No matter what I do, I can't get a glimpse of her destiny. So I lost. She ended up taking the crystal ball. Li Yifei gulps and arches his hand over Lin Qiye whispering, "Is that so amazing? Who is that girl?" Lin Qiye shakes his head and says he doesn't know. But there's no doubt about it. The girl who won Mei Lin's crystal ball and the girl who won Nix's bracelet. And the girl who left the envelope in the dean's office. They're all the same person. That's Jian. But how does a 12 or 13-year-old girl beat the goddess of the night in creation and then Mei Lin, the great prophet, in deducing destiny? The more she got to know her, the more Lin Qiye realized that the girl who called herself Jian was full of mystery. It would be nice to know what she was. Then the origins of the mysterious asylum of the god might be revealed. But for Lin Qiye now, it seems too early to explore this. Now let's find a way to cure the legendary wizard. Extracting some of his powers is the priority. Lin Qiye asks Mei Lin what's wrong with him. Mei Lin looks at Lin Qiye like he's stupid. "You're the one who's sick." Lin Qiye instantly breaks into an amiable smile. "Sorry about that. Wrong thing to say. What I meant was, do you have any mental illnesses? Why else would you be here?" Mei Lin shrugs indifferently. "I don't know. I'm just a scholar trying to find out what the world is really like." Without waiting for Lin Qiye to say anything, Mei Lin went on to say something else. "What do you think the world is? And what are we? For the fish in the tank is their world. They don't realize that there's land and sea beyond the tank. Is the world they think is the real world? And how do we know that the world we perceive is a real world? Could we also be fish in a fishbowl, created by a higher dimensional being?" Lin Qiye is dumbfounded by the talk. Instead, Li Yifei questioned if he had proof. Mei Lin turns her head and gazes at him slyly. "We myths suddenly appear in your world. Isn't this proof?" Lin Qiye then inquired, "If it is as you say, we live in a false world. So, and what does that real world look like? Did you find it?" Mei Lin said crazily, "I found it. I used my magic to communicate to some mysterious dimension, though I don't know exactly where it is. But I can vaguely predict that it is the real world. It was at the bottom of a sea. There were all kinds of little houses in there. There's a pineapple, in the shape of a human head. A store that sells strange food. There's also a strange yellow cube." Mei Lin begins to remember what he saw and heard. Eyes get whiter and whiter. The body begins to twitch involuntarily. Lin Qiye frowns. Realizing that things aren't simple, takes Li Yifei a silent half-step backwards. Suddenly Mei Lin explodes into a puff of pink smoke. Lin Qiye and Li Yifei were confused. The god of wisdom has turned into a Patrick, and he shouted, "SpongeBob, let's go catch jellyfish." Suddenly, He sees Nix sitting in a chair, staring at her. He ran towards Nix in excitement. Lin Xie and Li Yifei stay behind and try to control him. Patrick jauntily ran up to Nix and asked, "Pie boss, Boss Pie, you're here too." Nix was stunned, staring blankly at the pink unidentified object in deep thought. Slightly puzzled, she reaches out and strokes it. "Are you my grandson too?" Patrick doesn't answer either, just happily keeps calling out for Boss Pie. After a few moments, Nix reached out with a trembling hand and wrapped Malin in her arms and said with tears in his eyes, "My good grandson, I've finally found you." The duo, who witnessed everything from a distance, were outright dumbfounded. And that's when the two finally realized what Malin's disease was. Lin Xie analyzes the situation as if he were a doctor. Malin links to a supposedly real world by some unknown magic, and teleported his own consciousness there. But the real world had some kind of strange effect on him, eventually leading to insanity. Looking at the two gods who are cheerful and cozy, Lin Xie expressed his headache. Finally Lin Xie decides to give him a little tranquilizer first. Hopefully he'll change back to his old self. Malin in this form is too much of a tosser. Li Yifei asks suspiciously, "Who's going to inject the tranquilizer?" Lin Xie, on the other hand, looks at him like he's a fool. Some humble little caretaker who was being squeezed by his black-hearted boss side, goes up alone with a tranquilizer. Half a day later, Li Yifei finally presses down on Patrick and starts the shot. Lin Xie, on the other hand, pulls Nix to keep her out of trouble. After giving Patrick his shot, immediately, a blue light appeared. Malin is back to her old self. Lin Xie steps forward to confirm Malin's status. He's just a little fuzzy. It should be the sequelae of confusion just now. It's nothing serious. While Nix is frantically lecturing Li Yifei, says Li Yifei got rid of her second grandson. Early in the morning, Lin Xie woke up leisurely from his bed and raised his eyes towards the window. I don't know when. The window is already covered in silver, and Han Ying is outside the house dancing with his spear. Though the world is full of snow, Han Ying's hot breath melts the snow around her. Lin Xie smiles and greets Han Ying, "Sister Han Ying, do you get up this early every day to practice spears?" Han Ying notices Lin Xie's arrival and wipes his sweat, saying, "Master said, if you don't practice martial arts for a day, you'll regress for 100 days. From the time I learned the spear, I've been waking up early and practicing spears for 12 years. Lin Xie raised an eyebrow. Curious inquiry, 12 years of practice? So how old are you, Ms. Han Ying? How can you just ask a girl her age? I won't tell you." After saying that, Han Ying takes Lin Xie to have breakfast. But neither of them noticed. A little gray mouse is watching silently from the corner. At this time in the intricate sewer system of Seongnan City, the rats are swarming like a tidal wave. They're like a well-trained army. In front of them sits a hooded boy like a general. He grabs the rat that came back from Han Ying's house. Fingers on the rat's head. All of a sudden he realizes where Lin Xie is. And this ability is derived from the snake seed of the Nandu snake demon, linking the consciousness of other creatures with artificial neurons. Manipulate their movements and complete vision sharing. Junior names it a fish species, and he owns over 400 rats of the remaining species. He's got complete control over everything that happens in Seongnan. If any more mysteries show up, he'll be able to find them before the Night's Watch does, and parse them. The young man slowly removes his cap to reveal a plain face. If Lin Xie were here, he'd recognize him immediately. His name is Xingyu. After teaming up with Lin Xie to solve the Nandu serpent demon, his request to join the Night's Watch was rejected. And Xingyu, who subsequently disappeared. And Xingyu turns around. His eyes once again fall on the chessboard on the stone platform, muttering, from the vision shared by the fish species. It's a delicate situation here in Seongnan City. Hidden powerhouses from all over Disya. Dozens of former night watchmen from the Chuan realm escaped from Jiajie. Quanxia mercenaries who disappeared without a trace 3 years ago. A woman suspected of being a member of the ancient Church of God. There are even 2 deeply hidden high realm powerhouses. The waters of Seongnan are getting deeper and deeper. He looks to the corner of the board with a hesitant expression. The position of these pieces is too dangerous. Should we warn Lin Xie? Half a day later, he seems to have made up his mind, and slowly gets up. After all, we have experienced disasters together. I'll give you a hand this time. This man is being forced to live with 2 beautiful girls. Not only was he supported when he was injured, and he's accompanied by 2 beautiful women when he goes out to buy groceries, but Han Ying is quite cheerful when he's out and about. She's attracting a lot of attention from passers-by. The thin-skinned Lin Xie can't wait to bury her head in the ground. Han Ying, however, is holding him like a brother. What's wrong with having fun on New Year's Eve? Am I right, Xie? Lin Xie is a bit helpless to Han Ying's big-headed behavior. So, has there been no mysterious arrival in my absence? Han Ying thought for a while and said that she had only encountered 1 lizard. That's easy to fix. But things are still a bit strange. When the logistics guys went to clean up the body, they found it was only half dead. Lin Xie's brow furrows slightly. Seems to be thinking of something. Is someone secretly collecting mysterious bodies? Suddenly Lin Xie senses a crisis. He easily dodges the attack and catches the flying weapon. The man in black who took action did not escape immediately. Instead, he stood still and watched the 3 of them. This man is none other than Xingyu. Han Ying snorted coldly, looking for death. She threw the 2 big bags in her hand to Lin Xie and then shifted her body and dragged her shadow towards that person. Si Xiaonan and Lin Xie were frozen in place. That's not exactly a sneak attack. It's more like a bad joke. At this point Lin Xie notices there's actually a note tied to the concealed weapon. When he opened it, his pupils suddenly contracted. Without saying a word, he turned around and threw all the bags at Si Xiaonan. Xiaonan, you take these and go back first. I have something important to do. The note was also thrown out with the bag by Lin Xie. After the note fell to the ground, it reads, 3,901 Old Town. Someone is trying to kill your family. At the same time, Lin Xie's house in Old Town. Lin Xie's aunt and brother, Yang Jing, are putting up the Chinese character for bless. Auntie is looking at the Chinese character bless in her hand and remembers Lin Xie. I'll post it on your brother's door. The boy is far from home. The usual blessings don't work. I went to the temple specifically to ask for this one. Yang Jing smiles softly at his words. Mom, there's no such thing as near or far in the Chinese character for fortune. Auntie glares at him. What do you kids know? It's called believing what you want to believe, not what you don't. Your brother must be having a hard time out there. After you use the word blessing, I hope those Shen-Nas will take care of him. Yang Jing shrugged his shoulders to show that he knew. And at this point, there's a minivan parked on the side of the road underneath the neighborhood. The man in the driver's seat is debriefing with his superiors. Xia-san reporting, nothing unusual in the vicinity of the target. Over. There's a sniper lurking on the roof of a building somewhere who's also reporting in on the walkie-talkie. Xiajiao reporting, target woman chopping vegetables in the kitchen. No abnormality seen. Reporting complete. There's also a sniper lurking at a different angle in another building. Xiaba reports target boy activity in the living room. No anomalies seen. Reporting complete. Copy that. Remain in position. Xia-san in the car got a little upset when he heard this. Xia-yi, we've been on guard here for 2 days now. How long do we have to wait? Waiting for the target to show up. Ms. Snake said it. If the target doesn't show up by tonight, we'll take the woman and child to Ms. Snake. It's Snake Lady again. When did we Guangxia become a woman's lapdog? Xia-yi's voice instantly became serious. Xia-san, watch your words. Since we have no choice but to believe in the Church of the Ancient God, we must not break our covenant with the God. Or you will not only kill yourself, but all of us here at Guangxia mercenaries. Suddenly the sniper hidden in the house asked. Since we are targeting the dual God agent, if he does show up, can we handle him with just the rest of us? Don't worry. Even if we can't handle it, there's still that guy. That's the 16th seat of the believers. He's only half a step away from entering the high realm. It's not a problem to deal with a newcomer in the Qi realm. Suddenly Lin Xie outside the car leisurely spoke. Believer? Come and tell me about it. What was that believer thing you were talking about? At the same time, a flash of darkness quickly envelopes the van, centered on Lin Xie. Xia-san in the van is instantly scared out of his wits. He reaches quickly for his walkie-talkie, but Lin Xie outside the car gives a little nudge to the window. The entire glass breaks into pieces. Xia-san is, after all, a battle-hardened warrior. He opened the door and rushed out of the car, fetches his dagger and charges at Lin Xie. Lin Xie dodged the attack by leaning back. He then knocked the dagger away with a hand slash. Xia-san angrily reached for the submachine gun on his belt, pulls the trigger violently at Lin Xie. Lin Xie dodges the attack with a single movement. He then reaches out and stirs his hand in the void. The spear barrel of the submachine gun was twisted into a twist, under the effect of the darkest erosion, though it's not yet possible to tear through metal. But it's possible to change its shape. And something like a submachine gun, once the chamber is blocked, there's only one outcome. The chamber of the submachine gun in Xia-san's hand suddenly exploded, directly chipped his arm. Lin Xie flew up at the same time with his sword, hovering over Xia-san's throat. I'll ask again, what is a believer? Meanwhile, a flash of darkness climbs into Xia-san's pupils. Unprecedented pain surges through his spirit. It's like something is eating away at his brain. The darkness erosion, though temporarily unable to control the human mind, but the pain it inflicts is a nightmare. It can also be used to torture at times. Under both physical and mental torture, Xia-san's psychological defense soon collapsed. He blurted out all the information he knew. From Xia-san's description, the believers are a subsidiary organization of the Church of the Ancient God. The Church of the Ancient God is made up entirely of divine agents. Extremely rare, though individually powerful. But their numbers limit their influence, so to make up for the lack of numbers, the God of the Church of the Ancient God in turn created believers in the name of the God. They chose their members from the countless powerful men who possessed both ambition and strength. As a peripheral member of the Church of the Ancient God, each member who becomes a believer makes a soul contract with one of the God of the Church of the Ancient God, promising them, if the dark age of the God should come upon the earth in the future, they, the believers, will become the rulers of the nations. In summary, believers are the lapdogs of the Ancient God Society. The God that these mercenaries believe in is Medusa from the Church of the Ancient God, codenamed Snake Woman. Lin Xie ends his life without hesitation after asking a question. Although he did provide information, but he wanted to go after his own family. It wouldn't be enough to die 10,000 times. Suddenly Lin Xie's pupils constricted. Without thinking, he backs away. Then he quickly runs to the van and uses it as cover. But hide in front of the van. There's another bullet coming from another angle. 2 snipers. It's difficult, the sniper rifle's bullets are too fast. I can barely dodge it now. Can't do a God Su capture. Just as Lin Xie was thinking fast, a bullet whizzes past his head, instantly startling Lin Xie. But he reacted again in a flash. Look at the trajectory. It's going in the direction of the shot. It's our sniper, Ling Xuan. At this point, Xiajiao on the roof is frantically calling him on his walkie-talkie, but he's already been shot in the head. By this time the sniper in the house had realized there was a master on the other side. But in the next second, he was shot in the head. Ling Xuan puts his gun away after killing both snipers, because his sniper rifle couldn't intervene in the alleyway battle. Watching the second sniper get shot in the head by Ling Xuan, Lin Xie then gets up from behind the van and turns his head to look in a certain direction. There are 4 figures within his mental range that are approaching him at a rapid pace. The 4 figures approach and fire without saying a word. Lin Xie can only use his car as cover against the first wave of fire. The 4 mercenaries find little use after the first wave. Then they spread out and prepare to outflank Lin Xie. Lin Xie opens up Darkness God Su. With the addition of the darkness, Lin Xie's speed is several times faster, dodging bullets with ease. At the same time, he flicked his finger in the air. 2 straight swords fly out of the casket towards Xie. Xie decisively throws away his gun when he sees the 2 star blades coming at him. Dropping his hand, he draws a short sword from his outer thigh to counter the star blades. But as the 2 blades clashed, Lin Xie also came to his side. Xie's weapon is disarmed by using Darkness God Su, and then gave him a flying kick, sending him several meters away. Ling Xie then maneuvered 2 more straight swords to finish off Xie in one swift motion. Looking at the lifeless Xie, the remaining mercenaries realize that guns are completely useless against the monster that is Ling Xie. We can only fight him in close quarters. So the 2 of them launched a stabbing attack with their swords. Lin Xie is still calculating the remaining strength of the enemy. The 9-man Guangxia team has already lost 4 men. Of the remaining 5, 1 has yet to show his face. But right now, the 4 of them alone could be enough to keep him at bay. Lin Xie can kind of see it. They're trying to wear themselves out by being outnumbered. But it's a shame. They're doomed to disappointment. With the help of Starry Night Dancer, Lin Xie alone can kill 4 of them. The only uncertainty now is the last man who never showed up. That's Xie. At the same time, a man inside the building looked down at the fighting crowd below and grunted coldly. A bunch of idiots. This level is not worthy of becoming a believer of Ms. Snake Girl. Shame on you. He takes a deep breath and exhales a smoke ring. All you have to do to subdue that guy is grab the woman and the kid. I can't believe so many people died for such a simple thing. With that he dropped the cigarette in his hand on the ground and walked towards the stairs muttering to himself. His name is Liang. Believers 16. It's a Chuan realm powerhouse, only half a step away from entering the high realm. He's strong, but he's more cautious. Step by step from a nobody to today. He never relied on force. Rather, he relied on calculation and discretion. He will never fight if he can't fight head-on. Even if the enemy is just a teenager in the Qi realm. A mysterious and unpredictable agent of the Twin God and 2 unarmed commoners. Liang knows what to choose. He suddenly freezes as he walks up to Lin Xie's door. Liang frowns at the mangy dog for a moment. Liang muttered something about how ugly the dog was. At the same time, downstairs Lin Xie knocked the duo's short swords away with a single slash. Lin Xie's eyes burst into a dazzling golden light, killing Angel God's might. At the moment of the mighty god explosion, Xie and Xie Qi felt their spirits being crushed inch by inch. Immediately, they were unable to move. Lin Xie's blade appears. The blade darts across the 2 men's neck stems. Blood splatters in all directions. This is the surefire kill Lin Xie has been waiting for. Blazing Angel might helps him open the door. The balance of 4 against 1 is broken. Lin Xie has won the battle against Xia Wu and Xia Lu. The remaining 2 see their companions being easily killed by Lin Xie, and panic spreads across their faces. One of them is holding a walkie-talkie in his hand and shouting at Xie for not making a move. However, no matter how much he yells, he doesn't get the slightest response. Lin Xie also takes advantage of their loss of concentration and kills them with ease. Though all the enemies in front of him have been killed. But Lin Xie doesn't relax. His gaze sweeps carefully around him, seems to be searching for something. Suddenly Lin Xie's mental powers detect a man. It should be Xie, right? You're late. Xie smiles. Late? I'm obviously here at the right time. And with that, he begins to undress. He soon finished taking off his shirt. Xie, topless, picks up the nameplate on his chest and puts it in front of his mouth for a kiss. The next moment, the nameplate began to tremble violently. An eerie aura emanates. Immediately, blood flowed out of the surrounding corpses into the nameplate like a red river. Xie explained, this is Jinsu. Blood boiling. Jinsu sequence 209. Sucks the blood of all dead creatures within range for a short period of time to gain their former power and stack it. This is the treasure I escaped from the rainforest. Those idiots didn't even know I had it. I never thought I'd be able to beat a dual god agent with these losers. Their only purpose in being here is to be my sacrifice. I am now in the realm of Chuan. If only I could kill you, I will have a place among the faithful. Lin Xie's spirit can clearly sense the power surging through Xie. He also feels a little tricky. He uses God Su to control the guns behind him and fires. At the moment the bullet is discharged, Xie's legs kick the ground hard. He's like an arrow flying close to the ground. Breaking through the bullets, he rushes towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie's shooting skills are very poor. Xia Yi's speed is amazing, a barrage of shots that misses the enemy by a single round. He was so angry that he dropped his gun. Xia Yi was also approaching Lin Xie, and then the swords clashed with each other without any fanfare. Lin Xie only felt a numbness in his arm. His body stumbled back a few steps. Xia Yi is clearly superior in terms of strength. The two figures then collide in the snow. A fight ensues. Lin Xie's gaze grows more and more intense. Until now, Xia Yi is the only foe he's encountered who can completely overwhelm him in terms of speed and strength. Starry Night Dancer gives Lin Xie a 5x bonus to speed and strength, but with Blood Boil, Xia Yi is a direct fusion of the attributes of the other 8 mercenaries. Xia Yi in blood boiling state is like a crazy fighting machine. With just a folding sword in his hand, he repelled Lin Xie again and again. Xia Yi takes advantage of Lin Xie's double blades being knocked away and kicks him in the chest. That kick sends him several meters away. He crashed into a back wall before stopping. Lin Xie coughs up blood and stands up, staring Xia Yi dead in the face. Xia Yi steps closer to Lin Xie with a sword in his hand. The tip of his tongue licks over his lips in a bloodthirsty smile. Just as Lin Xie is about to make a move, the phone rings. Lin Xie is stunned, pulls his cell phone out of his pocket and looks at it. It's Aunt. Lin Xie is slightly distracted when she sees the caller ID. In the next moment, a powerful whip kick was thrown in front of him. Lin Xie ducks down to avoid the blow. Reversing it, Lin Xie threw a sweeping kick that hit Xia Yi's ankle hard. Xia Yi's body just shifted a little, steady as a mountain. Lin Xie cursed. The star sword in his hand suddenly blocked the folding blade, but the terrifying force from the blade still knocked him back a meter, though his body is barely stabilized. But the cell phone was knocked out of his hand. Xia Yi glanced at the cell phone that kept ringing and smiled coldly. A call from my family. Is it the woman or the kid? Yeah, it's New Year's Eve. It's supposed to ask how you're doing out there. Is there a New Year's Eve dinner prepared? Then tell you that everything is okay with them? Lin Xie slowly gets up and wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. A cold killing intent emerges from his dark eyes, and he slashes at Xia Yi. But it was easily blocked. Xia Yi blocked it and then chimed in. What a nice family. I bet they don't know what you're doing. Don't know that you were so close yet so far away. How could they have imagined that? You're fighting to the death so close to them. While talking, Xia Yi's swing knocks Lin Xie back a few meters. Lin Xie's hand clutches the hilt of his sword. Due to the long battle, his mental strength is close to its limit. Darkness God Su won't last much longer. If he can't finish the fight in a short time, he'll be dead for sure. He charges at Xia Yi, wielding both swords. The darkness in his eyes resurfaces. The surrounding to Darkness God Su also stabilized. Xia Yi snorted at the sight. The end of the line. The next second just see them charging at each other. Just as the two are about to collide with each other, Lin Xie suddenly stabilizes himself and disappears in front of Xia Yi. At the same time, he used Darkness God Su to kick up a large amount of snowflakes. The snowflakes immediately blocked Xia Yi's vision. He frowned slightly, quickly calming down with his years of combat experience, instantly turning to block. Successfully blocked Lin Xie's slash from the side. Xia Yi sees Lin Xie's form exposed. I knew you were going to play this way. Smile appears at the corner of his mouth. But then he couldn't laugh anymore. In the midst of drifting snowflakes, Lin Xie slashes at Xia Yi's folding sword, and his other hand is empty. Where's the second blade? A strong sense of crisis instantly surged through him. He was about to make a move when Lin Xie's eyes are once again filled with starlight. At the same time, his left hand flicked. Immediately, the blazing angel's divine power poured into Xia Yi's mind and turned his spirit upside down, stopping his movement for a second. And at this moment, Xia Yi has a straight blade coming at him from behind. In the next moment, the blade cuts through the snowflakes in the sky. It silently entered Xia Yi's back. He falls to the ground with a sound. Completely dead. Lin Xie, after resolving everything, hurries to pick up the cell phone that keeps ringing. Auntie's urgent voice came the moment I picked it up. You child. I've been trying to call you for so long, but you don't answer. Why don't you take the initiative to call home on New Year's Eve? You don't want your aunt anymore? Lin Xie quickly explains that he was chatting with his comrades and didn't see it. Just as the two were talking, fireworks erupted from the sky. The two of them are also chatting about their families amidst the fireworks. Suddenly Lin Xie saw a busy figure upstairs and smiled. Auntie, Happy New Year. Well, Happy New Year. Lingxuan slowly walks over to us, asked Lin Xie if he regretted joining the Night's Watch. Xie didn't look back. He just smiled and said he had no regrets. Lingxuan sat down next to him and said, you won't be able to go back in a short time. The more often you come back, the more people will notice this place. In fact, even if you don't come today, nothing will happen to them. Lin Xie turned his head to look at Lingxuan with doubt when he heard that. After Lingxuan's explanation, Lin Xie realized that. It turns out that when the captain delivered materials to Qiye's house last time, he put a forbidden object called Wei Yan on the door. The forbidden object looks like a transparent note, but it's capable of opening a miniature Jin Su. If someone tries to use Jin Su to break through Wei Yang's protection, it will launch. Teleport the person protected inside to the basement of the firm. He's just like No Ring's airspace. It's one of the few artificial Jin Sus in the Vigil. But it's not cheap. Even within the Night's Watch, there aren't too many people who could use this thing. But amongst Squad 136, basically everyone's family has this thing sheltering them. Lin Xie was instantly very confused. Is the Night's Watch so wealthy? The families of ordinary players still have this kind of treasure. Lin Xuan gave Lin Qiye a meaningful look when he heard this. Why else do you think the captain is so poor? Finishes by patting Qiye on the shoulder again. Let's go. You won't be able to eat New Year's Eve dinner in this house, but you'll always be welcome in another home. Lin Qiye takes a deep look in the direction of home. Their auntie was carrying plates of fresh hot food on the modest wooden table. Yang Jing sits with a smile on her face. A few moments later, the two returned to the office. As soon as they opened the door, the smell of food hit them. Hong Ying is stealing a chicken leg. She said he was trying out the flavors for everyone first. The look on her face says it all about how delicious the chicken thighs are. Lin Qiye sees Hong Ying when she gets the dishes and asks her if she caught the archery shooter. Hong Ying purses her lips and bitterly shakes her head. No, that guy was too fast. I can't use Jinsu to chase him in the city in broad daylight. He still escaped. Lin Qiye nods thoughtfully. It's okay, he shouldn't mean any harm, but the identity. Here comes the delicious fish soup. Without waiting for Lin Qiye to finish, suddenly a voice from the rear cuts him off. Chen Mai walks over with a pot of fish soup. With the last two dishes on the table, he greets the group for dinner. Chen Mai slowly lifts the glass in his hand and glances over the crowd. In this year, the old man is gone. Newcomers, a lot has happened. But, once again, we've managed to guard the city for an entire year. As captain of Squad 136, as the Night's Watch, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you here on behalf of the countless lives in Songnan City. He bowed deeply to the crowd. I hope next year the people sitting here will still be the same people as us. Cheers! Happy New Year! In the next moment, the glasses of the crowd clinked together with a tinkling sound. At the same time, inside a hotel, Fatty hands Shen Xingju a drink and says, "Handsome man, looks like we'll have to spend New Year's Eve together this year. Let's get drunk." Shen Xingju shakes his head and refuses to drink on the job. Fatty smiles and says, "My bodyguard group has arrived. We'll be fine even if we all pass out." Just as Shen Xingju was about to say something, Fatty suddenly said with a stern look on his face, "This is an order from the boss." Shen Xingju can only accept the wine helplessly. In the cramped, human hotel, three teenagers sitting by the window, watching the fireworks in the sky. Clinking beers together in your hands. The sky is getting brighter. The fireworks that have been going off all night don't seem to be stopping. Lin Qiye walks out of the office in a daze. The lobby that used to be used for business counseling is now a mess. There are bottles scattered all over the place. Lin Qiye looks at the drunken men and doesn't wake them up. Instead, he took a broom and started sweeping the snow. As he did so, his brow furrowed slightly. The training camp holiday is not long this time. If nothing else, tomorrow, the second day of the new year, is the last day of vacation. But so far, there doesn't seem to be much movement from those hidden enemies, especially the mysterious Medusa agent, Snake Woman, who hasn't shown up yet. Have the instructors already eliminated them? Or have they all run off to Bailey Fatty? Or maybe they're still waiting for some kind of moment? Suddenly the firecrackers go off again. But this time Lin Qiye feels something strange. It's like there's an explosion mixed in with the firecrackers. There's a huge plume of smoke in the distance. That's the direction of the hotel where Fatty and the others are staying. At the same time, three teenagers are jumping out the window to escape. There's still fire from the explosion behind them. Two of the figures landed firmly on the ground. Only one of them, a little fat guy, fell on his ass. Shen Xingju frowns. Reach out and hold it in the void, instantly draining the air from the room on the second floor of the hotel. The burning fire disappears in an instant. Then Shen Xingju leads them on a wild goose chase. Fatty is at the end of the line, yelling, "Don't panic. My bodyguards have been protecting me in the shadows. Nothing will happen. Slow down, you two. Wait for me." Chao Yuan gritted his teeth and backhanded Fatty over his shoulder, running hard towards the other end of the alleyway. "Told you to cut back on the booze last night. The enemy is coming today. You haven't even sobered up yet." Shen Xingju, who was running ahead, suddenly stopped, because four figures appeared in the smoke in front of him. Shen Xingju walks up to Fatty without saying a word and looks coldly at the four figures in front of him. The teenager is just a stuffy little chubby guy. But he was worshipped by the four masters. Because he's the young master of the Bailey family. And the four are the four forbidden ambassadors of the Bailey family, and Fatty's personal bodyguard. Chao Yuan and Shen Xingju were confused. The bodyguard can understand. But what's a forbidden ambassadors? Fatty immediately explains. Forbidden ambassadors is a term that only we Baileys have, because a high-risk forbidden object can only be as effective as its proper owner, and we have an unusually high number of forbidden items in our house, so we call them all forbidden ambassadors in our family. These are the four forbidden ambassadors: wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Each of them has the peak combat power of the Chuan realm. The four of them together can fight a man of Hai's realm. That's why I said we're safe. After Fatty finished speaking, the fire ambassador, the leader of the four forbidden object ambassadors, came up with a head in his hands. "Little lord, all three Chuan enemies have been destroyed. The hotel has also been chartered as you requested. So no one was hurt." Fatty immediately compliments them on a job well done. "Let them go down." However, at this time, the wind messenger frowned and stepped forward to report, "Little master. There are still enemies approaching in this neighborhood. Please wait where you are. I'll be right back." Fatty waved and they disappeared in a puff of smoke. After a long moment of silence, Chao Yuan speaks up. "Is this super money power? Shin Shinju looks back at Bailey Fatty, opening her mouth in a world skeptical tone. So what did you hire me for? Fatty pondered for a moment and then said uncertainly, I think it was to get 3 people together for a poker game. At the same time, the camp is not as lively as it once was. Inside the empty cafeteria, there are only a few instructors eating their lunch. One of the instructors lamented, after all the new recruits are gone, life feels a little boring. These instructors talk a little bit about, several instructors have disappeared from the camp recently. I heard they're out on a secret mission. And there's been a strange vibe in the camp lately. The instructors are talking to each other. Just as they were about to finish their meal, 2 figures walk into the cafeteria. Instantly everyone stands up and salutes one of them. Yuan Gang slowly walked up to them with a sullen face, his eyes locked on one of them. An inexplicable majesty emanates from his body. Yuan Gang slowly opens his mouth to inquire, why? Under the pressure of Yuan Gang's eyes, that instructor's face suddenly paled. His lips pursed and his arms holding up the military salute began to tremble slightly. The instructor opened his mouth and said hoarsely, Chief. What do you mean by that? Instructor Hong, who had been standing in the back, opened the file and spoke calmly. When the recruits left the camp for the 3rd time for extreme training, you've been missing from surveillance for 2 hours. Where have you been? The day of the attack on the training camp, you've transmitted encrypted messages twice from a satellite phone. And who did you send the message to? The instructor had a meltdown. Shouted, Instructor Hong, don't talk about it. He trembled and covered his face and cried out in pain, I do not want this. I do not want this. They caught my parents. After that he bangs his head on the table in pain. It's like he's confessing. Yuan Gang gazes at him. He moves his eyes away after a long time. Calmly said, you don't need to say these words to me. Wait until you arrive at the night watch court in Shangjing City. Naturally, someone will ask. Unsurprisingly, you'll be spending the rest of your life in Jiejie, and Wangue and Wu Ruotong. You guys think you can just get away with it? The 2 of you are stunned. After exchanging a quick glance, they stormed out. They're moving too fast. So fast that the other instructors can't react. But Yuan Gang just grunts. A golden ripple exploded with him at its center. The terrifying force was like 2 sledgehammers that sent them flying backwards. Wangue struggles to get up from the ground. In the face of the disparity in strength, instead of despairing, a look of madness appeared in his eyes. Yuan Gang, Lordy, you asked us to bring you a gift. After he finished, Yuan Gang then realizes that both of their bodies are twisting rapidly. It seems to be about to explode. Yuan Gang's right foot immediately hits the ground hard. The golden ripples rise up like stone. It's like a golden bell enveloping the 2 of them, separating them from their surroundings. Instructor Hong frowned at the scene and said in a deep voice, so he was brainwashed by EU. When exactly did this group from the Church of Ancient God do this? Yuan Gang looks down at the flesh and blood on the ground. A monstrous rage emerges in his eyes. It's time for this farce to end. At this moment, at the top of a signal tower in Songnan City, a woman casually rests her hand on the railing, revealing an alluring and seductive face, smiling but not smiling. At that moment her cell phone suddenly rings. She picks up the phone and there's a voice on the other end. The men in the training camp have been exposed. Yuan Gang has left the camp. You don't have much time left. The snake woman sniffs and speaks languidly. Wrapping up this early? I haven't had enough fun yet. There's a serious voice on the other end of the line in an instant. Snake woman, I feel I need to remind you of something. You didn't come to Songnan for fun. You're still a newcomer to the Church of the Ancient God. The realm isn't that high. This time the contact with Lin Chiye must be mainly based on solicitation. If you can't recruit them, then just ask Han Xiaoyun to do it. Make sure you kill him on the spot. Lin Chiye is the first dual god agent in history. If we can't recruit him into the Church of the Ancient God, he must not be allowed to live in this world. With Han Xiaoyun's fighting prowess, only Yang Yang can defeat him head-on in this Songnan city. But there will be someone who can slow Yang Yang down. Snake woman listens and hangs up, throwing the picture in her hand, murmurs thoughtfully. It seems that except for Han Xiaoyun and Yengang, there is also a high realm powerhouse hiding in the city. It's time to meet this double god agent. But Lin Chiye has no idea at this moment. Chen Mai sees Lin Chiye in this outfit and asks him if he's ready to go out. Lin Chiye replies, I'm going to pay my respects. Actually he was worried about the explosion at the hotel earlier. Don't know if they're in danger. It's better to check it out. If there's nothing wrong, then I'll stop by and pay my respects. Chen Mai didn't stop Lin Chiye from hearing this. He just told him to be careful on the road. Just after Lin Chiye left, Chen Mai and Wu Shangnan looked at each other. Wu Shangnan woke up the sleeping crowd immediately afterward. Let's go, it's time to work. After Lin Chiye left the office, she walked straight towards the Love Hotel. But as the road went further and further, Lin Chiye's heart grows more and more uneasy. But Lin Chiye can't tell where this uneasiness comes from. He looked ahead and frowned, stopping in his tracks. He notices an eerie crack emerging from the surface of the wall. The crack looks like it was formed naturally. At first glance, it doesn't look like much, but if you look closer, it feels like it's been painted on. It looks like an eye, a narrow, demonic snake's eye. Lin Chiye's frown grows tighter and tighter, crouching down to sweep the snow away from his feet. On the sidewalk where he stands, at some point it was also littered with this eerie. These snake eyes are made of black lines. It looks like a carbon pen. It's like a natural stain. The snake's eyes are all over the place. Lin Chia unfolds his spiritual power completely. His face grew more and more grave, because he saw all sorts of things around him distorting into a bizarre snake's eye. Even the sun had evolved into the shape of a snake's eye. The street has become a world of snake eyes. Lin Chia finally realizes where his uneasy feeling is coming from. This is Jin Su of the Snake Woman. Suddenly, a sexy figure walks slowly down the street. It seems that the rumored agent of the twin god is not only famous, but also really handsome. Lin Chia looks at the visitor and frowns. "You are the serpent woman of the Church of the Ancient God, aren't you? Are you here to kill me?" The corners of Snake Woman's mouth turn up in a very flattering smile. "Actually, I wasn't trying to recruit you, though they value you, this unprecedented double agent of God. But I don't care. For me, nipping a genius in the bud is what really pleases me. But now I've changed my mind. It would be a shame to ruin such a handsome face." Snake Woman smiles as she speaks. Every frown and every smile is full of charm and beauty. Lin Chia immediately drew his sword. But the blade only hits a shadow. It's true that the probability of killing Jin Su without knowing anything about her is too low. Even if she got close to him, the attack would not be effective. And the Snake Woman has somehow managed to run into the trees. She spoke in a loose and elegantly languid manner. "How rude. Don't you even hear me out?" Lin Chia looks at him coldly. "I'm not interested, so go ahead and do whatever you have to do." Suddenly Snake Girl is hanging upside down from a tree like a snake. A strange excitement fills a pair of bushes. A high-strung domineering type? I like it. Come be my slave and bow at my feet. I will ravage your flesh in honor with my noble and beautiful feet. I'll give you the ultimate pleasure. The Snake Woman gets more and more excited as she talks. Her body involuntarily squirms. A strange flush comes over her face. "I'm getting so excited just thinking about it. I'm already visualizing me undressing you. Stomping on your head. The sight of shouting your name with abandon. Come on, what are you waiting for? How many men have dreamed of this? Be my slave. Not only will you have me, but you will have the greatest pleasure in the world, and join the Church of the Ancient God. Become a god of the future dark ages." Lin Chia was speechless. This woman is a pervert, isn't she? He grips his twin swords. A crisp, clean slash at the Snake Woman. The Snake Woman's insane form dissipates again. The blade cuts through the air with a slight buzz. The next moment the Snake Woman appears behind Lin Chia. "So you still reject me?" Lin Chia looks aghast. "I'm not only going to reject you, I'm going to kill you." The Snake Woman's eyes instantly glowed with an evil aura at these words. The black hair that fell on her shoulders looked like it had come to life. It's like a bunch of black pythons writhing around. "Then you can go to hell." The words fall. The snake eyes pattern on the entire street lights up at the same time. The red glow densely covers everything around it. The sunlight in the sky has disappeared. A strange red light covers the sky and earth. Lin Chia takes up his battle stance, not daring to slack off. The Snake Woman disappears in a flash. Lin Chia sidesteps. A hiltless blade brushes against his body. It's a fraction of a second away from piercing his heart. Teleportation? Those two words flashed in Lin Chia's mind. Lin Chia then tries to control the sessile blade in the Snake Woman's hand with the darkness eroding. But he is unable to do so. It's like a dark insulator. Lin Chia can't control it no matter how hard she tries. Suddenly a flash of dark light blossoms from the Snake Woman's eyes. "Come look me in the eye." Lin Chia closes his eyes without saying a word. "If I look at it, I will turn into stone. Am I sick?" Medusa is such a famous mythological creature that Lin Chia still knows about it. She can't do anything about it if you avoid looking at her. Fighting with your eyes closed can be very difficult for others. But for Lin Chia, it's not even remotely difficult. With the Fanchen realm, he doesn't need his eyes to get information for him. Snake Woman was annoyed to see that one of her unique skills was being targeted like that. The black python formed by the black hair around her body hissed and bit down on Lin Chia with an overwhelming roar. Lin Chia dodged the attack with a grave expression. The Snake Woman's methods are many and strange. Uncanny teleportation, petrifying snake eyes, and a head full of black pythons. It's a good thing her own realm isn't that high. Judging by the strength of her spiritual power, she should be in the Chi realm like me. Just the same Chi realm. How come her Jin Su coverage can be as big as an entire street? Just as Lin Chia was thinking, Snake Woman moved to the wall again and stomped on it. She rushed towards Lin Chia like a sword. The result is still easily blocked. Suddenly Lin Chia's spiritual power sweeps to the place where the Snake Woman appeared just now. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth immediately. "Snake Woman, I've figured out your trick." And so Lin Chia slashes again. In an instant, the Snake Woman disappears again. And Lin Chia backhanded her blade the moment she disappeared, stabbing violently into the air behind him. Next, Snake Woman's form then automatically appears at the front of the blade. Snake Woman's figure then instantly moves back 2 meters to the rear. She covers the stab wound in her chest. A pair of serpentine eyes stares dead at Lin Chia. The eyes are filled with rage. Lin Chia carries his sword with his eyes closed. With the color of the night around him, he walks towards the Snake Woman without slowing down. "In the beginning, I thought those creepy snake eyes in the street were just a bluff you were using. I didn't realize it until just now. They are your powers themselves. The snake eyes here are all your God Su powers. Your teleport is not a random landing point. You can only appear where these snake eyes are. At least in your current realm, this God Su can only have this level of power. After your secret is revealed, With only that long hair that can turn into a black python and poor fighting skills, you is no match for me. About your petrified snake eyes. You can try it, after we look at each other. Will I be petrified first or will you die first? That's all. Lin Chia then opens one bright and one dark eye. In a flash, the three god divine might collided with each other in space. It was only a moment. It was as if Snake Woman's spirit had been torn apart by these two divine powers. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face as pale as paper. Is this the eye of petrification? Scary as hell, though, but with Snake Woman's current realm. If you want to completely petrify Lin Chia, who is also in Chi realm, you have to stare at each other for at least 10 seconds. And with Lin Chia's double god divine power, she'll be lucky to last 5 seconds. Lin Chia rushes to Snake Woman while she's wounded. He tries to kill her with one blow, but just as he was about to decapitate the Serpent Woman, Lin Chia is knocked back several meters by a spear. He frowns and looks away. It's a very elegant man, wielding a silver spear. He gazes calmly at Lin Chia. Speaking politely, I am Han Xiaoyun, the 13th seat of the believers. Lin Chia stabilizes himself and his heart sinks. That single blow alone made Lin Chia clearly realize the difference between the two. The man in front of me is definitely at the peak of the Chuan realm. He may even have reached the high realm. Such a disparity in strength, plus the other side's status as believers. Lin Chia's situation is now extremely dangerous. The identity of the prey and the hunter are switched once again. Han Xiaoyun pushes his glasses and lets the Snake Woman go. Snake Woman snorted coldly. The figure disappeared from Lin Chia's sensory range. Are you here to recruit me as well? Lin Chia opens his mouth while probing his consciousness into the mental asylum in his mind. He has no chance of winning against an enemy of this level. There is only one way out for him now. Han Xiaoyun shakes his head slightly. The halberd is flung. A powerful whirlwind erupts from his center. Let you down. I'm not here to recruit you. I'm here to kill you. Just as Lin Chia is about to summon Nyx, a mutation occurs. A golden light suddenly appears. Then Squad 136 teleported over. Chen Mai said solemnly, all of Team 136 is here. Who wants to die? At the same time, there's a lot of fighting on Fatty's side, too. The Wind, Rain, Thunder and Lightning bodyguard group is no match for this high realm powerhouse. Chao Yuan, who was hiding, spat out. Fatty, it looks like your bodyguard group is losing. Fatty was startled and covered Cao Yuan's mouth with his backhand. Shut the FK up. Damn, where did the high realm nut come from? Insists on chasing me and killing me. Even with 4 forbidden ambassadors, we can barely fight the high realm. If he keeps fighting like this, the 4 forbidden ambassadors and us are all dead. Although the 4 people were beaten badly, but even though they're badly hurt, they're still standing in front of Fatty. This completely enraged this high realm powerhouse. He decided to use a big move to kill everyone. Fatty is the youngest member of the Bailey family, but when it comes to facing a killer, he stepped in front of the guards to protect them, because these 4 are not only his guards, but also his family. Just when Fatty is about to be brutally murdered, Yuan Gang appears behind the killer. Killer grinned at the sight, showing a look of triumphant intrigue. Hey, you're finally here, Yuan Gang said with a cold look on his face. You're giving off the high realm's aura so recklessly, and you went after Bailey Tumming at the cost of losing your life just to lure me here, didn't you? The killer says triumphantly. So what if it is? Now that you're here, you won't be able to leave in a short time. Yuan Gang snickers. A flash of contempt surfaces in his eyes as he looks at the man. And then you have the opportunity to have another high realm kill Lin Xie? What makes you guys think that in this city of Songnan, I'm the only one who can kill high realm? At the same time, Lin Xie's squad is confronting Han Xiaoyun. However, Han Xiaoyun looks to the crowd with a hint of regret. The Night Watch team stationed at Songnan? A third-tier city's Night's Watch can't do anything to me. In the Night's Watch's one city, one team system, the more important the large city, the stronger the average Night's Watch team will be. Therefore, the Night Watchman in the small city of Songnan can only be in the Chuan realm at most. Lin Xie's heart is first surprised to see the crowd of Squad 136, and then worry. If he was alone, he could still rely on Nyx's Night Flash to escape. But how can he run with so many people down here, after all this time together? In Lin Xie's mind, the people of Squad 136 were more than just comrades in arms. Maybe it's what Lin Xuan said. This has become his second home. He won't leave his family behind. At this point Hong Ying even laughed happily. Brother Chia, we're here to save you. Lin Xie can't help but see the corners of his mouth rise slightly when he sees how Hong Ying can still laugh out loud so well in this situation. Said, idiot. Lin Xie takes a deep breath. Silently, he clenched the hilt of the blade in his hand, and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. Lin Xie then stood behind Chen Mai. Looking at the towering Han Xiaoyun, he spoke, Captain, it's a high realm. Can we beat it? All of a sudden Chen Mai drew his sword and said with a murderous spirit, let's give it a try. When approaching Han Xiaoyun, Chen Mai recognizes him. I remember you. You're Han Xiaoyun, former leader of the Night's Watch in Gusa City. Why are you now willing to become a lackey of the Church of the Ancient God? Hearing this from Chen Mai, Han Xiaoyun shakes his head again. Someday, the time you watch your own team member die in front of you, you'll understand my choice. With your 2 Chuan realms and 4 Chi realms, and a commoner, you can't beat me. There's no point in making unnecessary sacrifices. I'll remind you again. This time, I'm only targeting the boy. You're leaving now. I won't give you a hard time. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Chiang Mai didn't say anything. Lin Xuan is the first to pull out a grenade gun and launch it at Han Xiaoyun. Smoke fills the air from the grenade explosion. When the smoke clears, Han Xiaoyun is seen wielding a silver spear, not taking a single hit. And yet, at that very moment, Hong Ying's spears follow suit. Han Xiaoyun dodges the attack with a simple leap. Just as he was about to counterattack, suddenly he went into a trance. Hong Ying changed into his former teammate in his eyes, but in less than a second, a flash of clarity once again took over his mind. No, it's a mental illusion, Jin Su. And the road. When Shima's hands are interlocked with his fingers in a weird shape, he gazed at Han Xiaoyun. His eyes shone with a strange light. Han Xiaoyun grunts coldly as he recovers. His right foot hit the ground with a heavy thud. A raging circle of wind and snow explodes with him at its center. Easily pushes Hong Ying away with his spear. Han Xiaoyun uses his own surging spiritual power to harden the illusion. The woman in green has disappeared from his eyes, changed back into Hong Ying's form again. Instantly when Shima stifled a grunt, a small cold sweat oozes from his forehead. Still, she said with a fake smile, this is not a powerful Jin Su, but it seems surprisingly effective for a guy like you who has inner demons. Han Xiaoyun lets out a light laugh. Is that so? The spear in his hand then lifted slightly. In the middle of the snowy field, several whirlwinds suddenly appeared and swept up the snow into the sky. The sky is full of snow. It's snowing within 10 miles. Jin Su Sequence 079 The Great Storm. Lin Qiye was shocked. Is this the Navy's super high-risk Jin Su? That's a little too scary, isn't it? Suddenly, a faint white light comes from Lin Qiye's side. Immediately after that, Lin Qiye felt his body sink. The wind's resistance disappears. It's as if a film has been added to the surface of the skin, perfectly counteracting the force of the wind. So it's Jin Su from Shan'an. Unattached yarn. This Jin Su can cling to the surface of human skin, insulates itself from the effects of the outside world. It also repairs injuries, provides some defense. Chen Mai is at the front of the line. The wind is blowing his cloak violently. His eyes were calm as water as he spoke. 5 years ago, Gusa's squad meets EU of the ancient Church of God head-on. 3 out of 8 dead. Han Xiaoyun, the team leader at the time, disappeared for 2 years only to reappear as a believer. Han Xiaoyun's brow furrowed as he listened to Chen Mai talk about the past. Asked, so what are you trying to say? Chen Mai's eyes suddenly flashed with a light. I want to know if you are a true believer or a false believer. Do you have an ulterior motive for joining the believers? Are you an undercover agent? Han Xiaoyun sniffs at Chen Mai and interrupts him. You're overthinking it. Once a believer, always a believer. Their soul packs are more terrifying than you can imagine. Before joining them, no matter what kind of mind or purpose, will simply vanish after the pact is made, become their puppets. If one day, your team members are crucified, you have only 2 choices. Either you fight to the death and end up dying with your team, or you can give up all your dignity and freedom in exchange for the lives of the others. What would you choose? Chen Mai's brow furrows. I can't believe they used this tactic to force you to sign the contract, Han Xiaoyun said after inspiring Jin Su. The means of the Church of the Ancient God, only more brutal than you can imagine. Whoever I once was, experienced something. Now I'm only the 16th seat of the believers. Han Xiaoyun, I can't go back. The words have fallen. His high realm's spiritual power completely exploded. A terrifying pressure rose up to the sky. Chen Mai with Yen Luo Temple finally makes an appearance. This moment treats Han Xiaoyun. Chen Mai has made up his mind. He takes a deep breath. The saber at his waist is slowly sheathed. I got it. For believers, I will show no mercy. The moment the sword is sheathed, a blood-colored palace appears behind him, and on this palace hangs an ancient and mysterious plaque, the Temple of Yanluo. Lin Qiye shivered at the eerie aura. What is this? Wu Xiangnan calmly explains. Captains Jin Su, Sequence 037, Black Wu Chang. Lin Qiye is a little surprised at what he says. Such a high sequence of Jin Su. The captain should be in the special squad or the Night's Watch in Shangjing. Why would you come to a third-tier city to be a captain? Han Xiaoyun froze in his tracks. Black Wu Chang? You're Chen Mai. I thought there wouldn't be many people who knew me after all these years. At that, Han Xiaoyun said, not many young people know about you. But 10 years ago, who doesn't know the 2 geniuses of black and white Wu Chang in Shangjing City? 10 years ago you suddenly disappeared from Shangjing City. I didn't expect you to come to the small city of Sangnan to be the captain. Why? To which Chen Mai simply said, I'm happy to. But Han Xiaoyun soon realized something was wrong. You were in Xuan realm before you disappeared. Now 10 years have passed. That white Wu Chang has become the leader of the Shangjing Night's Watch. Why are you still stuck in Xuan? It doesn't matter. Chen Mai remains calm as he speaks. Han Xiaoyun swings his spear quickly. Indeed, it doesn't matter to me anymore. In a flash, sword and spear collide. Chen Mai's form is shaken back a few steps by Han Xiaoyun. A ghostly aura flashed in his eyes. His body turned into nothingness like a ghost and he passed right through the spear in a strange way. The blade in his hand cuts out like lightning, leaving a gash in Han Xiaoyun's chest. At that moment, Han Xiaoyun dances his spear. Chen Mai swings his wind blade before it hits the ground. Buildings are sliced to pieces in its path. Chen Mai's cheek is cut with a faint bloodstain. You're strong, but you're not as strong as me. This is a weakness. After hearing this, Chen Mai said lightly, I know. That's why I don't intend to beat you alone. That's it. A spear of fire shot out from behind him. Han Xiaoyun slightly sidesteps it. The explosion doesn't do him any damage. You can't defeat me with this attack. At the same time, a bullet has been fired from a high building in the distance. The bullet passes over Han Xiaoyun's forehead, leaving a faint burn on the surface of his skin. He rubs his forehead and says in amazement, "Special sniper rounds?" Shen Mai and Hong Ying head towards Han Xiaoyun at the same time. Seeing this, Lin Xia looks at Wu Shangnan. "You're not going on?" Wu Shangnan raised a shaking hand and said, "My Jinsu is special, it has to be used in critical times, and now I can't hold a sword anymore." Lin Xia is silent for a moment and then nods. "I'll go first then, say no more." A flash of extreme darkness unfolded with him at its center. In the center of the field, Han Xiaoyun fights Hong Ying while defending himself from bullets. He's not losing any ground. Chen Mai dodges behind him. Just when he made a move, his mind suddenly moved. The figures of those who had passed away reappeared. In the eyes of an outsider, some thread stretches from his heart. It's like a cocoon that binds Han Xiaoyun. Han Xiaoyun knows it's bad. Once again, he used his spiritual power to force his way through his mind's demons. At the same time, when Chima's form in the distance was stunned, he spits blood from his mouth, pale as a sheet. As expected, it is still too much to influence a high-realm powerhouse with the power of the Qi realm. This psychic backlash is horrible. But at this very moment, Chen Mai's blade slashed heavily into Han Xiaoyun's back, leaving a hideous scar. At the same time, a faint aura surges into Han Xiaoyun's body. He looks at the palm of his hand in dismay. The skin is dry and rough. I don't know when I got a few age spots. Under Wu Chang's sword, flesh can be cut. The soul can be cut. Lifespan can also be cut. He smiles slightly. Is this Black Wu Chang? Maybe I can actually die here today. At this point, Lin Xia is wrapped in a darkness. It's coming from behind Shen Mai. He's in front of Han Xiaoyun in a flash. But the attack is easily parried by the spear. Han Xiaoyun is surrounded by wind. The wind blades on both sides are like scissors on Lin Xia. Lin Xia is knocked back. At the same time, Chen Mai and Hong Ying enter the fray. Chen Mai's form appears eerily behind Han Xiaoyun's back, quietly cut his arm, and then Hong Ying arrives with his spear. A cloud of smoke rises from the arena. Han Xiaoyun stumbles back to his feet. He lets out a low growl. The winds are swirling. A brief repulse of Lin Xia's trio. Suddenly Wu Shangnan stepped forward against the wind. He grabbed the unsteady Han Xiaoyun in his arms. Chen Mai immediately grabbed Lin Xia and Hong Ying and ran away. The next moment, Wu Shangnan and Han Xiaoyun's location creates a violent explosion. This just made Lin Xia and Hong Ying look stupid. Chen Mai said, "Don't worry about it. Shannan's Jinsu ability is rebirth. There are 12 resurrections in Chuan realm. He won't die." Lin Xie was shocked. There's still such an outrageous Jinsu in this world. No wonder he said you have to seize the moment to strike. Hong Ying is curious. So he's always fought this way with self-destructive methods before? Chen Mai shakes his head slightly in regret. A long time ago. Not when he was unharmed. He was strong back then. The smoke cleared slowly. Only half of Wu Shangnan's body is left, healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. In just 5 seconds, he's back to his old self. We've used up our last chance to regenerate. Still couldn't kill him? Han Xiaoyun coughs and stands up in the smoke. A flash of shock appears in his eyes. Your Lan Yu's immortal? Suddenly a bullet came out of nowhere and hit Han Xiaoyun in the shoulder. Han Xiaoyun slowly calms his breath. You were so close to killing me. Unfortunately, I'm about to show you a real storm. In a flash, a small tornado appears in his palm, as his body gradually flies off the ground, and the tornado in his hand grows larger. Lin Xia feels bad about this. This Eye of the Wind contains a terrifying power. Once formed, No Ring's airspace will be ripped right through it. The winds will be strong enough to level half of Sangnan. Han Xiaoyun gazed down and frowned as he spoke helplessly, to solve the problem at its root. You don't have much time left. Lin Xia shudders slightly at these words. I wonder if he's overthinking it. It seemed to him that Han Xiaoyun was implying something. Suddenly a sniper bullet flies across the sky toward Han Xiaoyun, but as it approached the eye of the storm, its speed suddenly slowed down. It's as if an invisible barrier has coalesced around the eye of the storm, jamming it in place. Hong Ying raises an eyebrow. She throws the spear in her hand, but as it approaches the eye of the storm, it slows down like a bullet. Finally it's settled in the whirlwind. He's surrounded by this invincible field of wind. Nothing can invade it. We can't stop him. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, the eye of the storm in the sky is getting bigger and bigger. Shin Xingju and the others in the distance have also noticed this. Shin Xingju looks at the sky and makes a puzzled sound. Chao Yuan asked him confused, what's wrong? Couldn't you see what's in the No Ring's airspace up ahead? Of course you can't see what's in No Ring's airspace from the outside. I just don't know why. Suddenly I want to snap my fingers there. And with that, he snapped his fingers. At the same time, the Eye of the Wind in Han Xiaoyun's palm disappears in an instant. All of the people in Squad 136 froze at the same time. They couldn't understand why the Eye of the Storm had suddenly disappeared. Han Xiaoyun smiles in relief at this. Well done. Chen Mai is surprised and asks what just happened. Lin Xie looks away in thought. No Ring's airspace is torn apart. The source is Yuan Gang and the trio. Fatty said curiously, handsome man, why did you just snap your fingers? Shin Xingju himself is confused. Maybe it's instinct. It's over. The Sangnan War has finally come to an end. As the crowds arrive at No Ring's airspace, Lin Xie sees Shin Xingju's eyes light up slightly. The eye of the storm created by Han Xiaoyun is, after all, just rapidly rotating compressed air, and Shin Xingju's ability to manipulate air. No wonder the eye of the storm dissipated so quickly. So it's the professionals. Han Xiaoyun, who was floating in midair, looked at Yengang and faintly said, "Come on." In a flash, Yengang leaps up. A cold aura appeared in his eyes. Fists clenched. Just a thud. The airborne Han Xiaoyun was dropped to the ground like a cannonball. A crater with a radius of several meters was created on the road. Then Yengang stood in front of Han Xiaoyun and started swinging his fists at him. The speed of his punches was like a rainstorm, until Han Xiaoyun is dying and is completely incapable of fighting back. Yuan Gang picks him up. Former leader of the Night's Watch squad in Gusa City. Currently the 13th seat of the faithful. Han Xiaoyun, you have fallen into my hands. Spend the rest of your life repenting in a Zhaijie institution. Hear this. The dying Han Xiaoyun's lips twitch slightly. A look of desperation and supplication appears in his eyes. Suddenly a blade pierces his chest. Yuan Gang is horrified. Captain Chen, what are you trying to do? Chen Mai calmly draws his sword. Of course it's kill him. Yuan Gang questioned him. He is no longer in danger. Destined for Zhaijie. Life and death will be decided by the tribunal. Who are you to kill him? Chen Mai responded rudely to him. He want to kill my team, so he must die, and it would be a relief for him. Just as the two sides were arguing, Han Xiaoyun makes a faint sound. Seeing this, Chen Mai hastily bends down to listen. Watch out for Yu. He'll be back to kill that teenager. Yuan Gang calmly watched the scene and spoke in a deep voice. Captain Chen, for what it's worth, this is against the rules. Chen Mai turned around and walked in the direction of the team members without caring. If you think I'm out of line, then complain to Xiaopinga. In Sangnan City, I, Chen Mai, am the rule. Yuan Gang watches his departing back. After a long time, he sighed helplessly. This one's still got a temper. After putting away the no rings airspace, Han Ying asked Chen Mai in a puzzled voice, Captain, what the hell is going on with that Han Xiaoyun? Chen Mai is silent for a moment. He's just a poor man controlled by the Church of the Ancient Gods. Han Ying is still a bit confused, but it looks to me like he really wants to kill Chie. Can the Ancient Church of God control people so completely? On the sidelines, Wu Shangnan explains. The contract of the Church of the Ancient Gods is bound to the soul once it is signed. Acts from the mind itself. In other words, even if they're not happy with the order, they can't refuse or impede it in any way. Wouldn't that be the same as a puppet? Yes, except that some people are willing puppets and enjoy it, and some people are in a lot of pain. Okay, it's New Year, let's not think about these things anymore. Anyway, this battle is over, said Wu Shangnan gently rubbing Lin Xie's head. Xie, tomorrow night you will return to camp. The next time I see you will be in 6 months. Why don't you ask your friends to come over for dinner tomorrow? Lin Xie smiled and said, yes, I'll ask them. The following day, Lin Xie takes Fatty. Chao Yuan and Shen Xingju arrive at Han Ying's house. Fatty can't help but say, Xie, you hide it so deeply. I can't believe the accommodations are so nice. Lin Xie shrugs, it's a friend's house. I'm just borrowing it for a while. At this point Chao Yuan gulps, I smell meat. Shen Xingju looked at him with contempt. Aren't you a monk? Wrong, having Buddha in my heart is enough. At this time, Shen Xingju asked again, didn't I tell you to invite your friends over for dinner? Why did you invite me? Upon hearing this the three turn their heads and look at him oddly. Fatty walks up helplessly holding his forehead and says, there's got to be a limit to how arrogant you can be. Soon they were all sitting at the same table, eating. During the meal, Fatty goes from one to the other, delivering watches to the rest of Squad 136. He's giving away all kinds of watches like they're not worth it. After the meal, Lin Xie and the rest of the group head to the bus stop with their luggage. Xie, you're in a great squad. If only I could join you guys in the future. Yeah, especially the captain, the cooking is so good. Lin Xie smiled, there will be opportunities. Let's go, we're going back to the training camp. Award for meritorious service. Lin Xie and Shen Xingju were each awarded a medal. Next day, the instructors dressed in formal uniforms gathered the recruits. Yuan Gang said he would award medals to 2 of the new recruits. The room erupts at this statement. How can someone get a merit badge before they even get out of the camp? Only Fatty's focus is a little different. He said to Lin Xie, Xie, do you feel like you're missing a few instructors? Lin Xie realized there were 3 missing. He speculated that they were spies planted by the Church of the Ancient God. I'm guessing that's not going to end well for them now. At that, Fatty realized something. No wonder those missiles hit us as soon as we left the camp. So there was a ghost instructor. In order to prevent new recruits from not knowing the merit levels of the Night's Watch, Yuan Gang takes it upon himself to explain. He said that there are 4 types of merits, from easy to hard, respectively, Order of the Starfire, Order of the Star Emblem, Order of the Star, and the Order of the Star Ocean. The easiest to get is the Starfire Medal. You can get it by completing important missions to protect people's safety. The Star Emblem is much more difficult to obtain. Need to kill the mystery of ultra-high crisis. Can only be obtained by quelling a major disaster. As for the Order of the Star, you'll need to kill the infinite mystery, calming an event large enough to cause social unrest. The Order of the Star is very rare. Throughout the Night's Watch, less than 1% of the population has access to. As for the Order of the Star Ocean, that is the highest honor of the Night's Watch. There are no more than 10 men in all of Disya with this medal. How to get it? Even the top management of the Night Watch cannot give a specific standard. In recent years, only Wang Nian, the leader of Masked Squad, has received this medal, because 5 years ago, the God Sequence 040's Orochi landed in the East China Sea. Wang Nian traveled through time at the cost of his own life and returned to the hour before Yamada no Orochi landed. Ordered the evacuation of the surrounding coastal areas. And he led the Masked Squad in a fight to the death against the Yagyu Orochi. After holding out for half an hour, a human ceiling comes down. Tens of thousands of people have been saved. Hearing this, Lin Qiye is lost in thought. There seemed to be news about a huge tsunami in the East China Sea 5 years ago, right? I didn't realize the truth behind it was like this. At this time, Yan Gang spoke in a deep voice. Next, the first recipient of the medal is announced. Lin Qiye decisively stepped in to save more than 50 recruits during a missile attack, preserving the fire of the Vigil's future. Afterward, fight alongside Team 136 to kill Han Xiaoyun, the 13th seat of the faithful. He is hereby awarded the Order of the Star. With these words, the stage is buzzing with activity. There were shouts of envy and admiration. Many of the instructors are whispering about it. Even the chief only has 3 star medals. This newcomer hasn't even gotten out of the camp yet and he's already got one. On hearing this, Yan Gang replied in a low voice. Just for blocking missile fragments for all the recruits on the bus, Lin Qiye deserves this medal. You know, these are the future Night's Watch reserves, the backbone of our nation's defense. Once something happens to a recruit, there's a break in the Night's Watch turnover. The consequences will be too great to contemplate. And secondly, it's a sign of the attitude at the top. Critically wounding the Snake Woman. Participated in killing Han Xiaoyun. That means Lin Qiye has rejected the Church of the Ancient God. Firmly on our side. The agent of the 2 gods made his position clear so firmly. In the eyes of the hierarchy, it's not gonna be right if we don't give him a reward. After giving Lin Qiye his award, Yuan Gang continues, there's one more, Xin Xingzhu. Eliminating the destructive eye of the Great Storm. Protecting the city of Tsangnan from catastrophe. Awarded the Order of the Star Emblem. Xin Xingzhu is dumbfounded by this. Did I eliminate the eye of the storm? I just snapped my fingers. Fatty exclaimed outright. Oh my god, when did he protect Tsangnan city? Isn't he always with me? Lin Qiye said faintly, probably the last time he snapped his fingers. Xin Xingzhu, who was on stage to receive the award, is also shy. After the recognition ceremony, Xin Xingzhu's 2 henchmen started kissing ass. Xin, you're too good. Going out to make money and getting a medal in the process. Look at you, you've never seen the world. It's just a star emblem medal, isn't it? I'm going to have to get more powerful medals than that. Fatty in the distance couldn't see him pretending to be cool. So he yells at him, Qiye is the most cool. Crazy. The first instructor to be driven mad by Lin Qiye is about to appear. Inside the theory classroom at the moment, the instructor walks over to the sleeping Xin Xingzhu and asks, what is the nature of spiritual power? Xin Xingzhu, you answer. I won't. Hearing this, the instructor punished him by running 10 laps outside. Xin Xingzhu was instantly energized by the news, and he happily agreed. The instructor has no choice but to lock his eyes on Lin Qiye. You answer for him. And Lin Qiye easily gave the answer. The instructor nodded. A flash of appreciation appears in his eyes. Very good. I hope we can all learn from Lin Qiye. Take any theory class seriously. Always seek and study with a learner's attitude. The truth of the world can only be realized after constant contemplation and dialectic. Hearing this, Lin Qiye was instantly energized. He then raised his hand and said, Instructor Gu, I'd like to ask a question. Do you think the world we're in is real? That directly confused Instructor Gu. Seeing the instructor pondering, Lin Qiye throws out another series of questions one after another, mimicking Meilin's tone of voice. The whole thing lasts about 2 minutes, and the instructor was dumb for 2 minutes. And finally, he slowly said, I don't think so. Why? A flash of joy appears in Lin Qiye's eyes. Do you have any evidence to disprove the theory I just presented to prove the reality of this world? The instructor was dumbfounded by this series of questions. Suddenly he slammed the table. Lin Qiye, your question is a good one, but I can't give an answer right now. But don't worry, I'm not going to shy away from this. Give me time to study, I'll get you an answer in the end. With that, Mr. Gu announced the early dismissal of the class, and then he left the classroom in a hurry. Lin Qiye lets out a long sigh. As expected, Meilin's problem is not so simple to solve. On the way out, Hong Hao and Han Li stumble upon him. For Instructor Hong's greeting, Instructor Gu didn't even look squarely at. He hurried past in a self-conscious manner. Gu, what's going on? Why does it feel like he's possessed? Forget it. I don't care. On the training ground this afternoon, in our use of Jinsu, the most important metrics can be divided into 3 categories. The first category is Jinsu's power and lethality. This factor is largely dependent on the Jinsu itself. This is an established factor that cannot be influenced by humans. The second category is in the use of Jinsu. Are people compatible with Jinsu? Can it be used to its fullest potential? That's something you'll have to work out with Jinsu over time. No one else can help you. The third category is Jinsu's duration and reach. To put it bluntly, it's actually the precise control of mental power, and that's the goal of our training. He points to the crate on the floor. This device is called an ACE. After putting it on your wrist, it will emit a psychic current 24 hours a day. Mental currents don't hurt, but it will stimulate your muscles. Lets you make some outlandish moves. Your task is to use your mental energy 24/7 to counteract this psychic current. You must keep your psychic energy in balance with the current. If you don't have enough power, the electricity will flow through your body. But if the mental output is too strong, ACE will also react with stress, letting a greater current flow through your body. ACE currents are irregular. This means that you also need to output different total amounts of psychic energy at all times. Xiao Yuan put the ACE on just as the instructor finished speaking. Next moment, his body does an involuntary backflip. Lin Qiye and Fatty looked at Xiao Yuan like he was a fool. Xiao Yuan's face looks grim and he's sweating. Don't look at me. You'd do the same thing if you were wearing one. Hearing this, Fatty smiled while wearing it. At my size, I can't even do a backflip. I can't even roll on the ground. How can I be like you? Before he could finish his sentence, his body jumped automatically. First, he did a 720-degree free spin in midair, and then he lands firmly on the ground. A Thomas pirouette on the backhand. And then, with great agility, he begins to dance on the field. 1, 2, 3. Lin Qiye is a bit speechless as he watches everyone around him backflip. And the instructor is very happy to see that. There are more somersaults this year than in previous years. The son of the richest man in the world wept tears of remorse over a mouthful of meat. Lin Qiye, who hesitated for a moment, finally put on his ACE. Next, and he does a backflip like everyone else. But he blocks the current before the second flip. Barely taking control of his body, he let out a small sigh. This is harder than it looks. That's when the instructor suddenly got a conscience, announcing the early end of the course. You may dismiss for dinner. But before he left he said slowly, reminding you guys. Eat or sleep. Whatever you do, wear it. The crowd was shocked at the sound of that. Cold sweat broke out on their faces. Xiao Yuan, who was trembling all over, looked at Lin Qiye and said, Qiye, are you adapting so quickly? Going to the cafeteria now? Lin Qiye said okay, but Fatty, who's still flipping, is the primary problem. At once Xiao Yuan offers to rack him. The cafeteria is in a state of flux at the moment. Those with good psychic control will be fed. Conversely, you have to constantly fight with ACE for the use of your arm in order to eat. A calmly eating Lin Qiye looks at a cold sweaty Fatty with some confusion. Why aren't you eating? No appetite? Fatty's mouth is watering just looking at the food. How can I not be hungry? But I can't control my body. At the sound of that Lin Qiye helped Fatty pick up a piece of meat. This should be good enough to eat, right? Finally, after a great deal of effort, Fatty's got the meat. But the next moment is a relentless backflip. Xiao Yuan, who was eating, chimed in. Is it hard to control mental power? I think it's okay. Today's meat smells good. It's a shame someone's gonna miss it. At that Fatty's tears flowed. Qiye, come and feed me. Seeing him in this pitiful state, Lin Qiye has no choice but to compromise. And it seems that there are a few people like Lin Qiye and Fatty in the cafeteria. After the meal, Lin Qiye came to Yang On's office, took out the trophy obtained from Xie, blood boiling. He asks Yan Gang, what do I get if I turn this in? Yang Gang says, although blood boiling is not a high-risk type of jinsu, but it can be useful in certain situations. If you turn it in, you'll get some credits or 2 million in cash. Lin Qiye chose $2 million. But there's something else I'd like to know. It's about Chen Mai and Wu Shangnan. Lin Qiye wants to know what happened to them. Yuan Gang said it wouldn't hurt to tell him. After all, it's not like their affair is a secret. The more veteran Night's Watchmen know something about it. You all know that the masked squad fought the Yaki Orochi during the great disaster that invaded the East China Sea 5 years ago, waiting for the arrival of a human sealing. But what you don't know is, along with them came a special team, Lanyu. And Wu Shangnan is one of them. Lin Qiye was a little shocked at what he said. A special team I've never heard of, and the vice captain is one of them. Yuan Gang said that Lanyu was very strong at that time. And that was when Mask had just been formed. It was nowhere near as powerful as Lanyu. So Lanyu takes over the fight against Orochi when he arrives, with that human sealing and Lanyu's entire team joining forces to attack. The Yamanano Orochi escaped with serious injuries and returned to the mist. Lin Qiye is puzzled by this. Isn't the mist lethal? Why is it allowed in? Yuan Gang told him. There are special forbidden objects that can give the ability to move through the mists for a brief period of time. We won't know until Lin Qiye reaches that level. Having said that, Yan Gang continued. The original order from the top was to try and hunt down Orochi. If that doesn't work, retreat immediately, because the forbidden artifact will keep their entire team in the mists for 24 hours. Everyone thought they'd make it back. But 24 hours later, they were completely lost. Until about 80 hours later, Wu Shangnan emerges from the mist sitting alone and tired. He was found in a coma. He'd been asleep for a whole day. When he woke up he told the crowd, Lanyu's team is destroyed. According to him, they were following Orochi all the way. Seeing can't catch up with it. Originally they were planning to come back, but it seems they got lost in the fog. They've entered a strange world. They suspect the place is Gao Tianyuan. Is Chen Mai and Wu Shangnan's past finally coming to light? Inside the office, Yuan Gang pauses to continue. Team Lanyu was destroyed because they encountered a mysterious Susanoo in Gao Tianyuan. After a fight with the Yamanano Orochi, running through the mist again for most of the day. Lanyu's team is exhausted by then. They didn't have the strength to fight Susanoo. In the end, all of Lanyu's team was killed except for Wu Shangnan. Wu Shangnan is special because of Jinsu, delayed respawning for an hour after being killed 3 times in a row in his fight. When he woke up, he was surrounded by corpses. He was attacked repeatedly on his way out of Gao Tianyuan. He died 4 times before making it back to Dixia alive. In that battle, his hand was wounded by Susanu's Tian Tsongyun sword. He was never able to hold a sword again. Not even a rebirth can erase this. Being the only member of the team to survive, he was traumatized both physically and psychologically. Eventually the brass cancelled Lan Yu's name, and from there on out, Dixia's 5 special teams became 4. About why Wu Shangnan went on to become the vice-captain of Team 136, Yuan Gang says he doesn't know. Hearing this, Lin Qiye has been completely dumbfounded. He didn't realize that behind Wu Shangnan was such a tragic experience. And then Yan Gang continued. As for Chen Mai, it's more complicated about him. What really happened back then, he doesn't know much. 12 years ago Chen Mai had just come out of boot camp. He was then called up with another genius to join the Night's Watch squad in Shangjing City. Both of their Jinsu were too rare and complementary to each other. Chen Mai's Jinsu was 037's Black Wuchang. The other is Xiaopinga, the current leader of the Shangjing City squad. Jinsu is 038 White Wuchang. Because of Jinsu, the two of them were also known as the Black White Wuchang of Shangjing at the time. At this point Lin Qiye interrupts and says, I've always been curious. Who named this? Is it related to the Black White Wuchang of Dixia mythology? Yuan Gang says the origins of the two Jinsus are too far back in time. And it's top secret. He can't know that with his current clearance. All he knows is, sometime later, Chen Mai seems to have received some special instructions. From there, he disappeared from Shangjing. Even Xiaopinga couldn't find him. Xiaopinga even went to the commander-in-chief for this. But the commander-in-chief just said it's classified and turned him away. And at that time, everyone was so busy with the Armageddon. It's been a long time. Xiaopinga was freed up to investigate Chen Mai's whereabouts. It turned out that he actually went to Songnan City to become the captain. And then, Xiaopinga went to Songnan several times to persuade Chen Mai to go back. But he was refused mercilessly. In the end, Xiaopinga had to die and return to Shangjing. Step by step, he became the current captain. In this memory, Lin Qiye gets another message. That's what Yuan Gang called the extinction cataclysm. Yuan Gang said it was a forbidden object. The most terrifying forbidden object ever created. Its name is Shi Pe Yuan. Hearing this, Lin Qiye immediately thought of the myth of Yin, the god of destruction, one of the 3 main gods. Yuan Gang confirms what he said, and explains. Shi Pe Yuan's body is an ancient parchment scroll, an extermination-level terror with serial 008. Just write a name on Shi Pe Yuan. The very concept that he's pointing to will be destroyed outright. Like writing Dixia on the top of that parchment scroll. Lin Qiye's eyes widened instantly. Could it be that perdition havoc is the word above? Yuan Gang grimly replies. Yes, it will erase the entire Dixia directly from the conceptual level. That is to destroy the country. Lin Qiye couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How could such an outrageous forbidden object exist? This is completely beyond the scope of Jinsu, right? Yuan Gang explains. This is also only theoretical. However, the amount of spiritual energy consumed to activate this forbidden object is extremely great. Even if you just write the name of a person on it, even obliterating an ordinary person will directly drain a Chuan realm powerhouse, not to mention the outrageous level of destroying a nation. Lin Qiye goes on to ask, in that case, it doesn't seem to be that big of a threat. Why is it called the havoc of extinction? Just because humans can't do it doesn't mean the gods can't. If you put the power of the gods into this forbidden object, it may not be enough to destroy a nation, but it's easy enough to destroy a city. Yuan Gong's eyes are closed, thinking back to what happened before. When Shi Pe Yuan appeared on the border of Dixia, it was coveted by the evil gods in the mists. They came to Dixia to seize it. To this end, the 5 human sealings gathered together to fight Loki, the Nordic god of trickery, and Gaia, the Greek mother of the earth. Lin Qiye's heart was in his throat when he heard this. And then what? Yuan Gang throws his hands in the air. Then I don't know. But the executives haven't mentioned Shi Pe Yuan since then. I'm just a lieutenant in Shangjing squad. I'm not particularly high up in the hierarchy. I have no way of knowing this top secret. Alright, I've told you about both of them, and even about Shi Pe Yuan. Do you have any other questions? No, thank you, Instructor Yuan. Late at night, inside a brilliant high-rise somewhere, a man reads a book while muttering, nope. And this man is Instructor Gu. His eyes are filled with blood. It seems like it's been a long time since he's rested. Finally he couldn't take it anymore and took off his glasses, choosing to rest. Not long after, suddenly the alarm went off. He's awakened, but he doesn't do anything about it. It's as if he's in a trance. Is this world real or not?